Alright, what's going on YouTube? Welcome to this 10-game show match between Vivi and DauT. We're gonna have a mixture of hidden cup settings, Red Bull settings, and some standard maps as well. All of the games will be mirrors. The two players drafted a combined list of 10 civilizations, and each of the games will be mirrors. The first map is going to be Arabia, of course, and the civilization that was selected, the first player to select a civilization for this show match is Vivi, and he chose Vikings to play on Arabia. He's going to be playing red on the right side, and left side is going to be DauT in blue playing as Vikings as well. The show match features $200 for each player as a base prize money, and after that, $60 for every victory for a combined $1,000 prize pool in this one. And with that, let's take a look at the map of the players. We're gonna have double back golds for DauT over here, which is pretty nice, even though you would need to voll all the way to the edge here if you want to secure those. The wood lines here are more or less alright, although it is somewhat questionable how you're going to voll this off efficiently. Stone could be okay, just like this gold. I feel like for DauT, I don't think that he wants to go for these gold mines at the beginning, even though against Vivi you never really want to have a forward gold, but I feel like this is still easier to defend than these are. This would require a lot of voling at the back, so something like Vols here, especially with Vikings, you're gonna have Brax arch ranges coming up here. You should be able to protect this part, and then just Vol up here. You could make an argument for just Voling here, and here you could just Vol to the TC. If you remember the King of the Desert tournament, DauT actually was pretty efficient with his walls in those open map scenarios, usually went for very, very tight walls around his base. The berries aren't nice if you're doing this walls, but that's something that you may have to live with for the sake of protecting your gold instead. Vivi's map, he's got an excellent map, to be honest. The wood line at the back is nice to have. This berry patch isn't something I love, but the gold and stone spots are nice over here at the back. These aren't great, but not something that you have to deal with right now. We will have Wolof over here, and something like that over there. This is wide open. So I'm not sure how much Vivi wants to wall. Vivi is one of those players that usually likes to play with open maps, so there is a good chance Vivi is not gonna wall himself, especially against an army that is probably quite slow moving. Like Vikings army is generally a very, very slow moving army, so you can get away without walling much, much better than you can against the scout civilization. Against the scout civ, you can always quick wall your villagers, but you also have to consider that they will just be able to hit you from another angle very, very fast, whereas an archer army, it is much harder to loop all the way around, and you have much more time to react in case they show up over here. Anyways, we're gonna have a pre-milled rush over here by Vivi, so even before the mill goes down, he already collected the 10 gold that he needs, and he is gonna go for the militias. Now, the thing is that the Vikings used to have the health bonus on their militias, even in Dark Age, but that was nerfed a couple of patches ago. So now, Vikings militias will be the exact same as standard militias for Dark Age. They only get their health bonus starting from Feudal Age, so you will see that these guys will have 45 HP themselves. For DauT, he appears to be just big chilling right now, no Barax just yet. If he's going for a Drush, then this is gonna be a quite late Drush from him, and I would dare to say that this is actually going to be closer to Man-at-Arms timing than it is to Drush timing. So Vivi's Drush is gonna be coming in quite fast over here, and at this point, DauT is taking the 10 gold, so he's thinking about Drush right now, but unless he wants to take this fight very early on, he might actually convert this into a Man-at-Arms play. So as you see, the militias will have 40 HP here by default, just like any other civilization's militia. So DauT eating some damage on his scout, not something huge, and we are going to have farms being dropped here by Vivi. Nerfox just asked that on the chat, Drush into what? If you are dropping farms like this is actually a clue for me that is telling this could be a Drush FC. It is a little bit ambitious with this map because it's very, very tight, and in the meanwhile, we're gonna evaluate that map a little further in a moment. We just have the Drush coming in. Remember, Palisade walls and foundations in Dark Age were nerfed, so Drushes are a lot more viable. now in terms of getting through walls. Still, DauT was able to quick wall his Vogers, and for the time being, those militias will just keep roaming free. They did take quite a lot of damage from the TC, and the Scout also has eaten quite a lot. So at this point, this isn't a very great rush from Vivi, if you ask me. DauT could also pull Vultures. He doesn't have Loom yet, which is a little bit scary. I could have made an argument for cancelling the Wheels and going for Loom here, because otherwise those Vultures are a little bit isolated for my taste. DauT is going to bring back his Scout and defend against this one. So the fact that Vivi is dropping a farm makes me feel like he wants to Drush FC this, but his map is very tight. So unless he's delaying DauT here immensely with the militias, then he could actually get punished for that. Like, his map is very tight, which means that towers from DauT could really cause a headache for Vivi if he's going for Drush FC. He's at 26 Vogers already, so with Vikings Eco, this is quite late for a Drush Archers play, so Vivi is planning on a Drush FC. DauT with 27 and 4 farms being dropped, same thing. DauT is gonna Drush FC this one. Here for DauT, the concept is that he probably assumes Vivi is gonna Drush FC this himself. And if Vivi is Drush FCing, there is absolutely zero motivation for you to void yourself up completely, because you know that after defending against the previous Drush, you are gonna be secure for the time being. Now, it seems like Vivi is investing into more, and DauT almost built a second barracks over here. I'm not sure if that was a wrong hotkey or he just forgot that he has a barracks, but Vivi is gonna bring in some more militias here for some added pressure. I can justify that, to be honest, because the thing is that at this point, he probably knows that DauT isn't going up to feudal anytime soon either, so adding militias is going to force DauT to engage over here, and the key here is that you want to make sure DauT doesn't leave his base with anything, so that Vivi's otherwise wide open base, because he didn't finish the walls over here, he was probably too busy microing. Vivi's otherwise very open base will not be punished by DauT if DauT is unable to move out. Now, that being said, DauT clicked up to feudal at 27 Vogers. We went for 31. So DauT, when he reaches feudal, he's gonna get the speed bonus on that Scout. He's gonna get the HP bonus. So he's gonna be able to harass the militias. In fact, that's something that he has already been doing. DauT, a bit of a miss micro over here, losing the Scout. That was a massive miss micro. And honestly, if DauT notices that his opponent isn't up yet, DauT now could actually tech into men-at-arms, and so he will. He's gonna tech into men-at-arms, and it looks like he's gonna continue archers, but I could completely justify towers here. You could punish Vivi pretty hard for this one, especially with this one being wide open, and it's not like Vivi has a lot of good wood lines. A tower here would actually deny the stone, and the next tower should be able to get in here very hard. And remember that, as I said, men-at-arms have been a lot more viable. Quick was way less viable, so 5 men-at-arms in this one are gonna be pretty painful to deal with. At least one Voyager is being idled. However, we also have to note that now Vivi is up to feudal age, and he could actually get men-at-arms upgrade for himself, even though I don't think he will. He's probably just gonna fall behind in this case. Vivi's gonna have to allocate 2 Voyagers to repair, and that's gonna be an archer range blacksmith type of fast castle from Vivi. DauT, remember that he's got a faster feudal age, so he's gonna get the eco upgrades much faster, including wheelbarrow as well, so that helps compensate for the fact that your man-at-arms play is delaying your castle age. Oftentimes, the Drush FC, if the man-at-arms can't do damage, is a lot more viable than the man-at-arms play. However, for Vikings, that is not that much true, because, as I said, the Vikings eco in feudal age is relatively strong, and as I said, there was nerfs for the walls themselves, and the building foundations as well, so the man-at-arms could very well get inside over here, especially if Vivi doesn't notice that this palisade wall could be open. There is already archers coming out over here, but 5 men-at-arms are still 5 men-at-arms, and that could be one dead Voyager over here for Vivi, and nice quick walls from Vivi for now. DauT is gonna bring in the archers though. Vivi on the way towards Castle Age, which is something that needs to be considered for DauT. DauT is technically walled, militias trying to bash their way in. DauT actually went for the long walls, and just like as I said for DauT, as palisade wall foundations were nerfed, same thing applies here. Vivi, especially fighting down hills, could get through the walls very easily if DauT is not paying attention. And it looks like DauT is gonna choose different angle of attack. He's gonna try to hit the wood line. And he kind of has to do it before Vivi reaches Castle Age over here. So, at this point, DauT's eco isn't that much behind though, and that's something worth considering. So, if you take a look at DauT's eco, he is going to be later to cast Lage, and he may need to go for a defensive tower here, just to make sure he doesn't lose that gold mine. However, he's going to force Vivi to stay here until he reaches cast Lage, and that's a huge thing. In fact, Vivi, does he have fletching? He does have fletching now, but it's 6 man-at-arms and 3 archers against just 3 archers. Man-at-arms are actually pretty decent at soaking up arrow fire in this case, and you already have emptied 1 wood line over here. So, normally if you do a Drush FC, you want to be there at the opponent's base by the time you reach Castle Age, so you can hit him with crossbows immediately. Vivi went for a greedy Drush FC here. He didn't even go for Loom, which is a little bit ambitious when being pushed by man-at-arms. DauT is going to take the damage running through the TC fire, and Vivi's gonna have to do a lot of walling behind. You can see that Vivi is able to squeeze in crossbow, not Botkin just yet. DauT's army here is gonna get cleaned up though, so Vivi's defense has been pretty outstanding here. The archers did just enough to hold this one off, and now you pick off the archer and you finish off the man-at-arms. So DauT may have overinvested into man-at-arms over here, but at the end of the day, he's gonna get away with it because he has the Vikings eco. So as much as he was able to push Vivi in Feudal Age, that forced Vivi to stay back with his archers, also caused Vivi to do a lot of quick walls, and DauT even hitting the wood line over here. Nice move. Vivi's gonna have to delete the house over here because he blocked the path otherwise. So I feel like DauT has done considerable damage over here. He forced Vivi to defend, and as I said, normally when you're Drush FCing, you want to be able to get your crossbows to the opponent's base by the time they're upgraded, so that you can hit him immediately. And that wasn't the case over here. DauT is still trying to be annoying over here. Instead of, you know, sending his archers back to safety, he's gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna pressure your wood line, so that you will have to send a couple of crossbows to defend this. This is the real concern for DauT though. That gate is gonna go down very, very fast to the crossbows. And now they do have Botkin arrow as well, so DauT, he's still not going for a defensive tower. This could be dangerous. DauT indeed has 2 ranges and Vivi only has 1. And now it's problematic for DauT. He's gonna have to make a couple of skirms. +1/+1 skirms actually hold reasonably against crossbows that do not have armor upgrades. So I think if DauT has like 3 skirms in here, he can defend against this one. But as I said, I feel like DauT has underestimated the chance of Vivi pushing his gold mine a little bit over here. Now he's gonna be able to scare those crossbows away, more or less. He doesn't want to lose these archers, though. DauT, that's a bad decision to make. Don't chase those guys right now. You can just keep your skirms back home. That's gonna be enough to defend against 3 crossbows. And you wanna save up your archers, get crossbow Botkin, and start moving up towards Vivi's base. Vivi is still on 1 range only, going for TC number 2. DauT is gonna go for fast ballistics over here with the university. And he's gonna keep adding crossbows here, so that was just a temporary move to go for a couple of skirms. He also moved to the back gold mine, so he's gonna be safe for the time being. Eventually, he's gonna have to get a new wood line for himself, because this one is actually pretty bad for him overall, so he's gonna have to move to this one soon. And it looks like DauT, he is gonna loop around and try to hit this wood line once again. This TC spot is actually pretty nice from Vivi, because it's gonna help protecting these watchers on this side. If DauT wants to go super greedy and he wants to be patient, he could try looping around and hitting this wood line, but I don't think that he knows about the TC, so he's gonna run into the TC fire here. Nice reaction from him, ballistics on the way, and he is still gonna be playing with double range crossbows. Only 1 TC for him though. Vivi is gonna play 3 TCs, so Vivi is gonna have a reasonable chance to outboom DauT here, but I feel like DauT is gonna be able to punish this one so well. Like, double range crossbows with 1 extra armor here, that is not something that Vivi would have. DauT also has a Boso to compensate, whereas Vivi doesn't have that. And DauT, he already has 400 food in the bank, and one of the things what Vikings do great is having a great Castle Age food eco. So if you have 1 TC, even maybe 2, 14, 15 farms should be satisfactory to progress towards Imperial very fast as well. And let's see if DauT can deny the Siege Workshop. This could be crucial. Vivi is relying on the Siege Workshop so much to protect his base. So if that doesn't go up, Vivi is in trouble, because DauT already has ballistics. So with that, he should be able to beat Vivi over here in this engagement, Vivi apparently is gonna get the Siege Workshop up, and he's gonna go for a second range. Still, I feel like DauT has every chance he needs to put a lot of pressure in Vivi's face, and it appears that he is now preparing for a longer game as well and going for a boom. So he is going to be a solid 10 Voyagers behind, which is worth considering. There was only 2 Voyagers killed by DauT, 1 lost. Vivi's greedy play here seems to be paying off very, very well so far. Only 5 on gold, so this is like full-on greed mode right now. Just defense with the Siege Workshop. And it looks like we're going to have a Monastery for Vivi. Maybe he just wants to go for relics. That's the only thing I can imagine. Vivi's gonna loop around with the crossbows, and he should be able to get through these walls, which is gonna cause a lot of headache for DauT, because both of his gold mines are actually at the back. If you look at Vivi, oops. He knows about 2 of the gold mines here. This is actually Vivi's scouting, and you see how good that is. He knows about all 3 gold mines, so he knows exactly that if DauT is not on this gold mine, he's gonna be on one of those. So that's why he's trying to hit those. But in the meanwhile, as I said, if DauT wants to play patient, then he can hit this wood line from the back. And honestly, the skirms should be able to take down the crossbows if they actually focus fire them. But that's not gonna be the case. DauT is even going for heavy plow here. So he really is playing for a late game eco for now. Military number is relatively close, but Vivi possesses a nice 10 Vultures lead. Also DauT quite a lot of idols on the farm, so he's having a bit of an issue with the wood eco. Starts sending Vultures to stone. This ridge is gonna be crucial for the game, to be honest. Like this ridge and this ridge, especially this one for Vivi. But whoever controls this hill is pretty much controlling the middle of the map. So whoever gets a castle up here is gonna be huge. I feel like if DauT gets a castle here, Vivi still has a chance to drop a castle here and engage in a trap war. Neutral resource-wise, we have 1 patch of gold over here and 1 patch of gold over here. And it looks like Vivi is gonna clean this patch of crossbows up. For now, KD is in the favor of Vivi. 37 kills, 26 stats. And we're gonna have Thumbring soon as well. DauT is bringing in his own Siege Workshop. That's gonna end up being a 1-for-1. Armor-wise, we do have a +1 defense for Vivi, +2 for DauT, and he's gonna have a nice defense Siege Workshop here as well. Double Mangonels out already. But there is going to be Thumbring for Vivi, and I feel like the difference is going to be in the food eco. 24 for Vivi, only 12 for DauT. 24 on food for Vikings with handcart should be more than satisfactory to bring you to Imperial very, very soon. And as you see, Vivi is now heavy on gold, 19 Voyagers on gold. So he's thinking about Imperial Age already. DauT is only 7 Voyagers behind, but his food eco is not even remotely close to Vivi's food eco. And one of the power spikes that you can have with Vikings is a faster Imperial Age, Arbalest, and then Siege Ram. That being said, you need to survive in order to be able to get to that, and since Vivi is mining stone, I assume he's firing up hills. That's a nice 1-for-0, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. So Vivi is gonna have 9 on stone already. He wants a castle up soon. I would think that the idea is to have a castle up over here, because there is no other very reasonable spots for him to place a castle elsewhere. You could make an argument for this one, but that leaves this angle quite open. This one would be a nice castle spot, but not as a first castle. Vivi collecting relics right now. That's not something that DauT is doing either. So that's going to be a nice extra as well for Vivi. And Vivi seems to have a much better map position right now. And look at Vivi. Where is he bringing that relic? Okay, Vivi. I don't know what's happening over there. DauT firing down hills over here. Vivi taking a rather uncomfortable engagement. And DauT is gonna have this hill. He only has 6 Voyagers on stone, but if he can hold this hill for a couple more minutes, which seems likely... that was a huge hit. Still, Vivi is fighting without +2 defense and against the hill, so DauT is gonna be able to hold this position. And as I said, if DauT gets a castle up here, that's gonna be enormous. Now DauT is getting his food eco up as well, and this is the moment where you consider idling some of your TCs, potentially if you're DauT, to go up into Imperial, because Vivi is gonna get there soon. You see that on Capture Age, if you have a full red square over here, that means that those TCs are actually making Voyagers. And if you have a tiny red square, that means that those TCs are not making Voyagers. So one of the TCs are idle for Vivi, and he is about to click into Imperial. He's playing with 4 TCs, by the way, so that is one of the reasons why now he's at 106 Voyagers. And DauT firing down hills against the Mangonel first, but Vivi is going to be able to get that castle up most likely. And for DauT, he's going to have to settle with this castle spot, and he will click up to Imperial Age pretty much at the same time as Vivi did. However, he's gonna be a solid, wait a second. Oh, this is what I didn't notice. I was like, Vivi was 10 villagers ahead at some point, but I didn't notice this push. This is huge. And Vivi is focused on microing his stuff over here because he's gonna end up getting a DauT castle in here. Vivi forced to repair that one. Holy smokes. DauT could focus down the villagers at this point. Even if he just kills a couple of wheels here, that's gonna be nice. The mangonel is still here, so he could bring those in. And Vivi's gonna have to look so many positions. He has to micro this, because otherwise he's gonna lose this castle position. And while he's microing, that DauT is absolutely slaughtering the back of his eco. Vivi lost like 10 villagers on the wood. If you look at the villager kill count, DauT killed 20 villagers, lost only one, and you can see that Vivi is gonna have to pull everybody. All the advantage that Vivi had is now gone, and these crossbows could rampage the eco of Vivi completely. Oh, DauT was behind an eco for the majority of the game, but that move over here, the fact that he could actually fight here and here at the same time is huge. And one of the things that is always being praised when it comes to DauT is being able to just use different groups of units very, very efficiently, being able to attack from 2, 3, 4 different angles, and that is something that really showed over here. That being said, Vivi is still even in terms of eco. It looks like DauT is going to switch into elite skirms. I think he believes that Vivi is ahead in terms of imp a little bit more than he is, which is not true, to be honest. Actually, there is a 1 minute Imperial Age difference, but Vivi has 15 armies, so it's not like that's a huge horde of arbalests, but you can justify a couple of elite skirms, but DauT still wants to continue with arbs at some point. Vivi is up, and he already has tumbling. I don't think that DauT has tumbling. Indeed, he's just grabbing that right now. Vivi is pretty much confined into his base, and one thing that's worth noting is that Vivi doesn't have a lot of wood lines to work with. So he's taking this one, he's taking this one, but he's forced to go for this wood line, and it looks like we do have a pause between the players. I'm just gonna double check it in the game. No, it looks like we have a drop, I think. Because this is weird. I'm not sure who dropped, if there is actually a drop. Because AoE itself is saying the game is over. So I'm not sure what's up with this. DauT's still going? So you're telling me that it is AoE freaking out for me? Well, that's a wonderful thing to start the day with. Thanks DE. Wonderful. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna speed through the game over here. Apologies for this one, this is, you know, definitive edition. Being, less cooperative than I initially wanted to. So, well, we are gonna have to speed through this one. Luckily, it isn't going to take a lot of time, but it looks like we had a desync myself. This is the first time that it's happening to me. So I'm not sure how deep we were in the game, but we should be there in a minute or so. Let's hope that this gets fixed for Hidden Cup, because that would be a disaster. Although Hidden Cup is going to be a recorded game, so it's probably not going to be impacted by that much, although the qualifiers... you know, the qualifiers is actually going to be a little bit more problematic from that aspect. Alright, so... with that, we're gonna have to get through this. Yeah, it would have been very surprising if this was a GG from either side, because even though DauT was technically behind by half a minute to Imperial Age, it's not something that would completely justify a GG from him at that point. He had a reasonable map position, so I had my doubts about, you know, this one being GG from either side, because it wasn't lost by any means to either of the players. The other thing I don't like is that you have to go this slow through the game. Like, you could... I don't know why there isn't faster speed up implemented. That's the bigger problem when it comes to crashing. Crashing is one thing, the bigger problem is that it takes like 5 minutes to get through the game. But we're already in Feudal Age, we're soon gonna be in Castle. So if you look at the villager count rise, you're going to see when we're actually getting there. So Castle Age was coming in here. As I said, while we're actually waiting to catch up with the game, I just want to point out that, as I said at the beginning, Vivi doesn't have amazing wood lines to work with, and this move was actually a clutch from DauT, so at least we can actually go back in time to see what happened in this game, which is a kind of unwanted benefit from the fact that the game disconnected or dropped. But you could see that this move was actually clutch, because this is what compensated DauT for being later to Castle Age. Is this show match related to Hidden Cup? No, it isn't. It has nothing to do with Hidden Cup. There is some Hidden Cup settings that are going to be played, but this is not dedicated Hidden Cup show match by itself. So that's basically it. The other thing that I really like from DauT in this game, now that we're actually forced to go back in time, is that he added a couple of skirms to defend against the crossbows. In fact, I would have liked that a little bit earlier as well, knowing that his opponent is faster up to Castle Age. And you are soon going to see, like, this move was also a clutch from DauT. The being able to just delay this Siege Workshop was enormous as well, because that allowed him to get his TCs up and running without being pressured by crossbows and mangonels at the same time. So really, the fact that he could delay this was huge, because this also allows him to get the Siege Workshop up by the time his opponent has the Siege Workshop. So that is also worth noting, and I think we are soon caught up. At least we're going to be able to see the moment where DauT was able to hit this wood line with a couple of crossbows. This, I think, we're getting close to that moment. So when Vivi wants to get a castle up on this hill, DauT is gonna be dispatching a bunch of crossbows. Vivi was fighting most of the time without +2 defense, but he had Thumb Ring, so it pretty much compensates for each other. In this case, Vivi also was without ballistics for a quite considerable amount of time, which definitely was a disadvantage for him, all things considered. But really, this is gonna be the huge moment in, I think, a couple of seconds. As you see, Vivi is at 10 villagers lead right now, and he's gonna try getting a castle up on this hill, which is a little bit ambitious to my taste, considering that his army wasn't as good as DauT's army at this point. I guess he just wanted to make sure that, you know, here is DauT looping around, and this is what I was referring to. While Vivi was forced to micro here, DauT is hitting this woodline over here, kills 10 villagers or so. That was the enormous thing in this one. And I think that if DauT actually... like, DauT was microing these crossbows, killing villagers, but if he actually microed this part where he could have focused down the villagers, he could have killed a couple of more villas and maybe even have stopped the castle. That being said, now I think we are almost caught up. I think we dropped when Vivi reached Imperial Age, so let's see what else happened ever since we had to catch up. DauT is continuing with elite skirms, so he knows that he's later into Imperial. Vivi wants another castle in here, but he's gonna change his mind real quickly when it comes to dropping that. Orbs, however, hitting DauT's woodline, getting a couple of will picks, and is going to be denying the stone here from DauT as well, which is huge. And we have double castles for Vivi. Once again, I won't be able to select trebs or castles, because Capture Age freaks out when you actually select a castle that is making a treb. So I can't exactly determine the HP of this one, but it's only 6 villagers repairing this castle against 3 trebs. This is going to be a castle going down. DauT seems to be in a good position. There is a battering ram on the way to knock down the trebs. 1 castle goes down, that's a nice one for DauT. And that's the thing, if you can hit the opponent's castle with your trebs, that's always better than actually targeting the opponent's trebs themselves, because you are not guaranteed to kill the opponent's trebs, whereas you're always guaranteed to hit the opponent's castle. So the fact that DauT is able to hit the castles, whereas Vivi was trying to kill the trebs, is giving DauT a huge advantage. And now it seems like he's going for full elite skirms. And here's the deal, Vikings don't have anything good against elite skirms other than berserks, and Well, potentially you could go for Rams, but the opponent can also go for his own Rams at Vikings. So Ram Elite Skirm is going to be the Ram Arbalest play here. And the difference is that there is one unit that can deal with the Skirms from Vikings very, very well, and that is the Berserk. Here's the problem, Vivi doesn't have his castles anymore, so no more Berserks for him, and you can see that DauT is gonna get Berserks out on the field, drops a castle in the face of Vivi. Military numbers are also looking great for DauT, he's got all the upgrades, but the real thing is, number one, Vivi is gonna have to expand because it doesn't have a lot of good wood lines, tries to get an archer range up over here, and DauT already has stables out coming with light cav, he's gonna have Berserks as well. This game is indeed over. It's a bit of a shame that we did drop from this game. I'm a little bit sad about that. But you could basically see what was the final story of the game. I think the final story here was that even though Vivi had the eco lead, he lost that to DauT's counterattack. And the other thing was that these castles went down without DauT losing a single one. DauT was 1 minute later to Imperial, and he actually won a trap war with one castle against two, because back then that castle wasn't up. So at some point, there was two castles against one and about a 40 seconds in middle age advantage for Vivi. That's a trap war that you're supposed to be winning, and Vivi wasn't able to win that, and that meant that he lost his castles. If you lose your castles, you're not going to be able to make Berserks and stop the elite skirms, basically. So, yeah, Vivi is also floating a lot of resources, which is worth noting. DauT grabs game number one. It looked good for Vivi for quite a time. I think the fights in the middle, where Vivi lost a lot of villagers, making the castle, making the siege workshop, and when he actually got his back hit by crossbows or arbs, that was basically the moment where this slipped for Vivi. With that, DauT is grabbing game number one over here. And we will go to Regicide Arena over here, ladies and gentlemen, which should pretty much just play out just like Standard Arena. Who is A? A was Vivi. That's a good question. A was Vivi because he was the one starting the draft. So yeah, that's basically the case. So game number two is coming up, and we're going to take a look at the civilizations in a matter of seconds. Okay, so let's take a look at the civilizations on this screen. So Vikings, I'm not sure how to actually mark this, because the thing is that they will be using all civilizations, so obviously I'm not going to be able to mark it as a win or loss. I'm just going to say use the crown for every situation. And apparently there is a typo in here. Yeah, indeed, there is a typo. Sorry, $200 for each player instead of or each player. But here's the draft. So Regicide Arena, we could see Mongols, we could see Malay being used. We could see maybe Sicilians or Burgundians, but we have a game up, so let's go for it. And we will jump into game number two, Regicide Arena. As I said, I don't think that the Regicide changes anything on Arena. So let's go for that. We need to reconnect our capture age. And here we go. So welcome everybody to game number 2 in a best of 5. Apparently we... Okay, there is no pause. So this is Regicide Arena, which is a little bit different from Standard Arena. Basically, the only thing that you're getting with Regicide over here is that you're gonna get a castle to start with, which means that unique unit civilizations are a little bit more viable. Vivi is gonna go for his favorite Spanish play over here. The presence of the king isn't a huge thing, even though it is somewhat helpful, and we have a very interesting scenario here for Vivi. Hello there. Vivi is actually using his villagers and mill on the hunt. That's not something I expected over here. Remember that I completely forgot about the fact that Regicide Arena is gonna start with more villagers though. There is no slow speed. The reason why you actually saw slow speed at the beginning is because capture age is gonna need a couple of seconds until it actually gets into reasonable speed. That's basically it. So basically in late game, Regicide Arena plays out just like any other arena game. However, at the beginning, there is a little bit of a difference. First things that you're gonna get a castle, which means unique unit civilizations are a little bit better. The other thing is that you can push your deer immediately with your scout because you will be scouting with your king. Normally on arena, you have to choose between pushing deer and scouting. Here you can do the exact same thing at the same time with your king or so, and you will start with more villagers, so the game escalates a little bit faster. Other than that, the presence of the king isn't going to change much, so it is more about the fact that you start with a slightly stronger eco at the beginning. And with that, let's take a look at the maps of the players. Double back goats for DauT is always nice to have, but double front stones is not something I like. And more importantly, he has his castle on the back, which is a random factor in Regicide, which is actually pretty annoying on Arena, because this is actually a very, very decisive difference, I think, in the favor of Vivi, having a forward castle whereas a back castle. Basically, the only map where they frequently use Regicide game mode is Fortress, but on Fortress it is much less likely to have an unbalanced castle spawn for 2 players because there isn't really a forefront or your back of your base. Usually it spawns kind of in the middle of your base all the time. So the random factor is much, much smaller for Regicide Fortress than it is for Regicide Arena. So yeah, that's basically it. Maybe we can speed up Dark Age so we can catch up real time. I think we're just a couple of seconds behind, but sure. So apparently, because, you know, capture age also needs a couple of seconds to load up, and so we are probably like half a minute behind. Not really a big deal, as you see, it's Dark Age only, so we'll be able to get back in there. So Vivi up to Feudal Age already at what is just 20 villagers, and we will have a nice fast castle over here from him. And it turns out that he just goes for the double mill strategy. He didn't want to bother pushing in there, which is a little bit surprising. I would think that the idea here for Vivi was that he is, you know, instead of pushing in the deer, which takes quite a lot of time, he can actually get to the deer immediately for a better early food eco. Anyways, king is going to be garrisoned inside the castle. And same thing here for DauT. DauT dropping a rather unfavorable farm spot, if you ask me. And we're going to have Monastery, which should be the thing for both players, because when it comes to Conquistador Wars, we're actually a little bit more behind than that. I'm surprised how much behind we were. But not really a big deal. We'll have some early Conquistador micro over here. And really the key here is that you want to keep your Conquistadors alive and avoid getting converted. DauT, okay, now we're live with the game speed. And DauT trying to save that Conquistador, and he will do so. And his monk is going to be able to heal the conch. So that is a nice advantage to start off with. It looks like Vivi may be prioritizing relics himself over here, although now he's gonna bring in the monk for conversions. He's buying food over here, so apparently his food eco isn't good enough to sustain 2 TC's production, but there is 2 TC's for Vivi and only 1 for DauT. It looks like both monks have been sniped down, but DauT has better Conquistador numbers right now, so DauT is going to be able to secure the middle for himself. Relic spawns are actually a little bit more favorable for Vivi. By the way, he should be able to grab this relic and grab this relic without any problems. and this one is going to be a contested relic. DauT already in possession of one, though. Is this a mirror show match? That is correct. Every game is going to be mirrors. So, constant Conquistador production from DauT with 1 TC, 7, 8 on food should be more or less alright for that. Vivi, 12 on food. He's not going to be able to consistently make Conquistadors, although you have to make an argument for Vivi here that, honestly, he may not even need to make consistent Conquistador production, although I think that he's giving up on the relics a little bit too easily here. This is tricky because normally you would fight against the monks with scouts or light cav, but when conquistadors are on the field, conks will just kill the light cav so easily. It looks like DauT is going to be able to pick up all 5 relics at this pace. So Vivi wanted to contest the relics, but it was fairly obvious that he can't sustain 2 TCs and the castle production with just 12 on food. So currently it is a real possibility that DauT is going to have 5 relics, which I think is going to compensate for his second TC being a little bit later. He's going to be like 6-7 vultures behind, but at the end of the day, 5 relics, which is a consistent gold income for him, is going to compensate completely for that. Plus the fact that he can do whatever he wants, so he could actually try, like, knowing that the castle is here. I think he knows about the castle. Let's take a look at DauT's POV. No, he doesn't know about the castle just yet. He may find out in a couple of seconds that it is there, but the idea is that if DauT knows that the castle is there, this is a good angle to attack the town center over there. So DauT making even TC number 3, which means that he's going to be able to catch up in eco, no problems, and we will have, as I said, potentially 5 relics for DauT over here, which is a very, very nice ending to this initial part of the game for him. Vivi's gonna try to get a conversion in with the laser monk, as a lot of people love to see that in Capture Age. We're gonna have DauT retreating for the time being. He's got quite a lot of conquistadors that are low HP, but at this point he doesn't have to fight here. He's more than happy to just pick up the relics. This one is gonna be a one that could potentially be denied, but I feel like he's gonna have no trouble getting 5 relics for himself, and he's only behind by 7 Voyagers, and he's going to be on 3 TCs, whereas Vivi is only on 2. I feel like DauT is having a firm control over this game. In this one, he's going to catch up in eco, and he's gonna have 5 relics, which is an insane amount of gold income. So much so that you might not even have to mine gold for yourself for a single castle conquistador production, or if you do mine gold yourself, you're gonna have no trouble getting to Imperial Age relatively fast. Nice conk micro. Vivi is extremely good with the Conquistador micro. One of his favorite units, if not the most favorite unit that Vivi has, is Conquistador to play with. So he's very, very good with the Conquistador micro, but DauT just has more numbers over here. So obviously this is gonna be a cleanup from DauT, and as expected, DauT is gonna bring in relic number 5 as well. This monk is just chilling over here. I think this monk wanted to pick this relic up, but it just stopped moving when the relic disappears from the map. And at the end of the day, as I said, DauT, 5 relics for himself. If you look at that gold income, that's gonna be crazy. At the end of the day, we are going to take a look at how much gold he got from relics, and we are going to see something like a couple thousand at least, even in a rather short game. And as you see, it's 7 Voyagers difference, but DauT has 3 TCs to play with, whereas Vivi is only playing on 2. The 3 TCs work more or less consistently for DauT, so he should be able to catch up. And now he's going to start getting to stone, so he wants some additional casts for himself. So what is DauT up to now? That's the question. He's getting Sensity, so he probably wants to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think that he knows that the castle is over here right now. That's what I believe, and that's probably true. So he feels like, okay, Vivi's got the castle back here, so I can push this side. And that is like a legitimate idea. He's gonna get a Conquistador converted inside the gate. If the castle wasn't here, that gate could have been held open, I think, long enough. And now Vivi's gonna get a stable for himself, so he will get Bloodlines and Husbandry for his conks, and now DauT is gonna have to change his plans knowing that the castle is over there. At this point, though, he's Suri on food, 3 TCs, almost caught up in terms of Voyager numbers. Vivi is still playing with only 2 TCs, and worth noting that Vivi, in order to not accidentally unpop his king out of the castle, he's keeping him back over here. This is fine for now, but you really have to be careful about misclicking your king. Like, let's say, okay, I have to select a bunch of villagers and send them to gold, or send them, I don't know, outside here to stone. Just imagine this. Vivi is like, there is so many things happening that just select a bunch of vills, send them out here, and you send your king accidentally over there. The reason why he's not keeping it in the castle is because when you're making conks, if you accidentally unpop your king from your castle, like there is a very, very good chance that your rally point is set at the same position you want your conquistadors to gather, and that could be in the middle of the battlefield, and that would probably mean that you will lose your king. So, by convention, if you're making unique units, you prefer not to have your king inside your castle. If you look at Regicide Fortress games, you often see that the players garrison the king into a tower that is available on Regicide Fortress. Nice Conquistador micro from Vivi over here. That was a beautiful fight for him. DauT getting closer to picking up the Imperial, so is Vivi. And, like, as entertaining as this Conquistador fight looks like, this is a very, very meaningless battle, to be honest, over here. Because, honestly, neither of the players will have the benefit from being able to secure a position here right now. Once you get to Imperial and you get traps, it is a completely different thing. But for the time being, we are pretty much in a position where Vivi is getting fletching, and he's making a range. Which means we're going to see skirms from Vivi. I think he's starting to acknowledge that he's not going to win this Conquistador versus Conquistador fight. So, DauT coming in here. Yes, he's got a sell wood. He's sitting on 1000 wood, getting heavy blow first for his eco, but once he balances out his eco, he should be able to go up into Imperial. And if DauT drops a castle here, which is something that he's getting close to, he could potentially control 2 of these gold mines over here, which would be pretty nice. He's already moving out to the other stone mine over here. So DauT prioritizes the neutral stone instead of this stone mine over here, because he knows that this could get denied by Vivi any moment. So it looks like Vivi is going to have to go for elite skirms, but I think Conquistador Rams, or potentially if it's full skirms, then Swordsman can work out nicely as well for DauT. And it looks like DauT is firmly controlling this Conquistador fight. He doesn't have bloodlines on those conks. This is brutal. DauT is winning this Conquistador fight without having bloodlines on his Conquistadors, whereas Vivi does have bloodlines. Vivi has +2 defense in, and he still lost it. I think the key was that DauT was able to consistently produce Conquistadors, and Vivi had, Vivi, for quite a while, he wasn't producing conks, and this is gonna get even scarier for him, because Vivi is not even remotely close to imping, if I'm not mistaken. He just spent all his resources to elite skirms, and all these Conquistadors being queued up. And DauT is already almost halfway into Imperial, and here in this fight, you can just dive in with your conks. I believe there isn't really enough skirms here right now for Vivi, although at some point DauT is gonna have to react to that one with something. If you convert a couple conks here, which may be a possibility, yes, there is one Conquistador, then this is completely fine for DauT, although he's slowly losing his conk numbers, so at some point he's gonna have to withdraw. Seems to be enough elite skirms for Vivi. The real problem is gonna be that DauT is gonna be imping. I think DauT initially wanted the castle somewhere around over here, but he realizes that, okay, I might not be able to get it up, so he's gonna get another castle here. And from this point on, it's probably going to be +4 defense. Potentially even elite conk rather soon, so that you get the tech advantage over the elite skirms, and then try to push the castle down with traps. The king for Vivi is still over here at the back. DauT indeed has bloodlines now. The monks at the back do more than just, you know, get conversions on Vivi's Conquistadors. They also are pretty efficient at healing these Conquistadors, which is rather helpful for DauT for resource retention. And as you see, he's immediately going for +4 defense, so he's a little bit more well protected against the skirmishers. DauT going for more Conquistadors over here, so no traps as of yet. And another castle from DauT, so he really wants this position secured over here. Vivi, not far away from Imperial, but even if he clicks up right now, it's gonna take 3 minutes until he gets there. So this is the moment where DauT is gonna say, okay, I need traps, because that's exactly what he's in the need of. I could justify a couple of knights as well against the skirms, But he's gonna have to start pushing his opponent fast over here because the imp advantage in Arena is always enormous. Just, you get up to Imperial faster, you're gonna be able to get traps out a lot faster than your opponent does. It looks like DauT is gonna go for his own archer ranges as well, so he just wants to make his own elite skirms, knowing that the quality of his own elite skirms will always be better than Vivi's elite skirms, as long as Vivi is not up to cast Imperial, and Vivi is still not clicking up, so as long as DauT is in Imperial and Vivi is in Castle only, DauT is more than happy to make his skirms, because he's gonna have +4 defense without any problems. Skirms, I think the Conch can just garrison the castle. I'm not sure if DauT is supposed to be taking this fight, because even with +4 defense, he's got +4 defense, you see it over here. This is wrong on Capture Age. Even with +4 defense, I feel like elite skirms are good enough to kill the Conchs, or at least be cost efficient against them, so yes, indeed, this wasn't a good fight for DauT by any means. And I think this is the moment where you might just go full elite skirm here, if you are DauT. Like, you can keep adding your Conchs from the back castle, but you should make 2 or 3 traps from these castles, so you actually start pushing Vivi, because your imp advantage is going to fade away at some point, and I feel like DauT isn't playing this one the best as it would be possible. Also missing a lead skirm upgrade that is just coming in. So he could very well be pushing Vivi by now. Once he has the lead skirms on the field, especially with Bracer, he's gonna be able to have a nice position over here. But yeah, Conchs and skirms for DauT plus Trebs should be able to win this fight for him, no trouble. But yeah, it's actually indeed weird that DauT is going to just, you know, play with skirms, because the problem is that this is fine for now because DauT is in Imperial and Vivi isn't, so the upgrades on those skirms are much better. It's going to be Bracer and +4 defense against just Botkin and +2 defense. But that being said, Vivi is still able to hold against the Conquistadors with the elite skirms, and as you see, DauT is nowhere close to trapping down the castles. Vivi may go completely unpunished for being late to Imperial by like 5 or 6 minutes or so, and that's a disaster for DauT, I think. That DauT should already be having traps out here taking down castles to prevent Vivi from making Conchs. This could have been a night switch as well from DauT, which would have been somewhat legitimate considering the fact that he already had stable up and bloodlines. He still can be pushing this, and this is the moment for DauT, I think. This is the moment where he starts to make traps. He kinda has to. There is chemistry on the way as well. Still no traps from DauT. I feel like this is a wasted opportunity for the Lord, because Vivi is gonna go completely unpunished for being 6 minutes late to him. If you see any arena tournament, and if you see why arena clowns are so good on arena, it's basically because they are just very good with their timings. And the imp timing and the trap timing is often huge. Sometimes you see players like arena clowns winning with 30 villagers against 100 villagers just because their imp timing is better. I still can't select castles, so I don't know how many traps are being produced. Now DauT is making traps on this castle. If I actually select the castle that is making traps, Capture is gonna freak out, but this, as I said, is a wasted opportunity for DauT, because now his opponent is up to Imperial and Vivi is getting Bracer, Vivi is getting Chemistry. This is a fight that is still in the favor of DauT because he still has the better upgrades, but instead of already pushing Vivi's base here, he's still just taking down this castle. So yeah, DauT still has 5 relics, and it looks like this push may be enough to finish off Vivi before Vivi can get his upgrades in. Vivi is getting rams out against the skirms, but now you could actually make an argument for just knights from DauT. He doesn't even need a lot of upgrades because there isn't really a lot of conchs on the field from Vivi, and if DauT gets 3 or 4 traps out, he's gonna be able to start pushing Vivi. DauT has a very good vision on the map as well with all those outposts, so this still may be enough for DauT, and I think that he's in a leading position. However, I feel like he didn't use his Imperial Age advantage as good as it could possibly have been. That's quite a lot of rams here, but the problem is there is no supporting army for the rams. So at this point, it takes quite a lot of micro from DauT to manually focus down the skirms, but you can do that. And you just need to get a couple of knights on the field, as DauT is doing right now, or potentially just get a couple of villagers to restore the rams with. This is going to buy some time for Vivi though. You see that those rams will take down the traps most likely, but it is 46 army against 20. 5 relics for DauT, and we also have to consider the map position you are in. Apparently, oops, DauT is saving those traps for now. And yeah, this is one of those wins for DauT where he overall outplayed Vivi, but I didn't like the way that he used his imp advantage here. So this could have been better for DauT. That being said, the ability to out-micro Vivi with Conquistadors, he also out-macroed Vivi when it comes to Conquistador production at the beginning of the game. And the fact that he was able to, you know, catch up in eco, grab 5 relics, that's a huge thing. We're talking about 174 population against 132, and scale botting is coming in. It appears that DauT wants to make sure that he isn't dying in the long game to, you know, just trash units. So he's gonna go light cav. He's conserving his gold, he's using the gold to make traps, he's using the gold to make conquistadors, and he's just gonna be playing with light cav, which is completely fine in this case. Although I feel like knights, even just a couple of knights, could have actually scaled a little bit better. In the long run, I like this cav or the light cav a little bit better, but I feel like here in this case you could have made an argument for cavalry or like a cavalier and knights, because it is much easier to get a decent number out that can deal with skirms. You need a lot more light cav to deal with skirms, especially until you don't get the armor upgrades. That being said, when +2 kicks in, this should be more or less a cleanup. And remember that still Vivi is sitting on 0 relics and very little map control as well. It looks like he's gonna try trapping this castle down. Worth noting that DauT is right now sitting on 6 castles. Vivi only has 2, so when it comes to Conquistadors, Vivi is not gonna be able to get good numbers up anymore. He's just almost exclusively skirms. And the problem here is that, as I said, at some point, the light cav are going to overrun you. Now it's Hussar, and you're going to get the +4 defense in very soon if you're DauT. DauT is floating quite a lot of resources in here, but with the light cav soaking up Smerifire and already the foundation of this castle being attacked, this castle is not going to stay up for long. DauT may lose this castle over here, but for now, what matters for him is that he's able to access this neutral gold, he's able to access this stone, he's able to access the other neutral gold as well. I think we're just waiting for the moment where DauT is able to get some Hussars out. I'm not sure if he has conscription. That will be pretty important to get right now for him, because he's floating a lot of resources. Basically, he is in a position to make a lot of military resource-wise. He just doesn't have the production right now, so he's getting a couple more stables up. Castle. Vivi's trying to save that castle, but there is only like 3 villagers repairing against 2 traps, so that castle is about to go down. Vivi takes down 1 from DauT as well, and it looks like Vivi wants to go for hubs now. So yeah, it's going to be hub and skirm. This is still debatable. Like, the thing is that trash could still be dangerous to DauT, because my main concern is DauT is mostly conquistadors. So, as long as DauT is mostly conks... oh no. Oh no. No! Don't tell me that this is a drop again. Come on, Definitive Edition. Okay, in that case, what we are gonna do is we're gonna go to Ashley's POV, who is also casting this. No, it's actually also dropped. So it seems like maybe all casters dropped. Yes, everybody dropped. All casters dropped here, guys. So we're gonna go to DauT's POV in here. That's the only thing I can actually show you guys right now. This is DauT's POV. Back in the good old days, casters were casting from player POVs. Luckily, we have a relatively unbalanced game over here. So DauT is having a firm control over this one. But it seems like it wasn't my Definitive Edition in this case. It was all casters dropping. So DauT, at this point... Oh, wait a second! Look at the top right corner. I didn't even notice this. In Regicide, are they having standard settings here? DauT is sitting on 5 relics. And the countdown is going on for the relics. I didn't even notice this. Capture Age doesn't show this stat. But it looks like DauT having the 5 relics also means that there's a relic countdown. Now, I would think that they are playing for Conquest mode still, so when the countdown is very low, DauT is just going to ungarrison 1 relic and restart the timer. But it doesn't really matter right now. Like, DauT is in. Remember that king on the top right or the bottom right corner for Vivi? This is why that is dangerous. If DauT's random scout right now just runs into Vivi's king here, Vivi could lose that king any moment. Okay, Chet said he's ungarrisoning to avoid relic win. Yeah, that's basically the fair play over here. Vivi taps out, and with that, we do have game number 2 in the hands of Lord DauT as well. We basically saw the majority of the stuff happening, so we didn't miss an awful lot of stuff. But it is somewhat concerning that Definitive Edition just drops for casters that fast. That could be a disaster for Hidden Cup qualifiers. So let's hope that they fix that ASAP. That's like a from a caster's perspective, that is a much more significant concern than, let's say, Custaliers being OP, because you can always figure something out to that. Like, I don't know, not allowing Burgundians to be played in a tournament or so. So, yeah, I don't like that we dropped, but it is what it is. So, let's hope that we're not gonna have anything else that is disastrous like that. It's interesting because this is the first time that I have any, issues with casting, but I heard that casting is a disaster nowadays. Anyways, we are gonna get into game number 3 over here. And just give me a moment, and we will take a look at the draft of this one. So I'm gonna restart my Age of Empires as well, just in case. And here is the draft. So Vivi, well, as I said, I can't actually mark it for each player, so we're just gonna do crowns everywhere. But DauT won both of the. Actually, yeah, this is fine this way. Unfortunately, we can't break it down individually with AoE to CM right now, but DauT won both games. And now we are going into Golden Swamp. So, Golden Swamp, and it is the previous game's loser selecting a Sif. So, once again, it's going to be Vivi selecting it. Considering that it is Golden Swamp, Persians, Portuguese, or Malay is what I'm expecting mostly. I would be tempted to say that Portuguese is going to be the candidate for that. All right, so let's look for the game. Hello, everybody who is just joining in, by the way. This is going to be 10 games overall. DauT is leading 2-0. And I think that's actually a scary thing for Vivi, because I would think that the Empire Wars games is something where I would give a massive advantage for Vivi over, or for DauT over Vivi. Hidden Cup map pools could go either way, I think. Golden Swamp is a map where I am favoring DauT over Vivi. Riverbed, no idea. Land Madness, no idea. Mega Random, I think I favor Vivi over DauT over there. But in the majority of the maps, I would think that DauT has the upper hand, and I thought that if Vivi wants to win, he's gonna have to win a map like Arabia, for example. So they are setting up the next game right now. So right now, Vivi is sitting on a prize pool of $200, and DauT is sitting on already 420. No, it's 320 only, because you get 60 for each victory. Yeah, I also think that it's actually a nice feature that you implement Empire Wars into a show match like this as well. It's not necessarily about having a full Empire Wars series. It's more about, hey, a couple of Empire Wars games never hurts, especially now that the meta is figured out. So, like most of the pro players have played Empire Wars at some point with Red Bull. So you could make an argument for, hey, we can have one or two Empire Wars games in it. Exactly. Same thing as just like sometimes Regicide gets put in there with Fortress, or same thing. I would also consider something like Islands being added to a map pool, because most of the players prefer to play land maps, and Most of the tournaments are usually land maps as well. However, it gives you a nice variety that you sometimes involve something different. The other thing that why this is also decent is because it makes the series a little bit less predictable. So, like as you have seen on Red Bull World of 3, the Empire Wars list of players, or like the performance in Red Bull World of 3 for each player wasn't necessarily what you would expect based on their performance in random map tournaments. So there's a little bit of a shakeup when it comes to the ranking of the players, and that's nice to be had because that gives more variety to a series. And let's say you have a strong player versus a weaker player on full Arabia, the strong player is probably gonna win 3-0. But if you actually mix in maps like Islands or one Empire Wars game, suddenly the weaker player may have the chance because he may be much stronger on those settings than he is on just standard random map Arabia. Lix versus Sorakuma Islands showmatch. I would think that it's gonna be full landing mode. I wouldn't actually mind it. I remember that Vivi was playing a Hidden Cup show match I casted with T90 in Hidden Cup 3 last year, and he was also landing. We knew that it was Vivi from the fact that he actually landed, pretty much. Anyways, we do have game number 3 coming up. Let's pray to the AoE gods that we do not have any game crashes or disconnects over here. We're gonna have game number 3 over here, DauT 1, game number 2 as well. And we'll have a Mongols mirror over here on Golden Swamp. Somewhat surprising, I would say. I expected Portuguese. And we will have DauT down south in blue, and to the north it is going to be Vivi playing in red. The swamp and overall the island in the middle is super tiny, to be honest. Oftentimes it's much bigger, but there's like a very thin part over here. So I would be tempted to say that in many cases on Golden Swamp you're able to have both players accessing the middle. In this case, that is not going to be correct. A single castle here would control all the gold, and whoever gets a castle up here is going to be enormous. Now, the water buffaloes give you some extra food to start with, plus you do have quite decent amount of hunt. You probably want to push in your deer at this point, though, because you are Mongols, so you want to capitalize on that hunt as much as possible. Other side, for Vivi, Vivi's base is actually relatively vulnerable if you look at it. He's got good stones and good gold spots. Whereas on the other side, DauT's stone spots are not so great. His gold mines are nice if you are able to wall this one off over here. It would be triple back golds. However, if you somehow lose this part of your base, this could end up being a disaster, so you have to make sure that this is actually walled out. Worth noting that on this generation, the two players have two relics very close to their starting position, so the relics aren't scattered across the map. Instead, you have two relics close to each player and one in the middle of the island. This map is actually very similar to the Cup map generation of Hidden Cup. In fact, I am 100% sure that like Golden Swamp was pretty much involved in the map pool of AoE 2DE around last April-ish, just around Hidden Cup, I think after Hidden Cup or so. So I am tempted to believe that the Golden Swamp took quite a lot of inspiration from the Cup map of Hidden Cup. Yeah, exactly, Ghost of Yoda. That's exactly what I was referring to. That I wouldn't call it a ripoff because fundamentally it's a quite different map. The thing is that on Cup there is a less or smaller importance for the island with gold, and it is less likely that you're going to take a fight on the middle early on. So this is much more focused towards the middle than Cup is. There is a very distinct difference between the island being between the two players or the island being away from the line that is between the two players. So if this was Cup, you would have something like the gold island being here, and that means that you are fighting not necessarily directly on the gold island. So on Cup, if you want to control the gold island, you may leave the front of your base open. Here, it's obvious. If you go for defensive castle here, the front of your base will be defended as well. So this map prioritizes the gold island control a lot more than Cup does in Hidden Cup, basically. If that's good or bad, that is completely up to the debate. I actually prefer Cup when it comes to how the games shape out in late game. but I prefer Golden Swamp in early game, to be honest. So, yeps. But indeed, there is a lot of maps in the map pool that are being implemented from previous tournament scripts, or at least inspired by those. So, Golden Swamp definitely was inspired by Cup. What else? The new map, I'm not sure which one is that, but the one that has the water on the north and you start on the south was probably inspired by Cape of Storms. And we had one more new map that was implemented recently. I forgot which was that. Someone on the chat probably knows which one was the other newly added map. I think that was also pretty much a copy-paste from Atacama. Atacama, it's somewhat surprising Atacama wasn't in the base map pool of the map, but yeah, Atacama has been a tournament map for years. And Bedouins, I was referring to Bedouins. You're right about Atacama, but I was thinking about African clearing as it goes. But African clearing is basically copy-paste Bedouins. All they did was just remove some shorefish from the pond, so Indians aren't that OP. But that's basically Bedouins as it is. I'm not even sure why they're using different names. Same thing for Four Lakes, which was Cross initially. That was also a map that was a long-time tournament map, but the game didn't have it, so they implemented it into the ranked matchmaking. I would think that the reason why they're using different names is because they probably want to avoid potential copyright stuff. So, you know, they probably don't want to get into stuff where the original map scripter shows up and says, hey, I was the one that named this cross, and you're not supposed to be using this without my permission or whatsoever. And so they are like, okay, we're just gonna make the exact same map script, make some very, very minor changes, and name it Four Lakes instead of Cross. Anyways, we do have a Barax up for DauT over here. Probably is gonna be a stable play, with Free Villagers getting that stable up. Vivi trying to get some lames in here on the Water Buffaloes. DauT is going to be fully walled in this corner very nicely. Gold at the back, stone at the back, and wood at the back. This is a beautiful, beautiful position. Vivi is playing wide open over here, and he is going for the docks. So he's going to have an eco lead over here with this one, and he's going to go for scouts. Honestly, if this is a scout war, I am completely fine adding fishing ships over here for Vivi, because he can defend the fishing ships with spearmen, and he's gonna have his own scouts anyways. If this was like both players going for docks, I wouldn't necessarily prefer adding fishing ships in this case, but as long as DauT is not adding a dock, I think Vivi is gonna be able to capitalize on those fishing ships very easily. So for now, Vivi is just going to do scouting around DauT's base. He's going to spot all the gold mines, but that scout is also very low HP, and there is a good chance that this scout could get intercepted by a spearman. And now DauT, seeing the opponent's fishing ships, he is going to go for his own dock. But this is the tricky part, because there's already a fire galley out over here. Spearmen do bonus damage against ships, by the way, and let's hope that the lags were just temporary over here. It would be, I think it probably is caused by one of the players if it's actually lag. Because, you know, we had no lag issues in post-Imperial scenarios so far. So, I would be tempted to believe that it's coming from the game for a change. But anyways, as I said, Spearmen do deal bonus damage against ships, and it seems like lag may have been fixed. There is some little lag spikes, so what I'm gonna do is minimize the game. And that's probably gonna help a tiny bit. Yeah, it did help a tiny bit. So, this is the moment where demos could be more than reasonable. Vivi gets a villager pick over here and he runs into DauT's base. But the scouts are mostly weak, so I don't think they will inflict an awful lot of damage. So, let's see what DauT can do. DauT loops around as well. Vivi is going for an archer range. That is gonna be for probably archers. I could have imagined skirms as well, just to deal with the spearman, but since he's already on gold, archers make more sense for him. But, well, scouts may be able to hit the wood line before the spearman gets. The spearman is just chilling. The spearman is just chilling here, which is a disaster for Vivi. Could lose at least a villager. Spearman also coming in here to help, and indeed, Vivi is gonna lose one wheel. DauT commits to this one and says, okay, I'm just gonna go for the second Voyager as well. These spearmen should be inflicting little damage though. So at the end of the day, we are gonna have a 4 Voyagers deficit for DauT because he doesn't have any fishing ships. He is gonna go for fire galleys and he's waiting for his opportunity to kill the fish from his opponent here, but Vivi is getting a nice little advantage from all the fish. And the longer you have the fish up for Vivi, obviously the more value he's getting from it. So at some point he's gonna be like, okay, whatever, I can afford to lose the fishing ships now because I already got the eco boost I wanted from it. So if you look at the overall food count, it kind of shows that Vivi, he still has quite a lot of water buffaloes, and he's gonna be able to play with a reasonable amount of food, whereas DauT already has to start mixing in farms very soon without the fishing eco. There is no horse color for either side, but DauT is forced to go for it right now, and Vivi could defend those fishing ships for the time being. A second dock coming up quite far apart just to make sure that you can actually have very efficient fishing over here. Vivi reacting a little bit too late, losing a fishing ship to this one, but here come the fire galleys, and the scouts could also get killed over here from DauT, which is sort of unlucky because you can replace the fire galleys relatively easily over here on the pond, but I feel like the scouts are more valuable because you can also hit your opponent's land eco. With that, Archer coming in here, and let's see if we have a demo coming in. Yes, we do. For now, it seems like Vivi is going to be able to hold this one. Let's see if DauT is focusing on the archers or not. There is the demo coming in, and the spearman is doing a lot of damage to the fire galleys. DauT splits away. Vivi is going to land a connection, but 2 fire galleys do survive over here, so that's sort of a good deal for DauT, because he could have lost this one very easily, and this one was also very close to being killed. So even though Vivi saved the fishing eco, this could have been better for Vivi overall. Anyways, it looks like Vivi tried voting himself up here for whatever reason that actually ceased to continue. There are some stray random wall foundations over here, so Vivi's base is a little bit messy over here. But looking at the food count, this is what you get from the fishing ships here. A persistent food eco, and that is gonna be giving him 400 extra food over DauT, and that should be a better castlage time. By the Fed Dragon, he's gonna loop all the way around with the archers. Could try hitting this wood line, but that's the only thing that he can realistically endanger. The rest of the places for DauT are relatively safe. No overchops, no easily destroyable walls. DauT can wall behind here if needed. But as I said, this is an extremely important wall for DauT because this is the key to all the gold that he has available. Anyways, it looks like Vivi is gonna be forced to take this fish once again, because this one has already ran out. Would be better for him if he took this one, because DauT is a lot further away from that. Vivi reacts right now. Demo. Let's see if you're going to see a split from DauT. Nice split. And a rather inefficient demo hit from Vivi over there, which is going to be costly because now he's getting overrun on water. In fact, DauT is going to have a nice demo in here. Vivi's going to lose water, so he's going to have to give up on this soon. I would think that at this point this is completely fine, because on the other hand, he's able to idle DauT's wood line over here. DauT is also going for his own archers, market wall behind to prevent the archers from breaking in. And the difference here is that Vivi is going to have like a solid minute advantage going into castlage. DauT isn't super far away either. And it looks like Vivi is just going to take the other fish over here pretty casually. DauT is going to be able to kill those fishing ships though. And probably the archers as well, which would be a little bit wasteful from Vivi. For now, DauT is about to go up as well, but he had to go for fletching first. That's a huge thing. Because Vivi is pressuring him over here, DauT had to go for fletching. Vivi could click up to castlage before going to fletching, which once again gives him a nice little advantage going into castlage. So if Vivi... Oh, there's an overchop. That explains everything. That explains everything. Now, Vivi shouldn't be engaging this one because there is archers here. This is a very, very tricky scenario because if you dive in right now, you're going to lose your archers and you're going to lose your castlage advantage. But I think, yeah, Vivi shouldn't be diving in here. He's gonna have to bring in some more archers, and he is going to do so soon. And this is the 1.5 minute castlage advantage that Vivi is gonna have to ride to victory in this game. DauT should be able to re-wall this one. This was a very, very tough decision for Vivi to make, because from one perspective, you could make an argument for being able to damage DauT's eco immediately, but you are likely going to lose your army, and when you have a castlage advantage like that, you prefer not to lose your army. Obviously, Vivi doesn't know if DauT has clicked up or when DauT has clicked up. And because of that, you can sort of make an argument as that is a reasonable engagement for Vivi. Over here picks off this Skirm, and yeah, that was a good engagement for Vivi. Intercepted the skirms over there. We have some big lags over here, so I'm tempted to say that I'm gonna restart my capture age over here real quick. That's gonna take like a couple of seconds. And it looks like one of the reasons why we have lags is because we have a pause anyways. And if there's a pause, that actually causes lags as well within capture age, as far as I know. But we should be good now. So I restarted capture age, and we should have a clean and smooth game now. Alright, TC number 3 is... that's just TC number 2 right now for Vivi. It's gonna be on stone, so I would think that we are going to see a relatively fast castle over here. So my concept on this one, and that would be something to consider for Vivi, that's a very inefficient double demo hit. 2 demos trade for 1 fire ship is actually pretty bad. And Vivi may still retain some of his crossbows here, which can be annoying at, you know, picking off fishing ships from DauT, picking off voyagers over here. So I would think that what Vivi could actually play for is dropping a castle early on over here, getting some Mangadai out, and then with the Mangadai you can drop your second castle over here. Indeed, Vivi is already sending voyagers to snow, so he wants a relatively fast castle being dropped. And DauT, instead of playing with Mangadai, he's gonna play with Cav Archers. Cav Archers pushed DauT all the way into the Red Bull Vololo Free Championship title, and it looks like he wants to play with those. From one perspective, it's totally understandable. In the long run, Cav Archers will be pretty much outplayed very, very heavily by the Mangadai. However, one thing that you can get here is that triple range Cav Archers with Mongols, you will be able to get military numbers up much, much faster. And one thing you could make an argument for DauT is, you know, getting Cav Archers out and then securing the middle with a TC for yourself, because you are going to have the temporary military advantage. We're going to see a fast bloodlines over here for DauT, and a second TC. So no ballistics, no tumbling for those Cav Archers right now. We'll be missing quite a lot of upgrades, and that's the main concern when it comes to Cav Archers, is that they're just not so great when it comes to fighting without upgrades. It looks like Vivi actually went for Wargari, so he really wants the pawn for himself. Pops out another fire ship over here, and Vivi is going to be playing with 3 TCs, sending Voyagers to stone, so he's going to be able to get the castle up in the near future. DauT just trying to dive in and snipe the fishing ships over here, and playing with the Cav Archers for now, and 2 TCs. I actually like DauT's 2 TC plus Cav Archer play a little bit better than Vivi's 3 TCs and single range crossbows here. DauT is going to lose a couple of Cav Archers for now, but this is what I said, DauT is just so good at controlling different groups of armies, and that's exactly what we're seeing over here. Even if it's just a couple of Voyagers being picked off, that's going to be very annoying for Vivi, and Vivi does have a lot of wood at the back, but that's -2 Voyagers, and the mobility advantage will be on the side of DauT. He's going to be sending in the next batch of Cav Archers very soon from the right, I would think. So when Vivi is pulling his crossbows to the left, DauT is going to send in the Cav Archers on the right. That's exactly how he won Red Bull Volo Free, using the mobility of the Cav Archers in this one. And as you see, even though Vivi is 3 TCs and DauT is only 2, DauT is only 4 Voyagers behind, which is completely satisfactory in this case. And we are going to have a third TC as well for DauT on stone. The other thing that you're getting here when you're playing with Cav Archers is that you're already going to start decking into Mangadai. So when you have your castle up, you can start getting out some very good Mangadai already. So you don't need to go for tumbling, ballistics, research. You already have those research by the time you get there. So in case for Vivi, for example, he's doing 3 TC boom and trying to go for a castle and Mangadai. Even if he gets the castle up, he's going to be missing quite a lot of upgrades on the Mangadai. Like, for example, bloodlines, for example, tumbling. Now these crossbows will be able to be a little bit disruptive over here, and I'm not sure if there is no holes over there. There could be a hole. DauT could take this fight, although without tumbling and ballistics for those Cav Archers, this would be rather unfavorable. He's got +1 defense in, which is not something that Vivi would have. But yeah, DauT should be able to clean this one up, and simultaneously he is hitting Vivi's eco. This is what DauT does so well. Micro here, look at this. Just a couple Cav Archers being annoying over here, couple Cav Archers being annoying over here, and Vivi, he's 5 Voyagers ahead, but his eco is getting pushed all the time. This is a cleanup from DauT, and DauT is at 26 military, whereas Vivi is at 7. I think DauT is well on his way towards another game victory, because even though Vivi's got 71 villagers, he's got like a consistent amount of 10 villagers idle, and that is far from ideal right now. And honestly, if DauT is on stone this heavily and he has a this big eco lead, I think that you are not messing around dropping a castle here. You are gonna drop the castle in the Vivi's face. So Cav Archers breaking in, Vivi trying to get TC number 4, but if these Cav Archers get in here, this is even TC number 5. This is not for booming. This is not for booming for Vivi. This is about, let's save my villagers, shall we? The concern here is that now DauT could actually camp down that stone mine, and if he camps down the stone mine, first of all, Vivi was close to dropping a castle. However, that's no longer the case because he made multiple TCs, and if all DauT does is just delay the stone mining from Vivi, Vivi is not gonna be able to get a castle up, and DauT is 9 on stone. All DauT needs to do is just delay the stone mining from Vivi as long as possible, so that Vivi doesn't have his own castle, and if DauT has this big military lead, he should be just bringing in villagers here and drop a castle here in the face of Vivi. And he's doing an awful lot of damage. Cav Archers being cleaned up by Scorpions, which is true, but at this point, Vivi's eco is an absolute mess. Like, Vivi has got 0 on gold. He's trying to get some mining camps out to get some stone for himself, but as I said, DauT at this point, he's all about getting stone and dropping a castle, I would think. He could try dropping a castle in the middle as well. He's gonna TC the middle first. But as I said, I have some feelings that DauT could actually go for a forward castle over here. More and more Scorpions on the field, but Scorpions aren't particularly great against the Fire Galleys. So if DauT can just lure these onto open field on the Boglands over here, he can actually go for the Scorpions over here as well. Anyways, another villager goes down from Vivi, and despite the fact that Vivi is on 5 TCs and now stonewalling himself on the right side, DauT has the even villager counts. DauT only was on 3 TCs and now going for University, and yet it looks like DauT is gonna be playing this conservative. So he's just gonna be like, okay, let's drop a castle in the middle. It's fine for DauT right now, I would say, and Vivi is gonna get the first castle up for Mangadai. Remember that Vivi doesn't have any upgrades for those Mangadai right now, so no Bloodlines, no Thumb Ring. That was a beautiful demo as well, but Vivi is still going to lose that dock, especially if, like, at this point you use your Cav Archers as well to focus down that dock, and Vivi is trying to repair it. DauT is gonna have to kill the Vil and finish off that dock. That dock is actually pretty important because DauT wants to have the freedom of having his pond safe over here, because that would give him the advantage to go for demos to sink trebuchets in the future, for example. I really love how he's controlling these wood lines with just a couple of Cav Archers over here. And you can see that Vivi is somewhat scrambling for wood, so he could actually go for this wood line and this wood line, but that's all that he can do. Vivi is trying to grab relics over here. DauT does the exact same thing, I believe. He's gonna have 2, but DauT can take this 3rd one and even this 4th relic. So once again, DauT could be at 4 relics very, very easily. So the real question now is who's gonna get to Imperial first, because Imperial Age could actually give you a huge advantage when it comes to getting traps out and taking down the opponent's castle. But there is also one more thing to add. Vivi is gonna be forced to make Mangadai on his castle, which means that he either makes Mangadai or he makes traps. However, DauT can also make Cav Archers, which means that DauT can just focus on making traps when the time comes up, and he can still have good military numbers because he's gonna have Cav Archers. So I still really like DauT's position here. A lot of those Cav Archers are rather weak, but he could actually get a couple of wheel picks over here. Vivi trying to redock this one for the time being. DauT, on the other hand, is going into Imperial. So if DauT gets to Imperial first, I don't see Vivi being able to hold that castle. Boom. So Imperial Age on the way for DauT. Vivi is not even remotely close, and if these Cav Archers come in here, they will disrupt the gold income as well. So this is gonna be awfully hard for Vivi to hold. He's gonna counterattack with a couple of Mangadai, but DauT has Mangadai over here as well. So it's not like this is gonna be any good for Vivi, and as I said, he's His Mangudai are horribly under-upgraded. DauT is just going to solidify the middle with a couple of castles over here. Vivi is gonna click up right now, but once again, DauT is gonna slip past his defenses. Look at this. He even knows that Vivi is gonna need a couple of seconds until he jumps into the TC, so he's gonna kill a couple of Vias before running past the TC. He could have just said, okay, I'm gonna run past your TC, and this would be a disaster for Vivi. He's gonna have to delete the walls, once again run for his life, and Vivi is just scrambling for wood control right now. And I think DauT is even missing tumbling from those cav archers, so these are not even fully upgraded. Vivi's eco is an absolute mess right now, consistently like 20-ish idols. He's getting torn apart by DauT's cav archers over here. Here comes Husbandry and Tumbling, and as I said, DauT is gonna have 2 castles over here and a massive lead into Imperial, so even though Vivi is gonna get this castle up, this castle is gonna go down immediately, and Mongol mirrors are all about Mangudai numbers and castle numbers, and as long as Vivi is forced to deal with this one inside his base, and now we have Tumbling as well for the CA, even if DauT loses this army at this point, this is worth it, although he's probably gonna take down the Scorpion. Scorpion retreats, and that's a bad move from Vivi, because the cav archers will just laugh at that, and as I said, even if DauT loses this army right now, the value that he has gotten out of that is insane. DauT has killed 38 Voyagers, lost only 2 in this game. Now, that number is going to increase in a matter of moments, because Vivi could intercept those Voyagers. I think DauT was just going for a neutral stone. DauT's gonna have his own Mangudai out as well in better numbers. And these cav archers are still being annoying over here. Look at Vivi. He's barely able to access wood. He's got 3 castles, but DauT already getting the traps out, already getting Chemistry Bracer in here for him. And Vivi's Voyagers are still just going down. This random Voyager is repairing a lumber camp while getting killed by the CA. It looks like DauT is gonna lose a couple of wheels here, but it's still 43 wheels killed compared to 10. And as I said, since DauT has ranges, he can make cav archers while he's making traps. So he doesn't have to make Mangudai all the time from his castles, whereas Vivi has to, because Vivi is Mongols. Also, it is a huge thing that Vivi is not making any Mangudai right now. Like, he's supposed to have Mangudai queued up on this castle so he doesn't fall behind in numbers. He's gonna have to pull a lot of Voyagers to repair, but as we know, the magic number for traps is 3. So 3 traps should be more than enough to deal with this one. And Mangudai numbers, or Mongol meters, are all about Mangudai numbers and castle numbers. Right now it's 3 castles for both, but I feel like Vivi is going to lose at least 1 castle over here. He's preparing for a big push in demos, but this position for DauT is insanely strong to hold. So I think that Vivi is going to lose this castle no matter what. The next castle is going to be interesting. DauT is going for 5 traps over here. That's insane. Also worth noting that he is on 2 relics, but I feel like he could pick this up easily. And it looks like Vivi picked up the other one, so Vivi should be on 2 as well. Or that relic was lost somewhere. Anyways, heavy demos even. Vivi is going for heavy demos. Oh boy. Oh boy, DauT. 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 This wasn't that bad for DauT, honestly. Like, this looked scary, but at the end of the day, what was the result? 2 or 3 Mangudai and the trap killed for like 5 heavy demos, and DauT is going to be killing this castle immediately Vivi taps out. So, yes, exactly. He wanted to kind of go for an all-in demo push to somehow salvage this day, but DauT reacted nicely. And with that, we have game number 3 in the hands of DauT as well. $60 for each game, and DauT so far is clapping, and we haven't even gotten to the Empire Wars maps, where I would massively favor DauT over his opponent, so that's the other thing as well, that we will still have 2 Empire Wars games in this 10-game set. DauT looking really strong right now, to be honest, and honestly, when I looked at this matchup, I was like, is this gonna be interesting? I would actually put DauT, especially after Red Bull, 1 tier above Vivi, to be honest, in terms of, you know, skills. And so far, my predictions sorta is working. I thought that Arabia is gonna be something that Vivi can make competitive. Golden Swamp was a map where I actually expected DauT to win, because Golden Swamp is like the traditional home map of the Gamer Legion team, by the way. So, DauT's actually pretty good on that. And now, we're gonna have a Hidden Cup map coming in. I think they can only select the Hidden Cup maps that were published, so the ones that are being played on the qualifiers. The funny thing is that the like there is going to be a second hidden cup map. Vivi is going to be the one selecting the first here, and then he's going to be selecting the Empire Wars map as well. But when we get to the second half of this show match, we will have DauT selecting the Empire Wars and Hidden Cup maps, and I would happily say, like, if I was DauT, I would just go for islands on the Hidden Cup map pool. So Vivi is apparently picking the mirrors from the civs that he selected himself. As I said, we have Hidden Cup maps. I would think that Magyars goes for Land Madness, which is game number 9. Malay could go anywhere. And basically, Vivi is the one selecting which mirror they are going to play. That's basically a thing. Can players choose opponent civs as well? I think they can. It is always going to be mirror civ, and it is always the previous game's loser deciding which civ they play for a certain matchup. So as long as Vivi keeps losing, he's going to be the one selecting civs for the upcoming game. Who's hosting this show match? It is not very well known, to be honest. It was posted on DauT's Discord, and there is no official information on who the sponsor is. So I can't actually tell you this much. Someone on AoE Zone, actually Toon was the one that actually asked on AoE Zone who is the sponsor, but there was no reply to that. So we don't know who exactly is sponsoring this. So yeah, that's basically the thing. Yeah, there is absolutely no information about the host or the sponsor. It was posted on DauT's Discord. That's what I know, and then from there it was posted on AoE Zone as well. I don't think it's a WWP sponsor, considering the fact that it was posted on DauT's Discord. I would be tempted to say that it is one of DauT's viewers, probably. I don't think it's WWP, although it could be. The fact that Vivi is involved could be a clue. Although WWP usually sponsors Steam games, so that's why I would be surprised. Though the fact that it isn't announced on AoE Zone is a strong clue towards WWP, because those are the show matches that are never getting published on AoE Zone, unfortunately. So we're going for slopes. So the most balanced map, or well, the map where Tristan said it gives you a lot of variety, and then in Hidden Cup 3 we always saw Indians winning that. Slopes is gonna be the map that they're going to be playing. I wonder if they made any changes to that map. That's gonna be the first time I'm seeing this. There is no Indians in the Civ pool right now, so I would think Bulgarians is one of the things you consider, because the fast minute arms can be a thing at pressuring the food eco. Sicilians could be a fun one to think about. Burgundians could also work out. Magyars can be reasonable as well overall. So I could make a lot of arguments. Eventually, 10 civs were picked, so all 10 of these will be played. So no worries, you're going to see Sicilian mirrors. And there is going to be a Burgundian mirror as well. They did make changes, just wasn't announced which so far. Technically, Slopes is going to be played on the Hidden Cup qualies. So the thing is that they are probably already playing the map version that will be mostly played in Hidden Cup. So unless it is very, very broken or very unbalanced, Hidden Cup is supposed to have this script being used as well. This is already HC4. Slopes has 2 fish and 4D on both sides now. I see. So it's a little bit more balanced. That makes a lot of sense. So instead of having like 1 fish and one like 1 fish on one side, or like 1 pond of fish and the deer patch on the other side, now they balance it out. That makes a lot of sense, because The thing is that you have to make your decision where you go. Like on the previous version of slopes, you had to make up your mind if you go for the hunt or you go for the shorefish, and obviously everybody went for Indians and went for shorefish. If you have a mixture, it's not that obvious which civ you select. Like if you have shorefish and hunt at the same position, you can make an argument for Mongols being reasonable as well. We're going to see a Magyar mirror in this one. So welcome to game number 3. This is Hidden Cup 4 Slopes. You're going to see this map played quite frequently in Hidden Cup. In Hidden Cup 3, these ponds were full of shorefish, and the other side had the deer. I feel like this is a lot more balanced as a map script, and it makes Indians a lot less viable on this map. In fact, I would say that now you could basically exclude both Indians and Mongols from the list of overpowered civs on this map, because there isn't really a huge amount of hunt here to justify Mongols that much. They are nice, and you are going to mill one of these. So you're definitely not going to mill your berries. You mill your pond, and you take your shorefish first and then hunt later. However, because there's only 4 deers on one side, I would be tempted to say that Mongols aren't going to be that overpowered over here. And it is also worth noting that I think Japanese is a civ that you can make an argument for now for this map, because it is definitely worth placing a mill over here. Same thing, potentially getting a mill up over here, and then later on getting a mill over here. So the cheaper Japanese mills could be something that you really could consider in this scenario. It is also worth noting that apparently we do have these indents now for the players. I don't think that these were there in Hidden Cup, or at least not as consistently. But that's basically, I think, all the change that we're seeing. The other thing I'm noting is that we have a lot less gold and stone on the outside. I think we used to have a lot more gold and stone on the upper parts of these slopes. Now we have each player having 4,000 of gold on one side and 3,000 of stone on the other side. And the majority of the gold and stone is in the middle, so most of the fighting is going to happen over here because you're going to be fighting for all these gold and stone. Still, this is going to be a very, very aggressive feudal age map, most likely. Probably the reason why Vivi picked Magyars for this map over here. And DauT bringing in the first boar right now, and no villagers being sent out so far. Usually you wait until you have like 2 or 3 villagers that you send out. You don't want to send a single villager because the scout can kill that easily in this one. And through that, we didn't talk about the fact that the relics are also balanced. Each indent has 1 relic and 1 is in the middle. I don't think relics will be that much important in the majority of the games on slopes in Hidden Cup, because slopes is usually decided by early to mid castle age. Sometimes it can go very, very late, like we have seen, I think, the Hera versus Selan series, last Hidden Cup, was featuring a very, very long slopes game that was like well into post-Imperial, almost 2 hours or so. We also had another one, which was Winchester versus... I don't remember who he played against. Maybe Sobek? I'm not sure. That was a qualifier game. And that also was a very, very long slopes game. I think those were 2 most entertaining slopes games. Personally, I am a fan of like late game post-Imperial fights, so I'm not that big of a fan for these very aggressive feudal age maps, but it is not my tournament, so it's not my authority to decide. I understand why Tristan likes this map. I see a lot of potential in it. I just am personally not a big fan of the open feudal age aggressive maps. I don't like booming maps for casting, like, I don't know, Arena. I like kind of intermediates, so where you are gonna have some early fighting, but it's not all about, I don't know, 100 scouts in feudal age and, you know, you get to castle age at minute 55. That would be kind of disappointing. Anyways, we got 1 hit in on DauT's scout. He's at 40 HP, 37 for Vivi's scout, so apparently both of them did take some damage, and this is surprising. They're not moving out for pond. So obviously for this new map script, no one actually has figured out the meta, and we will see the meta evolve during Hidden Cup. But I would be tempted to say that if this tendency continues, then we may just see the players completely neglecting these spawns because they are like, the thing is that you're not getting an awful lot of value for 4 deer and 2 shorefish as compared to the danger that you are facing when you are moving out with villagers over here. I could see some players moving out, but I'm tempted to say that indeed I think this reward is a little bit too few for the risk. I would say that if you add 1 more tile of shorefish and 2 more deer, players will be much more motivated to move out here. And if the players aren't moving out to these spawns at all, I'm fairly certain that they will do this change or something like that for Hidden Cup, because the entire concept of this map is that you kind of have to move out here to one of the sides and be aggressive over there. Inca may be more secure to go to the outside and tower the opponent. The thing is that you are only more secure with Inca once you get the upgrades in Feudal Age for your villagers, but that is quite expensive. You don't have scouts, so you don't really have a good mobility. And lastly, the most important thing is that the main concern is that this is exposed to a drush, especially after the Palisade Wall nerf. Something we didn't talk about so far for this map. That because the Palisade Walls were nerfed, that also makes the players less motivated to move out here. In the previous version of Hidden Cup, Palisade Walls were much stronger, so you could make an argument for moving out, dropping a mill and walling in your villagers. Now that's no longer the case, and I think that for this gain of 2 shorefish and 4 deer, this is not something that you really want to go for. I think if the script remains like the way it is, then the most reasonable thing to do is use your scout to push in deer from over here, which takes some time, but you could actually do that yourself. Anyways, DauT is going to be fully walled, Vivi is playing with an open base, and DauT is going for a scout's play over here, whereas Vivi is going for what is Drush into archers, I assume. Drush FC would be more than ballsy in this scenario, to be honest. And this is quite late for men-at-arms. Oh, he's already up. I didn't notice this. I thought Vivi is still in Dark Age. In this case, you could go men-at-arms with Magyars, because the Magyars will get the extra forging, so... Magyar men-at-arms is a very underrated opening. Vivi now is moving out. Interesting decision that he's moving out after Feudal Age. I feel like it is safer in Dark Age, and also I'm not sure why he's taking the Hunt, because the Shorefish is still better than the Hunt. Now, obviously, against the Scouts play, the Spearman is a very, very nice defense, and I feel like if your opponent is only going Scouts, the Spearman defense is more than satisfactory to defend your villagers here. This is why I like Vivi's Man-at-Arms play a little bit better, because it's much harder to play against the Man-at-Arms especially. Oh, I'm messing up the 2 players. Ah, I see, sorry for that. Like, previous game it was the other way around, right? Vivi was red and DauT was blue. They're flipping around colors, and that's actually pretty annoying. Sorry for that, I didn't even notice this. So, yeah. Replanning. In this case, Vivi is playing Scouts and Vivi is playing full walls. And DauT is playing Man-at-Arms. Regardless of that, I think the Man-at-Arms play is more viable over here. Especially because you assume that your opponent is gonna go for Scouts. So you can actually deny the outside pawns with Man-at-Arms a lot easier. That being said, DauT is gonna get punished for playing wide open over here. Because that's already 2 villagers down, and those Magyar Scouts kill villagers super fast. Make it 3 and 4. DauT lost 4 villagers for 0 gain over here, and it is Vivi getting the archers out. Can't I switch colors by selecting DauT and switching team colors on? I think I can, but I don't really want to do that anymore in this game, because that would probably make a lot of people confused. For next game, we will standardize the colors, let's say, over here. So DauT is down by 4 villagers. It only shows as free because Vivi, I assume, had some T-settle time. There is not that much of a T-settle time difference, so I'm somewhat surprised that that villager difference is only like 3.5 or so. Yeah, it's like a 3.5 villagers difference. DauT bashing his way through the walls. There is 2 villagers idle for Vivi over here, so there is at least some benefit from DauT for these men-at-arms. And remember that he is getting the hunt, so even though he's lower in villager count, the fact that he's able to take the hunt and the shorefish, the fact that he's idling 2 villagers, I think the 2 ecos are still relatively similar. Now, those archers will be able to scare away the men-at-arms, and Vivi still has quite a lot of scouts in here, and the thing is that many scouts can easily jump spears, so it's not really a big deal, and DauT may not even be able to access his gold mine. I feel like it's not working out well for him that this map is open, and now we see why Vivi wants to play this map, because it's a very, very open map. Gate foundations have also been nerfed, so scouts will be able to get through them very easily, and that could be another villager getting picked off. Now Vivi's gonna have to disengage. I don't like that he's fighting the spearman, but it looks like he's gonna trade 1 scout to 1 spear, and DauT is going to be forced to pull back his men-at-arms. So you see why Magyars is the pick for Vivi over here, you see why he picked this map. Vivi is pretty good on open maps, so that's probably the biggest strength of Vivi, and I would think that on Hidden Cup we're also going to see Vivi using this map quite frequently. This also is a strong sign that, you know, if you're up against Vivi in Hidden Cup, I think Vivi is going to have to qualify if I'm not mistaken. You may want to ban this map because it looks like Vivi likes to play this one. 7 villagers killed, 8 now, and I think overall, speaking of Vivi in Hidden Cup, as DauT is getting completely smashed over here by the Magyar scouts, if it comes to Vivi, I think you want to play maps like Islands, Bay, so hybrid and water maps against Vivi, if you really want to win. Now DauT is going to make his stable, but at this point his food eco isn't amazing, and on such open maps, first to castle usually wins the game because Vivi is going to have +2 attack knights on the field in a moment. I really like how Vivi is playing this one. DauT, his idea to move out is nice, but I feel like the man-at-arms didn't get any value. If he was fully walled on his base, I would have said this is fine, because then he can focus all his defensive spearmen on protecting these villagers. But considering how open DauT's base is, Vivi, all he needed to do is just hit this part of the eco. Now, it is worth noting that DauT is getting a massive benefit from the hunt and the fish. You see that over here. That even though DauT is behind by pretty much 7 villagers, which is actually even more, it's 9 villagers, because that was the amount that was killed from him, he's still having a pretty reasonable castlage time compared to Vivi, because he's getting compensated by the fish and the hunt. Vivi now could move out himself, but I think he's just going to prioritize going for knights, getting the blacksmith in just now. And fun fact, you actually get the extra attack with Magyars even if you don't have the blacksmith up. That's actually important to note, because you don't need to make the blacksmith to get the attack upgrade. That comes in immediately even without the blacksmith. So even if Vivi wouldn't have a blacksmith, he would have +2 attack when he reaches castle age. So scale botting, it's gonna be +2/+1, which is perfectly fine for Vivi over here. And DauT going for his own bloodlines. I think Vivi may have bloodlines himself, that's true as well. Eco upgrades are completely even. I don't think that Vivi knows that DauT is out here, but DauT is soon running out of hunt and shorefish, which means that we will be settling in with a pure 9 villagers lead for the 2 players. TC idle time is exactly the same. Vivi is going to TC here on the gold. I think when you're playing this map, the other TC that you make has to be on the wood on the outside, because you don't have great wood lines to work with. And Vivi is already coming out with the knights, +2 defense on the way as well. And let's see if Vivi actually found the mill. He didn't see the mill, but he sees the hunt disappearing, which means that he should know that there is villagers over there. And if DauT gets his villagers killed here, which is a very, very reasonable possibility, then he is gonna be in trouble. Monastery being rushed up by DauT to get some conversions in, but that monastery may also go denied. Vivi's gonna go for monastery himself, and the monastery is not even gonna go up for DauT. This is, I think, game over for DauT here. He's behind by 10 villagers. He's playing on 1 TC. Monastery isn't going up. His gold mine is kind of getting pushed here pretty hard. And Vivi is already getting knights out here as well. He's going to have monks, so he can convert DauT's knights. DauT is 9 on food, Vivi is 20, and Vivi is going to be playing on 2 DCs. Vivi is not going to go 10-0 here. He is going to take at least 1 game over here. In this one, because it seems very unlikely that DauT is able to pull this one back from this big of a deficit. And look at that. The Knights dragging away all the Knights from DauT, and now the rest of the Knights from Vivi coming in here to hit DauT's gold mine. This is played excellently by Vivi. I think that this is the cleanest game that Vivi has played. This was played very, very well by him. So, in the previous games, there were some potato moves from Vivi. I think in this game, he played really well. He loses one knight to conversion, and another one is going to go down, I think, to the TC fire. So at this point, DauT's got double the army, but DauT's at 25 villagers. So DauT's ability to replenish army is pretty much non-existent. Whereas Vivi is going to be able to get some monks out himself, even gets a relic. Let's see if we have a conversion. We do not. Interesting to see that Vivi is not moving out with the villagers to the outside, but DauT is at 25 villagers and 1 TC, and 18 villagers were killed by Vivi. He's got Boso as well, +2, +2. DauT's got +2, +1 only. So yes, DauT has more army right now, but he's not going to be able to mass that army anytime soon. Plus, some of that army was men-at-arms. So at the end of the day, it's 7 knights against 9. Vivi's got some massy parts of his own eco. So he's going to have to fix this one, but it's 20 on food against 11 on food. And I feel like the next wave of knights is going to finish off DauT completely. In fact, indeed, the spearmen are going down. Another 2 or 3 villagers will be biting the dust over here. DauT is at 26 villagers. We're at 26 minutes in the game. So, yeah, I think it shows that playing wide open on this map, especially if you have a slow army like men-at-arms, is absolutely not viable for DauT. He's gonna make one big push here, but Vivi is more than prepared for that. And at this point, all Vivi needs to do is just, you know, keep booming. He's gonna have a reasonable eco. As I said, I don't like that he dropped the third TC over here instead of actually moving to the outside. Normally, you want to move out, at least with your third town center, so you have a consistent and good and long-term wood eco. I could also like Vivi now sending out a couple of villagers to take this one if he wants to. For now, he's collecting relics as well. He's gotten 2 relics too, which is, once again, amazing. So it's not just about, you know, having basically 30 villagers lead over here. It's also about having 2 extra relics. To that, monk numbers are actually better for DauT. And let's see, Vivi's gonna jump back into the TC. This is the fight that Vivi has to take. He's got better upgrades. He's got a TC fire potentially supporting as well. There is a conversion before that monk goes down. Even a few villagers were pulled. But it is about Vivi being able to replace army, and DauT does not. That's basically it. DauT taps out, and we will have a game for the Fat Dragon over here in this one. This was a very clean game from him. I think when you look at the villagers killed and lost, it kind of tells the story of the game. 20 villagers killed by Vivi, and 1 from DauT. Hera, yeah, you're supposed to be able to cast these. So yeah, there should be no trouble. As far as I know, it's open casting, and we have other casters casting it. So it's not my show match, but as far as I know, it's open casting. AoE Zone has a post on it, so I'm gonna double check it. But there was no restrictions, or it doesn't specifically state it's open streaming, but it doesn't state it's closed streaming either. So if you go to AoE Zone, there is the show match posted. So everything that is info related to that. No, I'm not hosting this. I'm not sure where they got that info from. We don't know who is hosting this. That's the thing. So let me show that. So in AoE Zone, someone posted that this appeared on DauT's Discord, and Toom even asked who is the sponsor, but there is no replies to that. So we don't know who is hosting this. It's not me. I'm gonna make it clear. And yeah, it might be worth saying. I don't know how people are even thinking that I'm hosting this. Like, maybe because I was the only person that did a feedback before. Like, now Mambo also did a feedback on it, that he's casting it. But maybe that's why, but I don't know. If I was hosting it, I would have posted it myself. And also, I would have posted it, you know, with streaming rules and whatnot. But it is not specifically stated that it's closed streaming and there is multiple people casting, so you should have no trouble casting. And yeah, have fun doing it. Good luck, Hera. So Anyways, we have the fourth game in the hands of the Fat Dragon, and now DauT is gonna be selecting the first civilizations, and we go to Empire Wars. This is where I would think that DauT is gonna have a massive upper hand over his opponent. So I am not sure what Vivi's plan is. The civilizations are actually going to send this to Hera. So Magyars are being crossed out over here, and we will go into Empire Wars. So DauT, he still has all of his civilizations. Vivi selected the mirrors that were all drafted by him. Technically, you can select any mirror, as we have Zorak Zilik. Thank you so much for the second month of support. Welcome back. I greatly appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much. So it is Red Bull World Free map pack. Considering that we have Bulgarians over here, I could see something like Winged being the map and Bulgarians being played. I could see some interesting Burgundian strats, although I feel like Burgundian is actually weaker on Empire Wars because you can't actually use the eco advantage in Dark Age. Sicilians could be a very interesting. Honestly, Sicilians on Winged could be a very, very strong play. Think about that way. Because one thing we didn't see is how these civilizations perform in Empire War settings on the Red Bull map pool, because the DLC was released the day after Red Bull. So Sicilians could be a fun one for Winged, to be honest. We could see something like, I don't know, Frigid Lake with Persians. So there's a lot of options. Let's see what DauT chooses as his home map. Yeah, Sicilian's mirror is pretty much first to First Crusade, exactly. And that's why it's called First Crusade. Because the player that gets First Crusade the second would actually get Second Crusade, you know? Alright, so do we have a lobby? That's the question. I think DauT is trying to figure out what map to play and what's safe to play right now. There are multiple Crusades. Honestly, that would be a nice meme if they did something like, you know, if you research First Crusade, then it's, you know, first. But if you're the second player researching it, it would be called second. Obviously, historically, that wouldn't really be appropriate, but it could be a nice meme being involved. But yeah, I'm curious how they're going to nerf the Sicilians here. Like Sicilians, Burgundians probably will be nerfed before Hidden Cup, I would think. Because indeed, in certain situations, these guys are extremely strong. And I feel like before Hidden Cup, they probably want to implement some changes. And the third time your king will die, or I don't know which crusade that was. Fourth Crusade? Let's do Wikipedia. Fourth Crusade. We have some time until they actually launch up the game. Maybe reduce first Crusade to 3 TC instead of 5. Potentially, I would say 5 TC is fine, but instead of 10, it spawns 10 sergeants, right? So instead of where is that? Sicilians. Yeah, it spawns 10 sergeants. It should be 5 at max instead. I could see something like, I think 5 per TC is fine. Even if you have 5 TCs, that's 25 army. 25 army is relatively reasonable for a Castle Age scenario. 50 army is way too much. 50 army is like a late Castle Age, early Imperial type of army number. The fourth castle, or fourth crusade, was the one where Constantinople was actually conquered. I don't think that you're referring to the fourth crusade. Because like that basically was the fourth one was where Constantinople was sacked. So I think you're referring to the third crusade. Third. Yeah, Barbarossa is the third crusade. Barbarossa and Saladin. But definitely isn't the fourth crusade where your king dies. Although technically, if you look at the crusades, you also have to consider that, there were a lot of kings around that time. So it wasn't just, the major European powers. You also had a lot of crusader kingdoms where, oh yeah, I'm the king of this little crusader kingdom, I'm the king of the other one, and so. Anyways, it looks like we're playing Atacama with Bulgarians. So no winged for us. Atacama was one of the better maps for DauT when it comes to the Red Bull performance, and we are going to have DauT playing as Bulgarians in blue. Right side is going to be Vivi playing in red as Bulgarians as well, and this is the Red Bull Volo version of Atacama, and you are going to have pawns in the corners. Because of that, DauT is sending 2 Vogers immediately, so he is going to get a dock up for himself, and it looks like he's opening men-at-arms. Meanwhile, Vivi is going to play scouts. Now, it's actually a little bit ballsy from DauT that he goes for Atacama from the Red Bull map pack, because Atacama is one of those open maps where Vivi could also thrive, to be honest. Like, Vivi loves playing open maps, and Atacama is definitely a good example of that. Now, the man-at-arms could be tricky for Vivi to fight against, especially if they're supported by a spearman. The real question is if DauT is able to protect his Vogers from the scouts. In the long run, DauT is going to have a nice benefit from the fishing eco over here. He also has 2 Vogers on the box turtles, which is something I like. This is why he sends 2 Vogers over here. Voice gone? What? What do you mean my voice gone? Did my voice just cut out, or my voice is just awful as it is? It could possibly happen because it has been 2.5 hours of casting, and yeah, or shouting at Verizon. Oh, I didn't even tell you that story. That I told you the story of. Well, I'm gonna tell that story in between games. Please remind me to tell you the story between the games, okay? Because I'm gonna focus on this game. But once we have some downtime in between games, I'm gonna tell you that story. So someone please remind me to that. So anyways, if you remember how DauT won some of the Atacama games in Red Bull, I don't think it was against the finals. I think it may have been against Tio or so, that he had a lot of pawns. And he got smashed in the middle in terms of Voyager count, but all the fish compensated for it. Now, that being said, the scout from Vivi is down, and I think the men-at-arms play is good here, because this forces Vivi to react with archers. And that is 2 Voyagers down from Vivi. could make it free unless Vivi micros this one, right? The tower goes up, but you just forced the defensive tower. You forced Vivi to go into archers, whereas Vivi wasn't really able to do much with his scouts, and now DauT can just go for his own scouts very, very happily over here. May lose 1 or 2 villagers to this one, though, because there is no defensive spearman here. But he's getting firm control over this game right now. 3 villagers killed by DauT, only 1 by Vivi, and also have to add the fact that DauT has some fishing eco working for him, whereas Vivi does not. Yes, I know that we changed colors once again, but we'll keep this like this. For the most of the show match, DauT was blue and Vivi was red. In the previous game, it was flipped up, but the reason why I was going for blue and red here is because I think that for most games we had blue for DauT and red for Vivi. We will stick with this one for the rest of the show match, if I have the option to do that. Anyways, 9 villagers on berries from DauT, so he really is starving for food, and he's gonna go double stables to catch up in terms of food count. I really like this arc over his wood line, so DauT is playing this one super smart, I would say, and honestly, this strategy from DauT kind of feels like this could have been very good for, like, the Red Bull finals. There is scouts breaking in here, 2 villagers and a spearman over here, and let's see the micro. There is still quite a lot of scouts in here, and a lot of them have high HP. That failed wall is going to cause a disaster for DauT over here, because as good as his position was up until to this point, now this is an absolute disaster. He's going to be forced to make a defensive tower just as much, and even though the strategy choice is nice, this wall not going up is an enormous thing, because now Vivi is killing villagers as well, and all the eco lead that DauT had is more or less gone. Now, he still has the fishing eco here, which is worth noting, but this was a great scenario from DauT, and now it went into an okay scenario from him. So, I really like this idea from DauT of, you know, doing this half-arc wall for yourself and the men-at-arms into scouts play. I feel like this is something that he may have even went for in Red Bull, that villager saved in the last moment. If that was a scout and not a man-at-arms, that could have been a completely different thing. 2 men-at-arms are pretty much thrown away here by DauT, not ideal for now. Vivi has 25 on food, that's crazy. That's an insane amount of villagers on food, even though he's running out of berries just now, so suddenly that count is gonna drop down to something like 12, 13. And it looks like Vivi is looking at the gold mine saying, hey, where is DauT at? But DauT is nowhere. Some of the scouts bump into the spearmen and lose quite considerable amount of HP. DauT is rather low in food villagers as well. And even more important, I think this one archer actually scared away DauT's villagers from the box turtles. Other than that, we do have a reasonable food income here for DauT that is still worth considering. And he's also in the possession of Horse Collar, whereas on the other side, Vivi doesn't have Horse Collar. So these farms, look at these. These farms will start expiring very soon. So suddenly, Vivi is gonna be without farms for quite a while, whereas DauT's farms are... Well, some of these farms are expiring, but the new farms... Actually, what am I talking about? I forgot that this is capture age, sorry. The capture age isn't showing the exact food count that's remaining on the farm. I have to get used to that because the in-game overlay does show that, but... this is a legacy thing in Age of Empires that... In reality, the farm doesn't have like 300 food on it all the time. It is pretty much slowly stockpiling food on it. This is a completely legacy thing. I think Trirem and the Capture Age guys said that a couple of days ago. I get debated by this because on the in-game overlay, what you see here is the remaining food on the farm, but on Capture Age, you can't see that. You see that it's going up to 14, and at some point, it's gonna start dropping. So that's just a legacy thing in Age of Empires, and Capture Age is using that as well. Anyways, that's a strong force over here, supported by Spearmen, so DauT scouts aren't necessarily going to be amazing here, but it's Bloodlines and +1. Yeah, T-West and Spirit has a video on that. I didn't know about that, but I assume that if this is a thing, then they do have videos on it. DauT mismicros his army quite heavily over here, but it is still Bloodlines and +1/+1. So this is a fight that he should be able to take comfortably. Vivi is apparently thinking about going into Castle Age here, but that is a dangerous decision to make over here, because DauT's army is enough, especially now that he has cleaned up the entire army from Vivi, that he could just do triple stable scouts. And with Bloodlines +1/+1 and such an open map, there is a very, very good chance of DauT being able to hit critical farming eco and food eco over here. And, well, it looks like Vivi wants to do a sneaky tower. This is a tower type that Vivi loves to do. He's probably the person that does the most out of these single villager sneaky towers. Now, Vivi will wall that villager in. DauT, what he can do to react to this one is make his own tower with like 5 villagers. The problem is that DauT doesn't have stone for that. So at this point, DauT needs to pull like 3 villagers and just bash down that tower. That's probably the simplest way of dealing with that one. DauT possesses a 10 villagers lead, but Vivi is on the way towards Castle Age. And usually first to castle wins the game, especially with Bulgarians, because with Bulgarians, 4 on stone for Vivi, that's gonna be a crepas drop over here, especially if you still have a tower supporting you. Now, DauT had to buy stone here. So you see he bought 100 stone, and this tower is gonna go up. He may even deny that tower, I think. Nope, he won't. But he can just pull 2 villagers and bash this down from the inside. Scouts getting some kills on the villagers, but I think there is enough spearmen here to defend more or less. 5 villagers killed on both sides, and DauT's fishing eco is soon going to run out of fishable fish. So he's gonna have to start adding fish traps in this one. DauT is still very far away from Castle Age. And that is a very, very dangerous spiral. Because if you are late into Castle Age here, then you are going to be forced to make feudal age units to deal with the opponent's Castle Age army, and that's going to be so inefficient that you will never get to Castle Age because you have to invest a lot more resources into that. It appears that we will have triple stable knights from Vivi over here, has +1/+1 already with bloodlines, and should be grabbing at least +2, I would say +2 attack. Makes more sense here for Vivi because there is no archers to fight against, so +2 attack is something I could justify a little bit more. DauT getting a dock up on the bottom pond, but no fishing ships right now. This could be a good move from him, especially if he takes down the spearman first. But I think there is enough spearmen, especially with +1 attack here. They even have +1 defense on the spearman, so this is enough spearmen for Vivi to defend against this one. And DauT on the way to Castle Age right now, but he's gonna have to somehow survive 3 minutes in order to be able to get his own knights. Indeed, there is some fish on the top pond. There is no fishing over here. DauT is pretty much colonizing all the lakes over here. The problem is that he's gonna get overrun in the middle by knights. This is the moment where you start spamming out spearmen if you're DauT. This is why he's making the second barracks ASAP. Getting the defense upgrading as well is pretty crucial as well. And you just can't allow your wood line to be breached by knights. DauT is gonna have to do some crazy walls over here to make this happen. Still 1.5 minutes remaining. But if DauT gets to Castle Age here, and that's basically what he has to play for, wall this one off, you may be okay idling your food eco a little bit, especially if you have a lot of spearmen supporting, because the initial knights from Vivi will still not be amazing against the spearmen. They will pretty much be able to overrun them over time, but as you see, DauT with double barrack spears should be able to hold against this one until he gets up to Castle Age, and when he gets up, he's gonna possess a nice little 15 villagers lead. This is the problem, however, when you're facing Bulgarians, that they will just drop a castle in your face and all that villager lead is gonna go away for DauT, especially because he's not reacting to this one right now. He's probably microing his spearman, but he just lost a couple of villagers over there, and he's gonna have to move elsewhere, but those parts of his base aren't walled and there is no supportive spearman over here. He's gonna try and counterattack with the scouts, maybe try to hit these lumberjacks. For now, he's alright, but he's not even remotely close to being able to do anything against that Craypost. Still, 8 villagers lead, and we're gonna have Pikeman and Light Calf coming in here. Pikeman is into for Vivi. And I would think that DauT is just gonna go 4 stable knights over here. There is enough pikemen for Vivi to hold against this one, even though a couple of kills could be made by those scouts. Military numbers, it's 3 knights for DauT, already 7 for Vivi. I think Vivi is actually working towards dropping the Craypost over here as well. And if you get another Craypost here, DauT is gonna be without wood. I think that's all that Vivi needs to do. Plus, you also are gonna have Conics in here. DauT is just chilling with the Light Calf for now. There is enough pikemen to hold against this one. There is 2 villagers being killed by DauT, so he is getting some nice value for his army. Now 13 villagers lead and hits the gold mine from a reasonable angle. The pikemen are a tiny bit mispositioned, so a couple of other villagers could go down as well. Vivi is losing a lot of villas. Vivi is down to 2 villagers. So yeah, Vivi has some knights over here. And Vivi is almost ready to drop a Crepas, but Vivi has 5 villagers on food. So all the production is gone. It's 35 to 7 villagers on food. Now it's 13, but even then, this is pretty rough. And remember, DauT can also drop his own Crepas. So if DauT starts to make stone miners over here, and he's taking pretty good engagements over here as well against the knights. So pikemen intercepting Vivi's knights is not something that Vivi wants to see. Vivi is at 48 villagers, and really the fishing eco is kicking in here for DauT from the perspective that it is not something that can be raided, and that's one of the reasons why you go for that. It just can't be raided by knights, whereas Vivi's food eco can always be raided, and like there is some low HP villagers here. DauT I think sees that, can go for the snipe, and will get another one. Now it's 20 villagers killed compared to 18, but the farming eco is coming in clutch for DauT, and he's on 2 TCs. Vivi's playing in only 1, and now knights are hitting Vivi's eco. Vivi, even though he got up to Castle Age faster and was supposed to be able to overrun this game with knights and Crepas, it seems like he's collapsing under the pressure that is being put on him by DauT. The fact that the food eco isn't good enough for Vivi is huge, and the fact that DauT has a safe food eco is enormous. DauT has only 3 pawns, by the way. The colors aren't great, and they will be changed in the next version of Capture Age. But yeah, this is Vivi trying to get a Crepas up here himself. DauT needs to buy 100 stone here. Actually, he needs to buy 200 or force drop his stone, and he can actually stop this one from happening. Now let's see if DauT is actually reacting to this one. He's having a 23 villagers lead. If this Crepas goes up, DauT could still be in trouble. And yeah, he needs to build the tower right now. Like, right now. Knights still could get a villager pick over here. DauT is microing his units very, very well over here. Another villager goes down. And DauT is not reacting to this one, surprisingly. Okay, now he wants a Crepas. I think both of these will go down. Right. I think, yeah, both of these will go up. So for DauT, he's gonna have to jump into the Crepas with the villagers at the back and pull these villagers on the front and start bashing this down from the inside. That's basically what you do here. Also, more villagers are garrisoned inside, so that should be an advantage for DauT there as well. And remember that DauT overall has a much, much stronger eco, but DauT doesn't have a lot of wood income, which is worth considering, so... he's gonna have to reposition his lumberjacks to a quite uncomfortable wood line, while Vivi does have a safe wood line to work with. But eventually, this Crepas is supposed to be able to take down the one from Vivi. And DauT is doing the right thing, making conics, so he's gonna have something that also helps beating down that building. A couple of knights out for Vivi, but really, Vivi is still at 16 villagers on food, DauT is at 23. And the main concern is gonna be that DauT is running out of fish over here. He's running out of fish over here and here as well. But guess what? One thing that DauT doesn't have is wood to make fish traps. So could DauT's eco potentially collapse under this? Because apparently he doesn't even have the wood to make a lumber camp, and he lost a couple of villagers running in here, dropping off the wood. DauT, it looks like he's just going to abandon this. Vivi knows that, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna kill the villagers over here. Still, DauT should be able to win this Crepas war, so should be able to get his wood line back very soon, and he's gonna have another Crepas, or enough stone for another Crepas very soon, and that Crepas should be coming up somewhere around over here, so that he's able to secure some more ground. If you are Vivi, you want to drop a Crepas over here, because that is outside the range of DauT's position. Inside, that's a TC, interestingly, from Vivi. Now, DauT is losing more and more villagers. He still has an enormous lead, but once again, I kind of feel like he has a big lead, but if this was an even villager count now, he would be losing this game. So, I think he wants a Crepas over here. Interesting, he's just gonna relocate his lumber camp completely. But that's a lot of monks, and are we going to see a DauT Crepas? By the way, DauT could also make a castle. If he canceled this Crepas, went back home, he could make a castle here, and that would also... yeah. Welcome to the world of DauT, and I feel like DauT might be throwing this game a little bit over here. Army value is double for Vivi, and even though, like, DauT is actually behind in terms of army numbers, and Vivi is behind in eco, but the more I look at this, the more I'm starting to feel like that Vivi is taking over this game, because as much as
DauT's food eco was safe. As you see, without wood, he's unable to get fish traps. All his food eco is idle here. He's got a consistent idle number of 20. Whereas for Vivi, at least he has fishing eco, right? Or fishing eco, what am I talking? Farming eco. And the farming eco is more easily rated, but it is working out with way less wood invested into that. DauT wants another creepast over here. I don't think that this can actually range Vivi's wood line over here. But DauT is gonna have to fix his own wood income very soon. Like ASAP, basically. Because all these fishing ships are idle because he has no wood. And this is another DauT creepast. This is not going up, guys. Oh, feels DauT, man. Like, in the first 3 games, if you were wondering if it was really DauT playing, based on how he dominated Vivi, I think this game confirms you 100% that this is DauT playing. So I think now DauT just wants a castle. Like, forget the creepast, delete this creepast, you would get enough stone to make a castle here, and you would secure the wood line, and... Oh no. Oh no. DauT. He's got enough pikemen over here, so this might actually go up. By the way, this creepast is almost down, so you could actually get back to this wood line soon. This is not a great engagement for Vivi, and I guess this creepast is going up. The question is, what is this creepast doing to DauT? I don't think it does anything to DauT, to be honest. Like, Vivi is gonna have to fall back somewhere around over here in terms of wood lines, but it doesn't change the fact that DauT's food eco is an absolute mess. Like, he's slowly adding fish traps, but he just doesn't have that right now in enough quantities. 15 on food against 25 on food. DauT wants to finish that other creepast, but there is a tower here, there is conics, which make it less likely for the pikemen to be able to help out, and DauT... Anyone notice that at some point in this game, DauT had like a 30 villagers lead? Doughty. You never fail to impress us. Now Vivi is taking over in terms of villager count, and DauT once again has 17 idols because he just doesn't have the wood to actually make fish traps. Like, 4 fishing ships are taking 1 fish trap over here. And, well, at least this creepast goes down. And do you know what Vivi could do? Just drop a tower here, and that's basically it. I like that Vivi is targeting the villagers here as well. Knows that his creepast is gonna go down. And for Vivi, he can just continue with conics over here. I think that DauT's chance should be to drop a castle. Like, being able to drop a castle here, for example, would be a completely different scenario, because creepasts get destroyed by castles. DauT, sort of a missed micro over here, I would say. And Vivi is gonna make a creepast over here. So yeah, DauT is heavy on stone, but he only has 4 on wood. 4 on wood here, and that means that his food eco is still going to suffer very badly. And now it looks like, now that the creepast is down over here, Vivi wants to take down DauT's creepast as well. But for now, DauT is gonna have a foothold here, and he will probably be able to get some wood for himself. Finally, this creepast should be deleted by DauT because it's never going up. So the real question is, where is DauT going to drop that castle at? In terms of TC numbers, we have 5 TCs for Vivi, we have 3 TCs for DauT only. And DauT is deciding that he wants a creepast. No, DauT! DauT! What is that? Building the creepast inside the range of the TC. Lost another 2 or 3 meals. I think at this point, DauT should just call this game because this is getting worse and worse. Vivi just deleted that town center for a creepast himself. What is this game? What even is this game, and why do I have a feeling that DauT is not gonna get that creepast up either? Yeah, another one over here. Jump inside, and DauT has a lot of low HP villagers over there, so that is legit not going up. Anyone has a counter on this? Is it 4, 5, 6 creepasts? And honestly, The castles outrange the Kreposts, and they destroy them so easily. I don't understand why DauT is not making a castle here. If DauT had a castle here, he would be able to control this wood line very easily, and it's not like he never had the stone for that. At least he can jump into this building, right? But now Vivi has a 15 villagers lead. Vivi has quite a lot of idols himself because he's garrisoned inside the Krepost, but it's not really a big deal. And now Vivi is actually starting to make fire galleys to hurt DauT's fishing eco here. So by the time DauT gets the fish traps out, Vivi's gonna start pushing him with fire galleys over here. It's not gonna be a big deal because DauT can defend against this one. It's more about, is it ideal for DauT? He has to defend against this one, and that Krepost is still not going up, DauT. That Krepost is still not going up. That Krepost is still not going up. Anyone else? Now it's a castle from Vivi, so he's getting tired of this. He's like, come on, man, I fought like 50 DauT Kreposts. Vivi killed 78 villagers from DauT. DauT only killed 28. At some point, this was something like 10 to 10. Just to point this one out. DauT lost 50 villagers on these DauT castles. But for a good measure, Vivi is gonna bring us a DauT castle as well over here. At least he cancels it in time and runs back home, so he's probably gonna lose like 5 villagers only. But Vivi is imping this one. And as I said, DauT is probably focused on fighting in the middle, so he's not noticing that his food eco is getting pushed over here. Knights are knocking down the dock. I like that quite a bit, because without the dock, you can drop off the food, so that works just as fine. And now a castle by Vivi. Yeah, I feel like Vivi is playing this one much, much better than DauT in the second half of the game. The first half was actually better by DauT. A Krepost. I don't know why DauT is obsessed with the Kreposts over here, but that Krepost isn't gonna go up either. Vivi. This is gonna be close. I think Vivi can pull a couple of wheels, and I think there is enough monks and knights here to get this up for Vivi. And I think the Krepost from DauT may go up because the castle is probably gonna focus the knights first, but it's gonna go down almost instantly. Yeah, this castle is going up as well, and this castle is also up, and as I said, it is worth noting that Vivi is gonna be up to Imperial, so he can make trebs. And as expected, as I said, the knights will go down to the castle fire, and the castle is killing a Krepost very, very fast, plus you can make petards. Like, delete this house and you make 2 or 3 petards and you rush down that Krepost. So DauT is, you know, just running away from this one. There isn't really anywhere to go. Another Krepost coming in here, majestic positioning, and Vivi's gonna react with another Krepost over here. So, Krepost versus Krepost, Trebuchet is coming in here for Vivi. And there should be no trouble for Vivi defending against this one either. And well, it's gonna be Trebs for Vivi over here. Ah, beautiful. This is a beautiful game. DauT actually is a monk healing the villagers here on the front line. And now, truth being told, I don't think that this Krepost is going up for Vivi. He didn't have enough villagers getting this one, so now the DauT Krepost counter is 4-1 to DauT. Although DauT is not focusing the villagers, so this may still go up. Yes, it goes up. Quite a lot of villagers are getting killed in the process, but at this point, DauT is like not even remotely close to being able to win this game, because he's gonna have no wood control, and without wood control, he's not gonna be able to replace farms. So at some point, when these farms run out, DauT is gonna have like 0 chance of actually doing anything. I don't know what this Treb is doing, by the way. This Treb is actually camping beneath the Krepost. Interesting micro by Vivi over there. And now knights from DauT pushing the middle. The thing is that Vivi doesn't have a huge army. Vivi doesn't have an enormous army, in fact. He's not making conics, but no imp upgrades right now for him. In fact, he's missing +2 attack even, something that DauT does have. And Vivi kind of refuses to make army over here, to be honest. DauT's fishing eco is more or less gone with the exception of the left-hand side pond. And, well, Trebs are taking down the Krepost, Trebs are taking down... I would think that you want to take down these stables as well, if you're around, just to make sure that DauT doesn't have any other production. Knights could actually try taking down that Treb, but if they actually move out from here, the castle is going to be able to shoot them. And the Krepost is going up here, DauT another Krepost being dropped. over here, and it looks like he's just buying food right now so he can keep making knights. But at this rate, he's gonna be losing Crepost after Crepost. And Vivi's probably like, just resign, man, just resign. Because Vivi's supposed to have a massive lead in here. He's got a 20 villagers lead, better army numbers, and he's an imp and DauT isn't. Even though Vivi isn't really getting any imp upgrades right now, so that imp advantage isn't really showing. And we're getting close to a game in Atacama here where the players will be close to consuming all the wood that's left in the middle. There is still some, but this is definitely one of the longer Atacama games. Usually it doesn't go this long. In fact, it very rarely goes this long. Some random pikeman over here stabbing down innocent villagers. Another Crepost goes down for DauT. DauT is not going to be able to make any more conics, I believe. Yes, DauT is losing all the Crepost that he's having. And now it's conscription, and I would think that Vivi is going to start making... maybe just pikes. Honestly, at this point, you can actually make a case for, you know, just pike push. Vivi is gonna get that castle denied. That ain't going up anytime soon, I would think. Running for their lives are the villagers. And Vivi still without Imperial Age upgrades for those knights. In fact, as I said, he even is missing +2 attack. So as much as he's in Imperial, his knights are actually worse than DauT's knights. Some conics running around. And a random swordsman that's probably left over from Feudal Age. No, it's actually 200 swordsmen, and that makes some sense. Because you're 1 age ahead, and you already have very, very good techs for your infantry. So you get +1 defense, +2, or you know, +2 defense, +1 attack, and you already have 200 swordsmen tagged into. And like, you can just overrun your opponent with 200 swordsmen because he's still in Castle Age. So that actually makes some sense for Vivi to do. Just go for the swordsman play, and another couple of villagers getting intercepted over here. And we will have random knights streaming in on the south. More importantly, DauT is losing every production building that he's having, so this game is like Omega over right now. Perhaps could just focus down the stables, and DauT is not gonna have any production either. DauT trying to another Crepost over here. What is this game? Do Bulgarians get champions? I am not 100% sure. They do get baggins, which gives them a bunch of melee armor, but yeah, they don't get champions. If they got champions, they would probably get that upgrade for free in early Imperial, and I guess the reason why they are not getting champions is because that would be too OP to give them champion right when they reach Imperial. So, yeah, I have never seen Bulgarian champions, that's why I was hesitant to say, but yeah, in that case, true, they're not getting any champions. But still, their swordsmen in melee combat are way better than champions. So that compensates a tiny bit. Now Vivi is losing quite a lot of villagers over here to the conic raids and the knight raids in the middle. Vivi doesn't really have an army on the field. And like, Vivi is still not getting imp upgrades. I'm not sure what Vivi is doing with all the food and gold. But Vivi is winning this game because he's in a huge winning position basically, and not because he's doing the right things here in Imperial. Now going for supplies. But still, this is super Omega slow in terms of getting that army number up. As I said, he's still supposed to be winning this one because DauT is still a Castle Age and Vivi is in Imperial. And now the barracks are coming up. He's securing the gold mine over there. Vivi is losing quite a lot of villagers over here, but same thing applies to DauT, so pretty much both sides are losing vills. Vivi killed 140 villagers, DauT killed 100 vills, but DauT doesn't have control over the middle either. DauT somehow has 43 villagers on wood. I don't know exactly where those wood villagers are, but DauT taps out immediately. I feel like this game was over like 20 minutes ago. But with that, DauT loses the second consecutive game, and more importantly, he loses the Empire Wars game. And honestly, I thought the Empire Wars is one of those games where he's gonna have the upper hand over Vivi, but it turns out that Atacama may not have been the best decision for him. That's the thing. So I was actually somewhat hesitant saying that Atacama is a good choice here, especially against Vivi, because Vivi loves to play these open maps, and it turns out that Vivi indeed was able to retaliate DauT, even though I feel like this was more of a throw from DauT than a win from Vivi. Vivi didn't play that bad, but he wasn't playing amazing. But DauT had like 4 Krepos that were denied. It was Voyager after Voyager going down to the Krepos. That was a disaster from DauT there. Anyways, we are going for 444. This was actually, what am I talking about? This is Vivi's home map. Sorry, I forgot about the fact that it is not the previous game's loser selecting the home map. It was Vivi selecting a Red Bull map. In that case, it totally makes sense that Vivi selected the Atacama for himself. So now we're going to Riverbed, which I have absolutely no idea how it looks like. So it's gonna be sort of a mystery. And since DauT lost the previous game, he's gonna be the one selecting a civilization from the remaining ones. And soon we will get to the territory of Burgundians and Sicilians. So Riverbed, I'm not sure how much water there is on it, but something like Malay, something like Persians could be a reasonable civ there. And then game number 7 will be DauT's home map from the Hidden Cup map pool, and game number 8 will be DauT's home map from Empire Wars. So that's something that we have to keep in mind. Player B is DauT, player A is Vivi. So yeah, it was 2 home maps right now for Vivi, and Vivi won both of those home maps, but DauT is still going to have 2 home maps himself. Game number 9 is Land Madness, and game number 10 is Megapog. So those are 10 games that we are going for. I wanted to tell a story. True. So the thing is that the way that this worked out is that, I had my internet set up for 2 weeks. They activated my stuff remotely, so they didn't need a technician. But they insisted on, like, their system kept sending me messages that, okay, I'm going to send a technician. I'm going to send a technician to set it up. And that was scheduled for yesterday. And I even called them last Friday telling them that there is no need to come. I have everything set up. I have internet access. They activated my internet box. I have my router set up. Everything is working fine. And the guy said that he can't actually cancel my appointment because that would cancel the entire service. So he's just gonna leave a note to the order and which says that they don't need to come physically to my place. Guess what? On Monday, by the way, the appointment was 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and I had to teach a class at 1 p.m. So I wouldn't have been able to, do anything from 1 p.m. anyways. And the guy arrives at basically 10 minutes before 1 p.m. And he's like, hello, I am here from Verizon and I'm here to set up your internet. And I'm like, seriously? So I had to tell him that, I left I told your colleague that you don't need to come. Everything is set up and whatnot. The thing is that, like, what Ashley said is actually concerning me a little bit, that they might charge me a fee for, coming out here for nothing. But if they do that, I'm gonna have another round of shouting with people. Because obviously I told them like 5 times that you don't need to come in here because everything is working fine. The fun fact is that it looks like my subscription was activated on March or on February the 8th, so yesterday. So the next time I need to pay is March the 8th. So it seems like I pretty much got compensated for all this annoyance with them forgetting that I have internet for a week now. So I pretty much got 1 week of free internet. Or they will charge me more for the first month, I don't know. But yeah, for all the annoyance and all the time they actually took away from my life, having to call them, speak to their stupid artificial intelligence in the phone and whatnot, we take that 1 week extra free internet for compensation. Anyways, let's see fair game. That was the story that I wanted to tell. But hopefully there will be no internet issues with them. Nope, it's Atacama game still, so we're gonna have to wait a couple of minutes. We're going to Riverbed very soon. This is USA. Verizon is gonna sue you for complaining on stream. I didn't complain. I told you a story. I told you a true story. Everything that is well documented, by the way. So I'm just telling my life story over here. How's the microwave thing? I haven't eaten lasagna yet. So it is still up for grabs in the fridge. Anyways.
Are you enjoying the USA? Have you been to one of the open doors of the capital? Apparently it is
AK
access for
1970, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I haven't been touring anything basically because number one, it's COVID. Number two is whenever I am not streaming, I'm doing university stuff. So, let's say that I I moved away from my apartment in the last 1 week, and it's 50 meters radius. So yeah, this is life of a streamer. We're not here to do sightseeing. We are here to stream games and cast Age Vampires. So we're going to have a Persian mirror on Riverbed, by the way. Yeah, you guys use feet and yards. Do you guys know how annoying this is? That like the way that I set my room temperature is in Fahrenheit, and I'm legit. This is very, very tough to adjust to when you come to the US. It's like everything is in stupid inches, yards, Fahrenheits, feet. You don't have a normal clock system. You don't say, I don't know, 14. You are saying, I don't know, 2 p.m. You are saying, I don't know, 12:50 a.m. instead of, I don't know, 0:50. Gallons as well. The store that is right next to my apartment is not actually selling matches. Like I do have a gas stove that doesn't have automatic electric igniter, so I would need a packet of matches. That's all I'm looking for, a packet of matches. And you guys are not selling that in the shop here. And it's not a small shop, it's actually like a reasonable size shop, and I'm like, dude, anything. I'm this close to buying one of those, barbecue lighters that you use for barbecue in the garden, because I'm like, okay, you are not selling lighters, you are not selling matches. I might as well buy one of those little flamethrowers. Anyways, here we go. We're gonna have Vivi playing as a Persians here in red, and we're gonna have DauT as well in blue. This is the 6th game in this 10-game show match in between these two players, and this map is called Riverbed, and we apparently have quite a lot of boglands. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard the name Riverbed before. I'm not sure if this game map was played in Mangrove Shallows Cup though, but one thing that I want to point out is that 2019 we had a tournament called Mangrove Shallows Cup where all the maps had this amphibious terrain where both ships and units can walk on. And the Chinese players were actually pretty good at that. I don't remember who won it. But the Chinese players were all very, very good on those settings. In fact, there was a Chinese sponsor that was sponsoring this event. Anyways, it looks like looking at the standard resources, you can not place docks anywhere on this map. That's very important. So you can't just place a dock here on the amphibious terrain. You need to have a land patch to place docks on. So selecting your dock spot is actually pretty, well, not challenging, but it takes some time. You can't just drop the docks randomly somewhere. We also have border buffaloes, which means that you have a lot of starting food, 2 elephants to play with. The outside of the map features some wood, some gold, but I feel like it is not really big enough patches of trees to justify moving out early to be honest. Like, these patches of trees are just as big, so you might as well stay closer to your base. Panda is saying that this was first seen at ECL. That's totally possible. Now, if you are DauT here, you probably prefer to take that deep fish, as he's doing right now, instead of the box turtles. Because the fishing ships gather faster from deep fish compared to shore fish. So, yeah, basically, you want to be able to grab the deep fish. over here. Vivi is gonna have a dock at the back of his base, but he's pretty unlucky with the fish spawn. There is actually no deep fish even remotely close to him, so he's gonna have to settle with the box turtles for now. Look at all those majestic water buffaloes. This is 1.2k food over here. One of the unique things about these bog maps is that they mostly, well, I think in all cases they spawn with water buffaloes, and water buffaloes have 150 food compared to sheep that have only 100. And whenever the map is spawning with water buffaloes, you have a lot more starting food, because each sheep would be 800 food, 8 water buffaloes is 1.2k, and if the map is spawning with cows, you only start with 3 plus 2 plus 1, which is 6 cows, which is an equivalent of 900 food. So the lowest herdable food count that you can get is sheep only, then cow only, which is not super common, but sometimes happens. And then the best food count that you can get is water buffalo only. You also have a deep fish beneath your town center, so... Or is that... I'm not sure if DauT had that one as well. I'm honestly not sure if he had that. He also seems to be pretty low on water buffaloes, which makes me believe that Vivi may have lamed away some of them. It may have been 6 water buffaloes for each player. Anyways, something that you have seen very, very frequently on these amphibious maps, one scout coming in to harass the fishing eco of the opponent. And now I think the first hit was delivered by Vivi. This is actually pretty crucial, because whoever survives this is going to be able to harass the opponent's fishing eco. Fuel age times are relatively even, and I think it's Vivi. No, yeah, it's Vivi. I had a feeling it's Vivi, and that is a huge thing for him, because he can actually start harassing those fishing ships with the scout. Yes, it is also possible to have 3 cows and 4 sheep spawn. That is pretty common on Arena, that you start with cows. If you have 3 cows, 4 sheep, you can have it in both possible ways. So you can start with the 3 cows, and you have to find 2 patches of sheep, 2 each, in each patch. And the other possibility is that you have 4 starting sheep, and then you have to find 2 patches of cows, and one patch has 1 cow and the other has 2, which is probably the most annoying to find. Like, the single cow patch is actually pretty hard to find unless you have good scouting. Anyways, second dock coming up here for Vivi, so we're probably going to see galleys over here, potentially some fire galleys and demos. In the long run, galleys is what you want to use to play this one. DauT is playing with a second dock coming up here as well. And the beautiful thing about this one is that the best raiding unit in Feudal Age on a bog map is a demo ship or a demo raft. So being able to bring in a demo and just sink a couple of villagers is enormous. And for this reason, I would think that even if you just add a bit of a palisade walling to certain parts of your base, that can be very helpful for pretty much limiting the amount of angles those demos can come in from. Anyways, DauT is going to pull a villager to try and scare that scout away, and DauT is going for a galley and a fire galley, whereas Vivi is going for 4 galleys. In this one, double bit axe coming in here for Vivi as well, not something that DauT is getting right now. DauT seems to be a little bit low on food, if you ask me, but I really like how he's actually walling up the side of this one. Vivi is gonna get some walls up himself. I'm not sure if he knows about that hole, but I guess he will soon find out. So both players getting some walls up. On this map, the importance of walls is even bigger than, let's say, on Arabia, for example. It seems like there might be neutral water buffaloes. Yeah, I think there is neutral water buffaloes here, and that's why Vivi has more. Because Vivi has a lot more water buffaloes than DauT has, and I assume we had quite a lot of neutral ones here on these hills, and that would explain the discrepancy. So, that fire galley isn't going to accomplish much, even though there is a hole over there that palisade wall isn't finished. Vivi is going to do that right now. Blacksmith coming in here early for Vivi to get fletching. He's going to have no trouble with that. And for DauT, he's getting galleys out himself. And now some demos are on the field too. Vivi is not reacting to this one just yet, and he may lose a fishing ship over here. Now the galleys come in, a little bit of a traffic jam over here. And One thing that you have to consider is that galleys are much better at killing fishing ships than fire galleys are, so this is actually a win for DauT being able to kill those fishing ships over here. Kills 2, kills 3, but once Vivi has fletching over here, Vivi is gonna take over in terms of army quality. DauT, I think he wants to sneak around the demo indeed, and that's why you wall. If you don't have any walls over here, then the demo is just going to sail to the back of your base and sink your villagers to the bottom of the pond. That's exactly why you wall, because the demo has 0 chance of getting through your walls. Unless it actually detonates itself, but then in that case, that's pretty useless. Anyways, now Vivi retaliates with the fishing ships getting killed here as well. DauT doesn't have fletching, so this is a very, very good fight for Vivi. In this one, takes down 1 fire galley, well, 1 simple galley, and also is going to be able to deny dock number 3, force the defensive tower from DauT already. Demo, as I said over here, is not going to accomplish anything, and DauT, he is still not having a blacksmith up, so this is actually pretty concerning for DauT, and we could be in for the equalizer here for Vivi. It looks like he may have not just been warmed up for the first couple of games. In the first game, Vivi actually had a very, very good performance, so he almost beat DauT on Arabia game, and it looks like now on this bog map and on his home maps from the Hidden Cup map pack and Red Bull map, he seems to be doing a better job than he did in the first couple of preset games. Stone walls for DauT, but Vivi knows that that is happening, and that is not really gonna go up. Like, 51 HP is over there, but that is not even remotely enough to hold out the galleys over here. These galleys not doing much. DauT is now finally getting fletching over here, but he's outnumbered 11-5 in terms of galley numbers, and now those galleys can sail, and all they need to do is just take down either part of the stone wall. And if that happens, DauT is gonna have to evacuate his wood line, and he's gonna be without wood. I think Vivi is getting closer and closer to equaling this game out. So now the galleys can just run past the tower. The galleys actually take much more punishment from a tower than standard fuel age units. Like, if this was an open Arabia map, let's say, archers would die much more easily to towers than galleys do. So galleys can afford it much, much more to just run past towers and just go for the villager snipes over here. And another batch of galleys are coming in, and that is pretty much the end for DauT over there, because even if he wins this fight over here, he's outnumbered 13-8 in terms of galley numbers, and even more importantly, DauT is losing villagers left and right. He's gonna have his gold miners idled, and as you see, DauT is now forced to fall back. Vivi can escape in this direction, and now he can come in from another angle to raid. Vivi has an 8 villagers lead over here, killed 9 villagers compared to just 3 from DauT. So let's see, what else do we have? We have DauT going back on to wood, but at this point Vivi is gonna have a nice and comfortable lead. DauT has 0 on food, Vivi's got 17. He doesn't have horse color, which is not so great, but he still has quite a lot of water buffaloes that he can use. Some fishing ships are apparently still around, and look at this. Just all the idle time on DauT's eco, all the villagers are getting killed, 12 villagers lead, and it looked like it's gonna be a stomp. At 3-0, especially after the convincing wins of DauT, it actually seemed like it's gonna be a stomp, but we might be in for a close series in this one. Now, Vivi is going to decide that he wants to take down the dogs. That's a decision I disagree with, because these are Persian dogs and they have a lot of HP. Even if you can damage it, I don't think you can take it down very easily, and DauT is gonna have time to mass galleys. In the meanwhile, Vivi could try breaking in here. That is a very, very weak paw side section, or just go for the villagers once again. Another 2 villagers go down from DauT, make it free. DauT is behind by 17 villagers right now. That is crazy. At this point, I think Vivi is just gonna fall back and maybe even sell stone, because his resources aren't looking perfect for Castle Age, but if he sells his stone just for the sake of getting up to better Castle Age and then going for war galleys, then that would totally make sense for him. Let's see if he's gonna do that. If he wants to go up, he needs to sell his stone right now. Bought the food. Gold is still very low for him. And not selling stone. Apparently he's gonna just wait it out. I could have actually made an argument for selling at least 100 stone here. Anyways, DauT is gonna have to run away from the back of his base. Vivi is going to see the villagers leaving, but DauT, I think he's doing the right thing, just running to the hill for the wood line. DauT's safe wood line is going to be on the outside, which is worth noting, that the galleys can't really pressure that, but Vivi is on the way towards Castle Age. It's 15 galleys against 14, so Oh, this is huge from DauT. He's going to say, okay, YOLO, I'm just gonna dive in beneath your TC. There isn't really a lot of villagers around, and if this actually happens, Vivi could be completely smashed because his army is completely mispositioned. And unlike DauT's Wood Eco, which is safe from the galleys, Vivi's Eco isn't safe, at least right now. Still, I think that Vivi is gonna be able to hold this one, and now he's hitting DauT's gold mine. I think Vivi's lead is too big over here to lose this one, because Vivi is gonna be able to escort his villagers to the outside as well. DauT is down to 15 villagers, and he is not going up to Castle Age. And now I think that Vivi can just camp beneath that tower if he wants to. So yeah, this is somewhat scary, and Vivi's gonna lose quite a lot of villagers here, but at the end of the day, it's still 23 villagers killed combined, compared to just 5. So yeah, once Vivi gets Castle Age, he's gonna be able to get War Galley. His resources aren't looking great, but I think he can squeeze in War Galley, especially with a bit of a market abuse. And then with War Galley, he can win this game, because DauT is not even remotely close to getting up to Castle Age. We might even see DauT tapping out of this game before reaching, or before his opponent would get War Galley upon. Now, this is a fight that DauT could actually happily take, because these guys aren't upgraded to War Galleys yet. So DauT is going to be more than happy to take this engagement, and this is not so great for Vivi. He needs to preserve his galley numbers because he wants to capitalize on that Castle Age by getting War Galley, which is not something that he's doing right now. And as I said, keeping those ships alive is pretty much a must here right now for Vivi. Going for War Galley, which is a relatively fast upgrade, but yeah, DauT. I think DauT thought that Vivi clicked War Galley right after he reached Castle Age, and I think DauT knows that if this fleet escapes, then the War Galley upgrade is gonna be there. And I think he knows that the reason why Vivi is running is because War Galley is almost done. In reality, I think he could have had a chance to destroy this fleet. A lot of the ships are very weak before War Galley kicks in, but that doesn't change the fact that DauT is at 15 villagers with 0 on food, so he's never gonna reach Castle Age, he's never gonna even make a next villager. And in the meanwhile, you see Vivi's already dropping a barrack, so he would get a couple of knights in here, and that would end the DauT. Vivi striking back strong over here for an even series, 3-3 now. Alright, so the next game, as you see over here, and this is where we're going to DauT's home maps. Hidden Cup map full from DauT's home map. Red Bull home map from DauT. And then we're gonna have Land Madness and Mega Random. I would think that based on what we're seeing, I would give Land Madness to Vivi as a prediction. I'm gonna give the 2 home maps of DauT to him. And Mega Random is something I would actually think Vivi is gonna be a little bit better on. And that would mean a 5-5 ending for this show match and $500 for each player in this one. Let's take a look at the remaining civilizations. We have Persians gone. So what you are left with is Sicilians, Burgundians, Portuguese, and Malay. Now, here is the funny thing. What are you going to use on Land Madness? Because you don't have any like amazing cavalry saves. I guess Burgundians could go to Land Madness. Mega Random, I think you are saving Mega Random for, or you are saving Sicilians for Mega Random, if I think about that. Do you know why? Because Mega Random could be a nomad start. So that could make sense over there. I feel like Sicilians is gonna be left for Mega Random. Otherwise, Mongols would have been a save over there. Portuguese, depends on what map you're going for DauT's home maps, I would think. But if we go for a map, let's say like Bay, Portuguese can work out nicely. If you go to Cup, that can work out nicely. Or if you are DauT, this is the moment when you bring up the, okay, let's play Islands card from the Hidden Cup map pool. We start with the map from the Hidden Cup map pool, so maybe it's Islands time, and if it's Islands time, it's gonna be Portuguese Mirror, and something that's gonna massively favor DauT, because Vivi hates to play water maps. Alright. So let's see if we have a game or not. Since it's Mirror, isn't it more fun to pick a save not 100% suited for the map? Like Burgundian Islands? It looks like we're gonna have Hideout, and we're gonna have Burgundian Mirrors. So that's an interesting one to have. Hideout was my other idea for DauT. Like, you want a closed map or a water map if you're playing against Vivi. Like, Bave would be a reasonable selection, but it is somewhat open. Islands would definitely be viable for DauT, but maybe he just doesn't want to play islands. He wants to play land maps. And we are going to see Hideout with Burgundians first time that we are really going to see it in a tournament setting. I am going to grab a drink, so I'll be back in like half a minute or so, and then we'll continue with the next game. Okay, so Hideout with Burgundian mirrors is next. Apparently, they didn't launch the game just yet, but they will in a moment. So that's gonna be a tricky one. I feel like Hideout with Burgundians is even more interesting to talk about than Arena is with Burgundians. Because on Arena, you pretty much are going to prioritize the eco in the majority of the cases, but on Hideout, that's not that obvious, because if you overinvest into your eco upgrades, we're probably going to see something like a fast castle over here, although that isn't guaranteed either. We could see something like a fast feudal to get the eco upgrades, like Boso, for example, and go up to Castage that way. We could completely see something like that happening. But the idea is that Hideout is a lot more open to potential tower rushes, for example. So it is very possible that we are going to see a somewhat more conservative way of the players playing this one. All right. So fast castle while getting eco upgrades, it could happen. I think that, however, for Hideout, that's a little bit dangerous, because in a fast castle, you're already quite exposed. But if you're even getting the eco upgrades, you could be very, very exposed to a tower rush from Vivi. But yeah, I can also see sort of a fast castle scenario where need the GL out. And we're going to Hideout. So let's go. Game number 7 in this 10-game show match between DauT and Vivi. Welcome, everybody. Capture Age may not be working as intended in this scenario, I would think. So it appears that it is my game that is dead. So let's try getting into that game once again, and let's hope that my game isn't freaking out here, because that would be a disaster. Okay, Hideout. Okay, this is good enough. I know that it is not perfect. Some of the models will be missing. That's a capture age thing. So that happens when capture age and the game is using the same files. Some of the models will be missing from the game. That is a known issue. But yeah, we have a game now. Okay, so don't worry about half the town centers missing. It sometimes happens when you're doing capture age. This is also one of the reasons, like, many people have been always saying, you know, like when the capture age overlay was a thing, that, you know, capture age guys should just make it public and whatnot. A lot of people remember the days when capture age wasn't public and people were like, when can we use capture age? And the main reason why release wasn't happening for quite a long time is because a lot of people do not know how many technical difficulties you have in the background. Like, in order to actually make this work, there's a lot of background work that you have to do 2. Now it's easier with the standalone capture rate software, but as you see, it's not that easy to make everything work with this. Anyways, let's talk about Burgundians and Hideout. We have both players having their deer on the outside. I want to switch colors though. So, can I? I can't. That is disappointing. So this is DauT's POV, and we should be able to turn on friendful colors. Apparently that's not a feature of Capture Age right now, so I am apologizing for that. We kind of keep switching colors from blue and red. I don't know why they are flipping the colors themselves, but it appears that Capture Age isn't supporting that right now. Anyways, this is Hideout. So you start with a palisade walled base over here, and one thing that's pretty special about this generation is that there is a very, very thin layer of wood between the players. Usually it's a lot more wood, and you have something like one player is here and the other player is here. They're very, very close to each other, and this is a very thin layer of wood. In fact, it's so thin that if Vivi spots this lumber camp, he could actually tower this one. This is a very unlucky lumber camp for DauT. Right now, just, you know, DauT's perspective, he doesn't know that Vivi is here. Vivi could very well be here, so for DauT's position, this is a reasonable lumber camp. The reason why I put it in the corner is because that way it's a little bit more efficient. You actually reach a lot more trees that way. However, in reality, this is a pretty awful lumber camp for DauT. He just doesn't know that. So Vivi is the one that is deleting the walls to push into deer, which is the easier way of doing this. The harder way of doing this, but more elegant, and it also saves your walls, is by keeping the gate open with a goose or a sheep, and then pushing in the deer through your gate. But sometimes your deer spawns on the inside, but in the majority of the cases it spawns on the outside on Hideout, and there may have been changes as well related to that in Hidden Cup version. Let's talk other things. All the gold for Vivi, including the neutral gold, is down south here, which actually makes it nice because he can just wall it here and wall it here and defend all his gold. DauT's base is a little bit more scattered. The other thing I'm noticing is that there is very, very little wood on the outside patch. In a normal normal hideout generation, you have patches of wood on the outside over here, which make it easier to wall off these crossings. I'm fairly certain that the reason why this is a lot more empty is because this has been cleaned up, so that there is a harder chance, or like a smaller chance, of you being able to fully wall and end up in a stalemate, because Hidden Cup wants to focus on more aggressive gameplay, and because of that I assume that they lower the amount of these smaller patches, so it's harder to wall the outside. However, I have to note that I don't necessarily like this. I understand the aesthetics and gameplay change of this. The reason I don't like this is because the map feels so empty. Like, the middle of the map is all wood. The outside of the map is all emptiness, and it kind of feels like, you know, just an empty map. That's what I'm feeling over here. In terms of gold spots, they are using the old script that has been buffed up, because in case you haven't noticed, in the matchmaking hideout version, you have one primary gold and one secondary gold and one neutral gold, I think. However, here in this one, you have one primary gold and two secondary golds. This is the way that hideout used to be played in ECL times. However, when Definitive Edition matchmaking came in, they actually lowered the amount of gold in hideout, potentially to lower the amount of potential stalemates. Anyways, fast castle over here from DauT, and this is what I was talking about. Getting horse color before dropping the farms is one of the biggest advantages of Burgundians. I think it's actually even more valuable than being able to drop double bit axe in Dark Age. But being able to get horse color in Dark Age is huge, because that means that the farms that you're dropping are a lot better than standard farms. And in fast cast, you always have to drop farms, and those farms aren't that efficient because they don't have horse color. But once you have horse color for those, that's great. Vivi even gets wheelbarrow, so this is actually crazy. Look at this. 22 villagers at Vivi, but he already has Via Barrow in here for himself. And that's like just brutal to think about. Obviously, like you see that DauT is going up at like 26-ish villagers, and he's already making or sending villagers to stone, which means that we're going to see Costaliers from Vivi. And DauT, it seems like he's just going for the eco-heavy approach. So much so that I'm not even sure if he's gonna have the resources for clicking up. He needs a mining camp here ASAP. This is not so ideal for DauT. Oh yeah, I confused the players once again. That is because they keep flipping colors, and I can't actually track them because Capture Age doesn't support friend and foe colors right now. So what is DauT up to? He only has 126 gold. His gold income isn't really reliable, but apparently this is way too tight for an FC for him. You see that he's way too low on food, 500 only. The wood is not enough to make 2 TCs, or 2 TCs, 2 buildings right now. It's gonna be Market Blacksmith, because there is no barracks. But he doesn't have the gold, so he's gonna have to sell. Maybe he's gonna sell wood or stone to go up. That could be something. Yeah, 139 is enough if you sell 100 wood, because the price is around 70. So I guess this is DauT playing this one with Market Blacksmith, and then he's gonna sell 100 wood to go up. In that case, that's fine. He just didn't want to go on the gold just yet and go for mining camp. Now, let's see if DauT actually knows about... He still doesn't know how bad his lumber camp is, and I wonder if Vivi knows about DauT. No, Vivi doesn't know about DauT either, but soon they will spot each other, and whoever gets a tower up first is gonna have a huge advantage. And remember that Vivi's already mining stone, so he's gonna have an easier time getting that up. He's kind of blocking his own base with this. So I'm not a big fan of these positions, and he's gonna have, you know, kind of traditional FC over here, a little bit low on food, but should be just fine. Maybe he needs to buy 100 and then sell a bit of a stone, but based on this, you know how much Vivi likes to play the Conquistador play. He just loves fast cast unique unit plays, and same thing for Costalier over here. He's gonna do that. What is the right counter to Costalier's? Mass Spikemen, so that you still have an army once you lose their 40 attack bonus? Exactly. I think Mass Spikemen should work nicely. Obviously, you need good pikeman production. I think that's the key. Like, you need very, very good pikeman production because you will lose your initial army very fast. Like, 20 Costaliers running into your 20 pikemen, you will lose most of your pikemen immediately. But the next wave is what matters. And when it comes down to pikeman versus Costalier, the overall concept is that you have to constantly outproduce your opponent with pikemen compared to the Costaliers, force engagements, and then the Costaliers can never be cost efficient, because even though they charge in, they will still lose numbers, and based on the price, the Halberdiers will be more cost efficient in the long run. Anyways, looking at DauT, it seems like he just wants free TCs. He already has Heavy Plow and Boso while he's going up. Heavy Plow is already coming in for Vivi, and as far as I know, Vivi actually put a huge focus on playing with the new civs. Someone actually said it on chat that Vivi actually prioritized playing the new civs quite heavily in recent times. The other thing that you can do, by the way, against Costaliers in early Castle Age is defend against them just like against Conquistadors. Use Monks. Monks should be more than fine because they are very valuable as units, and I think Vivi wants a castle drop. Is it gonna be just here, or is he gonna go YOLO and drop a castle in DauT's face? No, he's gonna go for the safe one. So, this is why Vivi is making a monastery, by the way, because the way to defend against the Costaliers early on is that you are going to get those converted from the opponent, and that means that you have to make your own monastery to convert them back. Same thing with, let's say, playing camel versus camel on Arabia. You make a monastery to convert back the camels that were converted away from you, basically. Okay, so chat is saying indeed that Vivi has always been doing, or, well, ever since the release of the new patch, that he has been doing FC Costaliers. Now, did Vivi see that TC? That is a good question, regardless of whether or not he saw it or not. Yeah, he sees the TC, he even sees the villagers. In fact, there is 2 dead bodies, so make it 3 even. There's 3 dead bodies because 3 villagers were killed. So yes, Vivi sees that TC because he lost 3 villagers to that. So we are going to have 3 TCs for DauT, 2 TCs for Vivi, but Custoliers are coming in right now. And I think if you are Vivi, you will consider dropping a tower here as a retaliation, because that's DauT's only wood line, and it's not like DauT can do anything to deal with this. And the other reason why you have to drop a tower here is because you can't just allow DauT to chop into your base like that. So yeah, Vivi only has 3 on stone, but once he has enough stone, just drop a tower here and force DauT to run away from this TC. Anyways, here come the Costaliers, and one of the reasons why they're a little bit dangerous is because their charge attack is gonna be able to insta-kill a monk. That's something that I would like to be changed, to be honest. Because I feel like it's one thing that a charge attack kills a pikeman, but the monks are basically the way that you're supposed to be able to counter expensive unique units in early Castle Age. Just like you use monks against conquistadors, just like you use monks against Arambai at the beginning, you are supposed to be able to use monks against Costaliers, and Vivi is actually making a petard. This is also something to think about. You don't really want to use your Costaliers against the walls because their charge attack, you don't want to expire that charge attack against the walls, that's the thing. You're not going to see the charge, by the way, in here. There is no charge indicator as far as I know in Capture Age right now. So, yeah, Vivi is still not reacting to this one. DauT is actually very close to chopping through here. Is Vivi just gonna let this happen? I'm not sure what DauT could do here, but you never want your base to be exposed like that. Petard runs in here. There is another Petard as well. Honestly, this Petard could just go as Custoliers charge in, 2 villagers go down immediately. There's a scout in the party as well to kill the monks. And honestly, I don't know what this Petard could do, but it could potentially go for the monastery, to be honest. Charge attack doesn't work on buildings? Okay, thanks a lot. That's a new info. I didn't know that. In that case, you can just use the Costaliers against buildings. But yeah, if you time your attack well with Costaliers, they're just absolutely insane. And the thing is that DauT doesn't even, or like, Vivi doesn't even have defense upgrades on this. DauT went for fletching, so his town centers actually attack a little bit higher. But yeah, I think Vivi is pretty much supposed to get the defense upgrade if he wants to keep running beneath TCs over here. And Petard just chilling right now. Vivi is grabbing the relics for himself. There is a manganeless one. Look at this, the Petard is just keeping this hole open for the time being. DauT, what is he up to? He's making TC number 4 on the stone, so he probably wants to get a castle for himself. But the thing is that I think that Vivi at this point, with this map control, he's just gonna drop a castle here. Vivi is almost ready to drop a castle, and he's gonna have all the map control in the world. In fact, you may not even drop a castle here because you can mango that TC down. If you're Vivi, you may consider a castle right in the face of DauT over here. Or other option is that you sneak some villages and you place a castle on the left, so you open up the left side as well. But who am I to tell? Vivi is gonna drop this castle over here, which is still perfectly reasonable. Petard... that apparently was a deleted Costalier because the monk was about to convert. And as I said, the main concern I'm having is that monks aren't reasonable against Costaliers either because they one-shot him. Which, by the way, is crazy. If you think about that, that scouts do not one-shot monks that are supposed to be countering monks, but Costaliers do. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, now it's +1 defense coming in here for Vivi, but DauT is in trouble here. That TC is destined to die, most likely. And who is calling me? I don't know. They'll call me back if it's important. Someone was calling me on my phone, I don't know why. But anyways, the castle is up, as I said. TC is down over here, and DauT is actually very, very close to chopping through here. Vivi is completely neglecting this. There is no opening just yet. These 2 wood tiles still close it out, but I mean, DauT is very, very close to chopping through here. The main problem is that probably both of the players are busy, you know, killing DauT or not dying, depending on which perspective you're looking at. DauT is still on 3 TCs, making TC number 4 expanding to the sides, but most of the gold is over here. Anyways, Mangonels coming in here for now, killing the Coastaliers with some nice ground attacks. Vivi has +1 defense, only no +2 on the horizon for him. He's pretty much just spamming Coastaliers right now. So double castle Coastaliers with a free TC eco, by the way. That's actually crazy. Now getting Brax up potentially for a stable and bloodlines, which is something that the Burgundians don't even get. So obviously he's not gonna do that. But yeah, he's already getting a Brax DauT with the defensive castle over here. Should be able to hold. We have seen game number 5, I think, where DauT had a multiple DauT creposts. This is gonna be close as well. This is supposed to be going up because Vivi is not focusing his Mangonels in time. So he's gonna kill a couple of villagers, but the castle is going up. So what Vivi needs to do now is choose different angle, which is like this side. DauT still has a massive village rate, almost 30 villagers, and it is also worth noting that DauT is at 0 military, he's just full booming, but he has chopped his way into the base of Vivi. And DauT is 15 on stone. If Vivi isn't reacting to this one in time, DauT is gonna drop a castle here then, if that's the case. Pause, drop. No, it's a drop. No. No. I started to have a good time casting. Shoot. It looks like it dropped for all casters once again. Because it seems like everybody is casting DauT's POV. So we're gonna go to DauT's POV as well. I will actually try reconnecting to the game. Maybe we can actually speed through that, but in the meanwhile, I'm actually going to show DauT's POV here because it once again crashed for every caster. By the way, DauT could actually go for Flemish Revolution if he wanted to. So let's go to this scene. As things stand, DauT still has his castle up, and Vivi made a siege workshop close to that opening. So Vivi is gonna be able to hold that opening for now. And DauT 97 villagers. I think Vivi even walled this one off with a siege workshop. So what else are we having? That's a lot of Costaliers coming in from Vivi, about 10, 12-ish. DauT is going Imperial. DauT is going Imperial, and if there is one map where Flemish Revolution may actually make sense, it's this one. Especially considering the middle is open. Because you can literally run into the base of Vivi here with a bunch of Flemish militias, and do not underestimate those. So, like, as crazy as it sounds like, I could potentially justify Flemish Revolution for DauT. That's crazy. But I could see that happening, because the thing is that he's not catching up in Coastalier numbers, and he's never gonna trap these castles down. And the reason why is because the opponent's Coastaliers will be excellent at sniping siege. All that Vivi is gonna do, petards coming in here from Vivi, rams soaking up a lot of damage, and that castle from DauT is dead as well. I wonder which is DauT's Imp TC, because whichever it is, it's gonna be pushed pretty hard. But it looks like even on this map, Vivi is taking over with the Coastaliers and the Rams. That's not the Imp TC. I don't know which is the Imp TC for DauT, but he's still like 70% up, so there's absolutely no guarantees. He's just spamming TCs everywhere, but he's not gonna have access to gold. And more petards are coming in. He's losing one TC, that's not the Imp, that's the other Imp TC. DauT's Imp TC is right next to the one that just went down. He wants Flemish Revolution. That is the Imp TC. He's barely surviving. He's actually very lucky that Vivi chose the other TC to attack. Like, basically, Vivi could have flipped the coin to decide which TC he attacks. If he decided by the other, DauT would have been dead. Flemish Revolution almost ready for DauT. I wish we could actually cast this one and not just cast from DauT's POV, because, you know, it would have been would have been so good to look at the Flemish Revolution game over here. DauT, he's gonna start making villagers, but at this point, I feel like all Vivi needs to do is just, you know, wall and wall and wall. If you're up against Flemish Revolution, you just stonewall yourself, like 5-layer stone walls, because the Flemish militia, they're strong, but it's about time. The more time you have against the Flemish militia, the easier it is for you to defend against this one. This is all about hold and win, because obviously, like DauT, even with 5 TCs, he has no food to reboom with, so I could even make an argument for, you know, using the Coastalier smartly over here also makes sense. Like, charge in, charge out. And you just have to pick these guys off one by one. So, it's 77 population right now for DauT. 3 of those are villagers, so there's 74 Flemish militia remaining. A detachment of them actually reached Vivi's base on the far left of Vivi's base, if you are going to look at it. DauT is right now focusing on these units. Mangano's working out reasonably well as well. And DauT is marching right into Vivi's base, by the way. Like, he actually right-clicked into Vivi's base. And he is in with quite a lot of Flemish militias. And, yeah, here it is. Vivi made a defensive castle once again. DauT is down to 45 population. That castle is gonna go down, but this game is over, and after a 3-0 lead by DauT, Vivi is gonna take over, and now it is 4-3 for the Fat Dragon, and as much as OP as Coastaliers are right now, DauT had the chance to go for Coastaliers as well. I feel like he just got punished for going for a free TC boom. Like, honestly, even against a non-Burgundian civ, you would be punished for going for a free TC boom on Hideout, right? Against Conquistadors, for example, Vivi would just come in with Conquistadors and Monks and Manganos and just punish you for the free TC boom. That was way too greedy from DauT. He went for the eco approach, which is understandable with Burgundians. And by the way, it looks like after the drop, we were actually able to catch up. So I'm just going to show this off here. So we will see the glorious Flemish Revolution actually happening on... like, the game is over and we know who won. I'm just going to show this off. The thing that we spectated from DauT's POV is now visible over here as well. Soon the Flemish Revolution is happening. This is the Petard Rush. This is definitely after our drop. But yeah, there is the castle going down, and Vivi was this close to killing the Imp TC. He just attacked the other one. If he actually chooses this TC to attack, he would have destroyed the Imp TC of DauT. But yeah, at this point, DauT was down to 99 villagers, which is 99 population overall for him. Flemish Revolution, and here's the deal. Vivi walled this one off, and that's huge. And at that point, those Flemish militia couldn't do anything. This is the detachment I was talking about back then. They just walked into Vivi's base, apparently. Oh! Did you see that? That traitor villager. He just opened the gate with his back just when the Flemish militia came in. That was crazy. But yeah. I just want to show this off. This is how it looked like from like a caster's perspective. But we needed time to reconnect to the game, and I figured that, you know, showing DauT's POV is still better than just waiting it out. Yeah, DauT should have dropped the castle on Vivi. I think so as well. Or at least, like, just try to make military or something. That was the problem. DauT never literally made any army. He just went for a free TC boom, and that's never gonna work out against, especially against an aggressive player like Vivi. Like, Vivi is one of the most aggressive players out there, so you really don't want to, you know, just sit back and chill inside your base and do all those shenanigans with the defense. And with that, game number 8 is a Red Bull home map. Why is it best of 10? Not the best of 11. It's not best of 10, it's 10 games played. That's a difference. So all games are played, no matter what. They will play 10 games, and $6 per win is what a certain player gets. So yeah, DauT had like nothing, no army at all. And as I said, as strong as coastal layers are, I feel like DauT would have gotten punished with any civilization if he just goes for a free TC boom on hideout. Free TC boom on arena, totally doable. Free TC boom on hideout, not so much. We will have Burgundians gone, so we are left with Sicilians, Portuguese, and Malay for what remains to be Land Madness, Mega Random, and one Hidden Cup map. We will see. I think Sicilians could be reasonable for Land Madness as well. But it's up to DauT to decide, because it is always the losing player that is deciding the civilization or the mirror civilization of the upcoming game. So that's basically the story of this one. By the way, as I mentioned this a couple of times before, on the 28th of February, I will have a huge announcement. So you want to be here when it actually drops. It is going to be after the Hidden Cup stream that day, because that's going to be Hidden Cup qualifiers that day. And after that, there is going to be an announcement that's going to be had over here. As I said, I don't think that you want to miss it. That's all I'm going to say. So anyways, while we are here, I also want to, since we always kind of have a couple of minutes downtime over here between the next game and the previous one, as they're setting up the next game right now, I want to point out that this month the channel is sponsored by Surfshark VPN, which is a software that helps you stay anonymous on the internet, increases your protection overall, and pretty much you can log into the internet from different countries if you will. I'm going to give you a personal example on why that was good. It's very funny that I haven't really used VPN softwares before this, but just when I moved to the US here, I had to use one because the thing is that I was watching NFL on NFL Game Pass. If you know what that is, it's basically allows you access to all the games without the TV. So you can watch it on your computer in browser, just like a live stream. It is a paid subscription, but the problem was that I actually paid that subscription back at home. And I moved to the US, and NFL's site is not recognizing me logging in and says, hey, I need to buy it again. And I was like, that was 20 minutes before the Super Bowl. I was like super tilted at that point. And turns out that the VPN was very, very helpful because all I needed to do is just use a VPN to log back in pretty much from Hungary. And then NFL's site had no issues with that anymore. So it can be really helpful, especially if you're moving to a different country. A VPN software is definitely something you want to consider, and you can get that one below the stream. There is a link with my promotion code, and there is a huge discount to it if you get that. So yeah, in case you want to support me and you need VPN software, you can actually take a look at Surfshark VPN. So with that, we will be jumping into game number game number 8. In this one, as I said, it is 10 games. All of them will be played today. And while we are still waiting over here, I want to point out that this week we're actually going to have quite a lot of other interesting series. Tomorrow morning, at least morning in Europe time, it is 10 a.m. in Eastern time, and that is 15 GMT, so 4 p.m. Central Europe time. We'll have a Viper versus Modri quarterfinals in Lords of the Arena. And after that, there is going to be DauT versus John Slow. I may be able to cast that one as well, although I'm not 100% sure because I have stuff to do tomorrow afternoon. But Viper versus Modri, they played the show match where Viper won, I think, 4-0, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if Modri can take revenge in Lords of the Arena. That's basically what I wanted to say. And of course, Masters of Socotra is going to be happening in the upcoming weeks. Hidden Cup qualifiers will start the week after, so there is a lot of things to be had in the future for us. So, with that being said, we are gonna have a Portuguese mirror. Vivi asked for a couple of seconds for a break. So, if it's Portuguese mirror, could we go back to Golden Swamp once again? Because Golden Swamp was a map that they played already, but they haven't played on Empire Wars. So it is very possible that we're going back to Golden Swamp for an Empire Wars game. Alright, so still no game up. Was Golden Swamp in RBW3? I think... Wasn't it? I think it was. Or did they remove it? They may have removed it. Yeah, they may have removed it, honestly, which is surprising because Golden Swamp was actually one of the most played maps of Red Bull World 2. Maybe they felt like it's not aggressive enough, it's not open enough, because obviously, like, the way it looks like is that Red Bull put a lot of emphasis on having some very, very open and very, very aggressive maps. So even more so than the previous editions. So, like, Winged was redesigned to be an aggressive, even more aggressive map that is less likely to end up in stalemates. So really, Red Bull is all about getting some super open maps in there. That's why Leary and Hera are so good on those. And that's why it was somewhat of a surprise that DauT was so good in Red Bull, because you would have assumed that, DauT is more of a macro player rather than the micro player. So yeah, that was a little bit surprising that DauT was that good on Red Bull. That being said, over here, right now he's down by one game. Obviously, every game matters for them because they get prize money in proportion to the amount of games that they have won. And we're going to Cattails. I even forgot about that map. Oh, how could I forget about Cattails? Cattails is one of the maps that Gamer Legion members used as their home maps the most, I think. So DauT has a lot of experience on it. This is why we're going to see Portuguese mirrors. Saracens were pretty popular on that map. We have seen Byzantines being picked, but obviously Portuguese on Cattails is a relatively strong civ as well. You have cheaper gold units, you have the higher HP on your galleys. So we are supposed to be seeing a pretty galley micro-filled map over here for DauT. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Vivi was actually pretty reasonable on Cattails. I'm not sure who he played against. But I remember, wasn't Vivi beating Nili very hard? Yeah, I think it was Vivi versus Nili in the final qualifiers of Red Bull Volo 3, where Nili actually looked very, very strong on Cattails, but Vivi actually proved to be better, and I thought that Nili is gonna win that game. Because Vivi isn't that amazing on hybrid maps, so let's see what Vivi can do against DauT in this one. Cattails, one of the new maps of Red Bull Volo 3, a map where you have all those plants in the middle of the lake, and that kind of blocks the passage of fire galleys, and because of that, the galleys are often a lot more viable. Anyways, it looks like they are starting, so we will jump into the next game over here. Game number 8, which is going to be on Empire Wars Red Bull Vololo Cattails. So let's get going in here. Capture age is also going to initialize, and as you see, this is what I was talking about. All these plants, which are actually cattails as a plant, they are the ones that are blocking the movement of ships, and because of that, galleys are often more viable than fire galleys are. As we're seeing, both players are opening with galleys. You start with 4 fishing ships in this one, but you do not start with a mill, so this is a modified version of Empire Wars. Normally in Empire Wars you would start with a mill. That's not really the case over here. Here you have fishing ships to start with. And it looks like we're going to have Vivi on the left side as Portuguese in red. Right side is going to be DauT in blue. I am extremely happy that they once again changed their colors just for my annoyance, but it is what it is. So Vivi is going to play red, and DauT is going to play blue. DauT opened up today with 3 wins in a row, and then now he got 3 losses in a row as well. He's playing rather passive over here, and he's going to flank around with the galleys. That's something that people usually did on this map, so even if your opponent is coming in here, you're going to count on your newly built galleys to defend, and you're going to flank around, trying to hit the fishing eco of the opponent. And the key thing here is that galleys actually kill the fishing ships faster than fire galleys do as well, which is also a consideration when it comes to deciding if you go for galleys or fire galleys. Now, DauT is being outnumbered over here. What he wants to do is just damage one of the ships and then pull back home and repair his own. He's a little bit behind in terms of galley numbers. Like, you see that he's just getting the 4th galley out on the field, and Vivi already has 50% progress towards the 5th and 6th one, whereas DauT is only 30 and 40%. So DauT is a little bit behind in terms of galley production. Both players with fletching, but DauT also did grab double birax. Doesn't Vivi lead? Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Vivi is leading 4-3 now, indeed. Because this is game number 8, and DauT, this is a disaster fight for him. He just ran into it, and he's trying to snap the repair voyager. Interesting decision. Now going for the fishing eco of his opponent. So he kind of feels like, okay, I'm losing water, so I'm going to grab as much of a, advantage as I can get from the water. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see DauT just trying to flank around with these 2 galleys and now try to hit the fishing eco from the other side and just go for the eco approach. Obviously, he may still lose his fishing eco here, so at the end of the day, he wouldn't really have a big eco lead. Vivi is going to mill his huntables here as well. DauT is already making an arch range though. So DauT knows that he has lost water, so he's going to start pushing. And if you are Vivi and you see that DauT is not making any more galleys here, as I said, DauT is going to try and intercept the fishing ships here. Nice defense by Vivi. DauT is going to have to focus down those fishing ships. 1 more goes down, but remember, even if Vivi loses these, he can rebuild his fishing eco because he's going to have water control. So the thing is that if you are Vivi right now and you see that DauT is not committing to ships anymore, then you start walling yourself because you know that the land aggression is going to come your way. Nice moves from DauT over there, intercepting the final fishing ship. So at the end of the day, even though DauT did lose the water, or at least he seems like he's gonna lose the water because it's 3 galleys against 9, at the end of the day, he cleaned up Vivi's fishing eco as well, which is going to delay Vivi's progress. Like, obviously Vivi can rebuild this, but that's gonna cost him a lot instead of, just keeping those 4 starting fishing ships alive. But regardless of that, if DauT is unable to push Vivi here, Vivi could just roll up and just go for the fishing eco, and he's gonna be able to outboom DauT. DauT, a little bit heavy on gold over here. Vivi's gonna get a market up so he can buy himself up, and here's the problem for Vivi. He's not walling himself, which is a bad reaction, I think. He knows that his opponent is no longer fighting on water, and if your opponent gives up on water, then he's gonna go land. That's the exact same thing on Hidden Cup Bay, now that we're getting close to Hidden Cup. That once you see your opponent stopping to make Navy, then you have to start walling yourself because he's gonna come in with army. And it's only 2 archers, which is a little bit early for DauT, to be honest, I think, because 2 archers won't do that much of a damage, and that's gonna alert Vivi that he needs to wall up, and now he's walling up. He realizes that, okay, DauT is giving up on the water, and DauT, without a market, he is not clicking up yet. He's gonna float a lot of gold when he clicks up to Castle Age, and Vivi is gonna have a pretty nice and comfy almost 1 minute lead into Castle Age, which could translate into War Galley. I like that he's taking down this dock over here, just for the sake of not even letting DauT back on water. And Palisade wall foundations were nerfed, and the barriers will also have to be evacuated thanks to these 2 archers. But Vivi can make a like, either a Siege Workshop when he reaches Castle Age loses 1 Voyager, which is something that could have been avoided, or he can make an Archer range and make 2 skirms to defend against this one. Should be no big deal. And in the meanwhile, as I said, Vivi's gonna have ultimate water control and he's getting the fishing eco out there. So it looks like we're gonna get scale barring, which means we will be playing with knights here for Vivi. The villager count is still even, but DauT has clicked up to Castle Age later, so there is going to be 2 or 3 villagers lead easily for DauT. DauT killed a lot more villagers, it's 7-4 in terms of villager kills. However, as I said, Vivi is gonna be able to retain his fishing eco, whereas DauT lost it entirely. And the water control is going to be a pretty significant thing over here, because a couple of war guys can start pressuring this side of DauT's base, like deny this wood line, for example. If the game goes very long, cannon galleons could also be a factor. In this one, nice revos by Vivi over here, just making sure that those archers won't get in. You don't need to wall this up more. I don't think that the archers will ever get through this wall here. And it looks like DauT... What is DauT's plan for this game? He's up to Castle Age. A couple of archers coming in here. It looks like we wanted to sneak a Voyager to the other side, but both Mother Nature and both DauT are actually aware of this, and this guy is going to have a very painful death here, because honestly, if you're DauT, you will still try to chase that guy down just to make sure that Vivi doesn't quick wall against the bear, but the bear... No way. This is why I said that you want to chase that guy down. Because this guy survives at 2 HP, the galleys come in clutch, and if this siege workshop goes up, and I think it would go up because the galleys will be able to protect the villager, this could cost so much for DauT. It only took 1 more shot for him to kill that guy, and he didn't. Knights will now clean up the crossbows here and over here as well, and there's a crossbowman. I don't think... Oh yeah, that's not going up. That's not going up. However, now you have knights on the field, so Vivi can dispatch another villager, so not really a big deal. At least DauT buys himself some time, let's say that. We're gonna have a monastery, and DauT is booming on 3 TCs once again. He just wants to play the good old boomer gameplay, but Vivi going for TC number 2 here. The problem is that I feel like DauT is gonna get punished for playing greedy once again, because, yeah, sure, you actually denied the siege workshop here, but it's not like Vivi cannot pull 2 more villagers to make this, or just be on stone. And, you know, if he has knights and stone, he's gonna drop a castle right over here. I can tell you this much. If DauT is just booming 3 TCs, Vivi is gonna castle drop him right here. Vivi with slightly worse eco upgrades than his opponent, but DauT once again at 3 army only. One of them is a crossbowman. There is a random cav archer somewhere. Yeah, this guy's here. The famous Portuguese cav archers. No way. I first thought that is a misclick, but it seems intentional. It actually seems intentional, and I think DauT played this map against Lira in the finals as well. He played cav archers as well. Did he play Portuguese cav archers? I don't remember. Oh, the transport! Vivi's getting a transport in! That's so smart! Yeah, DauT has a 100% win rate with cav archers in the finals of Red Bull. But the transport ship comes in clutch here, and yeah, basically what DauT said was like, kind of, when in doubt, just go for cav archers. There is a knight converted that's actually pretty unhealthy right now for Vivi, even though the galleys should be able to deal with that guy, and villagers will be able to help. Monk goes down, and another conversion is coming in here, but now the Scorpion... You could even garrison the Scorpion inside the transport. You can garrison the Scorpion inside the transport, Vivi, but he didn't do that. He's gonna go for Monastery right now. You can always jump back into the transport over here. DauT is holding for now, but he's behind by 3 villagers, actually. So, yeah, sure, he has a good eco, but Vivi has some fishing eco for him, and Vivi is also on 4 TCs. Holy smokes. Vivi's 4 TCs, forward Siege Workshop, and forward Monastery over here, pushing this one. I honestly think that Vivi's knights here are just hurting him more than they're helping him, because they keep getting converted and killing the Scorpions. There is another Scorpion on the way. And that's not a lot of cav archers, so 1 or 2 Scorpions should be able to deal with this one. Shoot. Shoot again. Nice micro over there from DauT. Vorgali and Botkin. The Botkin is there for for Vivi, but I think Vorgali could actually benefit him over here as well a little bit. But he's having a hard time pushing DauT here. Like, he's actually having a legit hard time. I feel like Mangonel could actually make more sense, and DauT is not now making Cav Archers. So both players are indeed on stone. DauT is looking like he's having a better time with stone, although I don't think DauT can drop a castle here safely. Especially now with more and more Scorpions out here. And the Voyagers will be able to repair the Scorpion. Unless Vivi isn't reacting. Vivi also made a dock here, so he's gonna have his fishing eco a little bit more efficient. And yeah, this is the problem that you're facing over here. The other Scorpion is still not finished off. This is a 1 HP Scorpion and it's still doing a lot of damage. DauT is going for that. Picks it off. Monks will try to scare away the galleys from the shoreline by trying to convert them. And it looks like Vivi really wants that dock up. Or that monastery up. One of the galleys will pick off. And the transport gets converted. That's a transport from DauT. Did you see that? DauT converted the transport and it had Vivi's Voyagers inside. So the reason why DauT deleted that is because Vivi's Voyagers was inside. It was only one wheel, but that was the forward wheel that actually wasn't able to finish this 99% monastery. That's crazy. That's a so rare thing to see. Like, it's usually a thing that you see in T90 community games, like transports getting converted and then whatnot. Like, in that case, by the way, the best scenario is that you keep that transport alive, because he's unable to ungarrison his Voyager, but it is going to take population from him. So it's actually better to keep that transport alive. Obviously, at that time, Viv would have killed that transport himself, if nothing else. But I don't know why the Scorpion projectiles are actually colliding over here, but hitting the barracks, but whatever. Anyways, DauT is about to drop a castle. He's gonna have to hold this, maybe even delete 2 farms here and drop it over here. Because I don't think he can get it up here, but he's gonna need it at this angle. That being said, Vivi is actually very, very close to dropping a castle as well. DauT is back on water. DauT is back on water, and now he's actually going in with Cav Archers to Vivi's eco. Here is the castle from DauT. That's actually a very, very strong castle position. DauT is going to drop a castle here with 25 wheels, but there is going to be Scorpions around. There's going to be some Knights around. Knights won't be able to hit the Vultures. There is actually an opening over there. I think both of these castles will go up in this one. So DauT reclaiming the water with some fire, guys, and I think now DauT is taking over this game because he's gonna be able to hold this, and it seems like he's gonna take revenge for all those DauT creepasts in the Atacama game, because this castle is not going up for Vivi, and now this is a disaster for him. He's got no water control, so Vivi could lose fishing eco here really fast, and this castle is also pretty much dead. And the Cav Archers in the long run will actually work out nicely. Let's see, War Galleys coming in here. Vivi cancels the castle for now. Vivi's thinking about imping though, and that's something that is still worth monitoring. He could try Imp and Cavalier, Imp and Arbalest could still be a thing. And since DauT is mostly Fire Galleys, even a few demos can be more than reasonable for the Fat Dragon over here. War Galley is still harassing a tiny bit over here, but Fire Ship should be able to clean this one up. So yeah, Vivi's fishing eco is going to collapse over here, and now DauT has an 11 villagers lead. Vivi is imping though. Vivi is gonna have to really capitalize on that imp advantage somehow, like potentially drop a castle somewhere around over here, and then start trapping this castle down. That's probably the best way that he can do it. The problem is that Vivi is at 3 military and DauT is at 22. And DauT isn't that super far away from Imperial if he actually sells that 1600 wood that he's sitting on right now. Vivi, interesting castle location. He's going to open up the other front line, and he wants to push from this side with Arbalest and Bombard Cannon most likely. DauT is going to try to delay that castle as much as possible with the Monk. You can actually try idling all those villagers to Monk, exactly what DauT is doing. Try converting each villager one by one, and when you convert villagers, they stop doing whatever they do. And that way you can actually delay these guys. There is now converted villagers, so DauT can no longer do that. War Galley is also coming in here to try and influence the combat. Now Cav Archers, another DauT castle. I don't think that this is gonna be a complete DauT castle for Vivi though. This should go up. Although it depends. If DauT has good micrant, he's hitting the villagers that are actually building, then he... No, there is no way that he stops this, yeah. If he had like 3 Cav Archers here, this could have been a completely different thing. Vivi even pulled some extra wheels for the sake of getting that up 100% comfortable. And now it's Organ Guns. So he's gonna make some organ guns just for the sake of having some army on the field. Cav archers may come in from the north, and there's a lot of eco that is exposed here for Vivi. Just like in the... Oh, Vivi? What is Vivi doing? He's running into Cav archers here. DauT is also on the way towards Imperial, and since Vivi is just teching into Crossbowmen, by the time Vivi actually gets reasonable Arbalest numbers, DauT is gonna have Imperial Age himself. He can go Elite Skirms against the Arbs and then add some Cav archers. And just like in the Golden Swamp game, if Vivi gets a... or if DauT gets a good position over here, with the Cav archers, he can kill a lot, and that's exactly what happened in the Golden Swamp game. DauT is mining stone pretty heavily over here. He wants a castle up here before he loses the stone mine, and it looks like he is gonna transition to Arbs himself. Still sneaky Cav archer play over here from DauT. I wonder if DauT knows about that lumber camp, but I think he does. Now he knows about it, and he's gonna say, jackpot, these knights don't have a lot of upgrades, so you can kill them with the Cav archers, especially if you micro your units. Especially if you micro your units, DauT. But yeah, that's gonna be a lot of the Vultures from Vivi, who's already 20 Vultures behind, and I think that's enough Cav archers and organ guns to potentially stop this castle as well. You have to focus down the Vills, but I think they can stop this castle, and simultaneously, as I said, Vivi's gonna have to deal with this absolute carnage at the back of his base. DauT, after losing Water End, it looked pretty scary for him. But yeah, this is a castle that actually may go up. No, but it's not going up. Another DauT castle here from Vivi. Especially if the castle focuses down the Veil, but that is actually going to be the case. DauT is up to Imperial, so he's going to get traps out himself. There's already a trap here for Vivi, but DauT can repair this castle, and he is actually on a hill. Now it's 2 traps, so DauT is going to have to pull the Voyagers to repair very soon. Arbalest Bracer on the way for DauT, whose Cav archers have been cleaned up, but it's 50, actually just 40 Voyagers difference. But I also like this play from DauT. Look at this. The stone is being denied by War Galleys, Voyagers being intercepted here as well. The shoreline being denied by DauT at the right time is huge here. So, you know, just being able to actually deny the shoreline and limit the movement of Vultures, deny some resources, is enormous, I would say, for DauT. And DauT is in a very, very good position. He's actually getting Arbalest faster than his opponent is. It's Arbalest Bracer already, whereas Vivi is just getting... well, he has Crossbow and Bracer, and Armor is coming in here, but no Arbalest upgrade. Vivi trying to get the castle up, and it actually does go up, which makes life a little bit harder for DauT here. Another trap comes in here for him. I think DauT knows that he's gonna lose this castle. Vivi's eco is much, much weaker, and DauT is expanding to the other side of the map, but Vivi seems like he's gonna have enough to hold this position, and now it's gonna be Elite Skirms for DauT. DauT is also going to lose his market over here, which is a further annoyance in case he wants to balance out his eco. And it looks like we're going to have Bombard Cannons from DauT to hold this one. This castle is something that Vivi is supposed to be saving, but he doesn't have enough Villagers to do that, so at the end of the day, that's a 1-for-1 castle trade, which I think is actually satisfactory for DauT, because he's got the better army over here. He's going to have Bombard Cannons soon against the Arbs and the Trebs. Left side, we still have the War Galleys being a little bit annoying over here on the shoreline. And soon, Vivi is going to have to move to additional gold mines like this one and this one. Arbalasts on both sides. Trap versus trap fight over here. But DauT already has a Bombard Cannon in, so DauT could actually start getting the Bombard Cannons out on the field. Still missing the armor upgrades for those skirms, which actually hurts quite a bit here for DauT. And the Arbalasts are pushing up. Vivi nice splits to split away from the Bombard Cannon. So DauT, I think this is the moment where DauT is still doing ground attacks against the Arbs, and that is going to be enough, I think, to save the Bombard Cannons as well. And now the Traps will go down to the Bombard Cannons of DauT, firing down hills against the Trap, and he's gonna take down all the Traps over here as well. Cannon Galleons could actually be a thing for DauT, yes. The thing is that it's expensive. You would have to tech into Galleon and you would have to tech into Cannon Galleon. As long as you have the opportunity to push on the sides, you prioritize that because you don't want to lose on land. But once DauT has some extra resources he's floating, like right now, and he's getting close to being top capped, a few Cannon Galleons could actually make sense, because you could do insane damage with Cannon Galleons here. Cannon Galleons would pretty much level this part of Vivi's base completely, but I don't think DauT is just in the need of actually doing that. It looks like we are going to have Arbalasts from Vivi, but only 3 ranges producing Arbs here for him. And you can see that Vivi is struggling for production. He has a lot of Arbs queued up on those buildings. Loses the castle, and he's behind by 40 villagers. almost 70 population difference between the two players. If these production buildings go down, Vivi is gonna have 1 barracks and 1 stable, basically. So Vivi's gonna have no production buildings in a matter of seconds. So yeah, like, against these many skirms, switch into Cavalier could actually work out well for Vivi. It's a matter of he isn't even remotely close to being able to do that. It looks like Vivi is trying to sneak some Voyagers on the left side, but DauT is gonna have some Arbs out on the left as well, also teching into Light Cav, preparing for the late game. As I said, Vivi just has no production. Vivi's 120 population against 200 pop from the opponent. A couple of knights here will be a little bit annoying, I would say, for DauT, but it's not really a big deal. He's 150 Voyagers almost. He can afford to lose 10 Voyagers without any problems. Takes a rather decent engagement over here. Our blasts will get eaten up by the elite skirms. Eventually, Arbs win this engagement over here because of the numbers, but that was everything but cost efficient. DauT does have +4 defense. This actually is a wrong +1 over here on the screen, as you might have gotten used to when looking at Capture Age, but that's actually a +4 defense. And yes, Vivi taps out. As expected, DauT brings the series back. It started to be scary for him because he lost 4 games in a row, but now it is an even series. After 8 games, we have 2 more to go. One on Land Madness, and game number 10 would be Mega Random. And we have 2 civilizations remaining, Malay and Sicilians. Those are the 2 civs that are left. Now that Vivi lost his game, he's gonna be the one selecting the civilization for the next Land Madness game. So let me restart Capture Age to avoid any lags. And we should be good to go whenever they launch the next game. So the remaining civilizations, as you see, Land Madness and Mega Random are the maps, and the civilizations are Sicilians and Malay. So I can see both Sicilians and Malay being reasonable for Mega Random. However, I can't really imagine Malay being good for Mega or for Land Madness. So I'm tempted to say that Sicilians is potentially a civ that we could see on Land Madness, and then Malay on Mega Random. Although it could be the other way around. In that case, Mega Random is gonna be Sicilian's game, and Land Madness would be an interesting Malay mirror, because usually on Land Madness you're looking at cavalry civs, like scout civs. So that's basically it. Oops. Right. So, well, yeah, all civs can be good on Mega Random, obviously. All civs can be good on Mega Random. So that really depends on what actually the Mega Random generation looks like. There is no restarts available, which means that you know, if you have a quite unfortunate Mega Random spawn, there is going to be no change in those. That's just something that you want to keep in mind, that no restarts are available in this show match. Once again, $200 base prize money for each player, and then $60 for every win. So right now, both of the players are sitting at $404, and 120 is still unallocated. And we will be going into Land Madness. I guess Vivi is gonna be the one saying or having the final say on the civilization that's being played. Yeah, Malay Light Cav battle on Land Madness would actually be a crazy one, to be honest. Like, Malay Light Cav is basically one of the worst in the game, even though their scouts are at least somewhat viable, even though they do not have bloodlines either, I think. No, I think they do have bloodlines, right? They have bloodlines, but they do not even have +2 defense. I'll have to check. There is 2 light cavs that are actually the worst in the game. Malay is one of them. I think Malay is missing +4 defense. Yeah, Malay is missing bloodlines. And it's missing +2 defense even. So I was right about the +2 defense missing, but they're also missing bloodlines. Yeah, that's one of the worst light cav in the game. If not the worst. It's an absolute junk, basically. Alright, so it looks like Vivi wants Sicilians over here, so we'll have a Malay Mega Random and a Sicilian game here for Red Madness. Sorry, I had to yawn. That was weird. Korean Hussar are worse than FU Teuton Scouts. Malay Light Cav is actually the worst in the game. So, like, Malay Light Cav basically have no armor and no bloodlines. They're like 60 HP, right? 60 HP and 1 Pierce armor. Those are ridiculously bad. Sometimes, however, you see them because Malay is a strong archer civ, and because of that, oftentimes the opponents play skirms against that. So in late game, oftentimes you see Malay light cav, despite the fact that they're actually pretty garbage. Okay. So, it looks like DauT had to, fix his stream for a moment. Malay Lightcap died to skirms, it depends on numbers. Like, the thing is that, yes, Malay Lightcap have pretty crappy Pierce armor, but it's still Lightcap against skirm. Obviously, you can't have like 10 Lightcap against 25 skirm because skirms will just eat Malay Lightcap, but once you have, let's say, I don't know, 20 Lightcap on the field, it's not that easy to kill them with skirms only. But yeah, Malay Lightcap is just disaster. So, anyways, we're going to have a Sicilian mirror. So what do we expect from a Sicilian mirror here? I would think that we're just going to see scouts, because Sicilians, one of the more underrated bonuses of Sicilians, that Sicilian farming eco is an absolute beast. Like, that is crazy strong, actually comparable to like Slavic farming eco from that aspect. It's not necessarily about the food income, it's about how small you have to invest into your farms. That's basically what the Sicilians are all about, and that means you don't need a huge amount of villagers on wood to do that. So Sicilians, in case you don't know, their farms provide 100% additional food. That is enormous. Just to put that into context, 45 extra food from the Chinese, which is like 30%, but it's a team bonus, is actually making Chinese an extremely strong eco civilization and one of the highly coveted team game civs as well, because it helps their teammates as well immensely. So the Sicilian extra fold on the farming eco is horribly underrated, and I think it's overshadowed by the fact on how strong the First Crusade and dungeons are. All right, so we do have a game over here. Let's look for a game. And we will be jumping into game number 9 over here. It is likely that I'm just going to upload this as one entire series to YouTube. So something like a, 4.5 hour long video. So let's go Land Madness in a couple of seconds. And as you probably know, Land Madness is a very, very open map, so I would actually favor Vivi in this scenario. So welcome to game number 9. We will have Vivi as red Sicilians on the right, and left side is going to be Sicilians as well for DauT in blue. So the way that the Land Madness works is that you do have starting boards. You also often push deer in, but multiple berry patches exist, and most importantly, this ice patch is not wallable, which means that you cannot fully wall your base or your wood line, although it depends on where you place your lumber camp. For DauT, he's got a nice wood line over here at the back, which can be walled around without touching the ice. For Vivi, this wood line is something I could make an argument for, or this one is actually pretty reasonable as well. Not a lot of close wood lines to Vivi's base, though, that's worth noting. He's got a gold at the back, stone at the back. In general, on Land Madness, you don't have like a primary gold or stone for each player. You just have patches of 3 tiles of gold and stone scattered across the map all the way around. So you have to move away pretty frequently from your gold and stone deposits to new ones. So, DauT pushing in the deer first for himself, going for 6 on wood, no surprise about that. And the other thing that you are getting with Sicilians and the extra food on the farms is that you don't have to get horse color to drop farms early on. Although, if you get horse color farms, that 100% applies as well, which is crazy. So, if you get horse color and drop farms after, you don't really have to have a lot of villagers on wood because you just never need to replace, well, not never need to replace farms, but it takes quite a lot of time until you actually have to replace an expired farm, which is a huge thing for Sicilians. That's an extremely strong eco that they have. Anyways, let's see what we have over here. 3 villagers all on the same side for Vivi. If that is the case, this is likely a scout's play from him. And DauT is going for 3 on wood as well, most likely going to be a scout's play as well. I don't like that he's splitting this up 1 to 2 because Vivi could come in with a scout here and potentially kill this villager. This is why usually when you have 3 villagers, you prefer to have them on the same side. If you have 4, you split it into 2, just for the sake of being able to keep 2 villagers at the same side at minimum, so that you don't lose villagers to a single scout. Anyways, Vivi had some trouble with the deer pushes over here. This is on the first one that he is pushing in, apparently. Actually, no. He did push in 2 from another angle, but I saw this deer walking back, so I guess he pushed in some from this angle, and now he's pushing in from this direction. Goes for the mill on the berries, same thing here for DauT. Usually you mill your berries because you can push in the deer, so there is no real point at milling the deer here. So, first boar is in just now for Vivi. I think it's completely fine in this case because he was using hunt as a food source. DauT already, I think, is almost finished with his hunt over here, so we're soon going to see the second boar coming in as well for him. Also mills the berries. For now, no walls even on the wood lines from either side. There is not really any point at doing those, to be honest, right now, because the opponent is likely going to play scouts here, which means that you don't have to wall these villagers off in Dark Age. It's unlikely that you're going to face a Drush on Land Madness, especially considering that the spawn of the players is usually pretty unpredictable. That was a little bit of a sloppy lure here from DauT. I think he may have misclicked the boar to this deer over here. Now he's going full hunt mode, by the way. So he's got all the deer in. He could also have this patch of deer being pushed in, but he pushed in 4 deer, and he's got 2 boars. I think Vivi actually had the same amount of deer being pushed in as well. He left 3 in this patch and pushed in an entire patch from this side. So let's see. Loom is coming in for Vivi, going for 19 pop scouts. So we're going to have DauT with another villager being queued up and another one. This is going to be late for a scout's play for DauT. Well, it wouldn't really be late, especially now that he cancelled the villager after. It would be just standard 21 pop, which is still, I think, a little bit too slow considering how many deer you pushed in here. So I'm not sure if this was really needed for DauT. I like the 20 pop from Vivi a little bit better here. That little advantage going into Field Age is going to help. The only way I can justify DauT's 21 pop is if this is not scouts. But I don't see any intention from DauT of, I don't know, doing donjons and sergeants, which could be an underrated unit composition here, to be honest. So like, donjons and sergeants could actually be something to consider, although I feel like this is gonna be Scouts War into who gets first crusade first, basically. Although, getting first crusade on this map is actually pretty tricky, because you don't really have a super safe stone mine that you can mine, and it's not like you're just gonna spam theses everywhere and then even be able to afford a castle. So it's gonna be tricky to see who gets first crusade first, and DauT is gonna wall his base around, carefully avoiding these ice patches. Technically, your base is wallable if you do it like that, and I think, I don't remember where, but there was a show match which also featured Land Madness a couple of weeks ago. Wasn't really a lot of weeks, something like a week maybe or so, and it may have even been DauT who was doing the exact same thing, just walling up his base over here. Now, he is gonna get his barracks delayed a little bit over here, but it is gonna go up. Vivi already is in Feudal Age, and he's already making the stable, so he is going to be playing with scouts, and as you see, it's very likely that we're not even going to see Horse Color early on. If they can squeeze it in, they will, but it's not like you have to force Horse Color over here with Sicilians. You can just play without Horse Color because your farms will still hold an awful lot of food. Especially for DauT, who is heavy on the walls, he might not be able to afford Horse Color. In this case, Bit Axe is coming in here for him right now, and Vivi is gonna get Horse Color before farms. If we were in the game, I would be able to tell you how much food that farm holds. In Capture Age, I'm not able to, but I'm tempted to just switch into the game for a moment. You are not gonna be able to see that, but I can. And that farm, I can tell you, it is having 315 food already, I think. The font is a little bit too small, so I'm not 100% sure, but something like 300 food for a farm is crazy already in Feudal Age. So this is why Sicilian's farming eco is just so strong. Anyways, DauT is playing relatively passive over here, going for Spearman defense until he's able to fully wall himself. He's not going to have a super safe gold mine, so if Vivi brings in some archers, or maybe even just drops a tower, then all of these gold mines could potentially be denied, but as long as it's only scouts from Vivi, there should be no problem for DauT protecting those gold mines. There is a spearman out for the Fat Dragon as well, and DauT apparently ceases to make more scouts, so it seems like DauT is going to go for a very eco-heavy approach, fails with the quick gate. Voyager is going to take this engagement, Spearman versus Spearman coming in here as well, another spear comes in. I think the Voyager may not even go down. And there's another Spearman that's gonna prevent these scouts from doing a lot more damage. The walls are on this side almost completed, so all that now DauT needs to do is just bring in some more Voyagers to finish these walls. Scouts hitting DauT's wood line, but once again, defensive Spearman is supposed to be enough to hold this one. You want to drop those food off from those Voyagers before they actually die to the scouts. One of the low HP Voyagers is probably carrying a lot of food, and you don't want to lose that. Vivi is very annoying when it comes to, you know, having scouts inside your base. He's going to be microing them all day, all night, and just making your life miserable. Yet, at the end of the day, even though DauT has some mismicro these units a little bit over here, the walls will go up. And do we have a drop? No, we have a pause. Okay, this is a pause. Don't worry. This is not a drop. So, yeah, basically, if DauT is fully walled, he's got 17 on food. He didn't really invest into scouts, but he doesn't have Horse Color on the other side as the game continues. So the thing is that the first couple of seconds after a pause is like this in Capture Age. You just have to kind of deal with it, type of a thing. And Voyager could potentially go down. There is still an opening for another scout to push in, and that's quite a lot of Voyagers going down. I think that's 2 from DauT already, and the scouts are still flooding inside his base. So he's trying to play greedy over here and just go into Castle Age. We have seen that in a previous show match, as I said. I think it was actually DauT playing himself once again. That's a dead Voyager. And you see that he's very low on wood Voyagers, and that is because, number one, he's losing wood Voyagers, but number two, it's because he doesn't even need a lot of wood Voyagers for the farming eco of Sicilians. So the idea here, and the idea in that show match, was also that he's just going to play rather greedily because he expects the opponent to invest a lot into the scouts play. That being said, DauT is a losing villager number 4 already, and when you're losing that many Voyagers, it doesn't matter that your opponent invested more into his army because overall his eco is still going to be stronger. So, with that, we are gonna have some scouts still being active over here, and they're trying to get some Voyagers. That's a little bit too much for them. Spearman trying to catch them. DauT is 18 on food. 22 now. He's really trying to get up to Castle Age over here fast. I would think that he's trying to squeeze out the first Crusade over here as the first player, but if you look at Vivi's resources, he did invest into more scouts, but he also killed 4 villagers from DauT, plus caused a lot of idle time and annoyance, and DauT also had to invest into a lot of spearmen to defend against this one. So at the end of the day, I don't think that DauT actually has any eco lead over Vivi, thanks to the fact that he has invested less into his army over here. And DauT also isn't mining gold right now, and that's going to be even more complicated now that Vivi is bringing in some archers. So the archers could pick off the spearmen, archers could deny all the gold mines that DauT has access to, and we might just see DauT selling resources, like selling food, to go up to Castle Age here. We have seen, I think, something like that in the Hideout game, that instead of actually making a mining camp and mining gold, he just sells resources. And if that's the case, I'm 100% sure that this is all about the First Crusade tech here. Because if you would want to go for knights in Castle Age, you would make a mining camp because you need to mine gold anyways. The only way that you're not making a mining camp is that if you're not planning to mine gold. And that is only a possibility, as DauT is selling indeed wood. He's even selling some stone for this one to go up, and up he goes. I believe he's busy microing his stuff, but now he's gonna click up. Vivi is already up though, and that's a problem for DauT. That Vivi, he has had a completely untouched eco. He never had to really fight for his villagers. He never lost a single villager, whereas DauT did lose 4. Vivi also got horse color, so his farming eco is even more efficient than DauT's one. And I think Vivi is just gonna go double stable knights over here. Archers also break into the base. DauT unpops the scouts right now. No upgrades on those guys, but the scouts can still be enough to intercept the archers. So that's what DauT's plan was over here. And he's going to be able to clean up the archers, which is, I think, a huge achievement from him at this point, because those archers could have been extremely annoying, even though the archers are still holding on, and they will be picking off most of the scouts. So I guess DauT wasn't able to clean that one up because he doesn't have a +1 defense. That's a very, very bad fight for DauT over there. And all he has is 3 spearmen to defend against archers and a spear. And as I said, Vivi's got a solid 40 seconds advantage into Castle Age. As Vivi, oh look at that, that was beautiful. Vivi's using his spearmen to block the house foundation, and the archers can now move in. Vivi's up to Castle Age. He's not getting crossbowmen, he just wants to get knights, I believe, for himself. And this looks like a disaster for DauT. And you see why it's not really viable to just go full wars on this map. This is known as an aggressive feudal age heavy map, and it seems like it is really showing off over here right now why. Vivi already forward siege workshop in the face of DauT, and yeah, DauT is now getting scareboarding and he wants to make some knights, but at this point that is, I think, a situation where it's too far gone. So he's gonna have to replace his lumber camp over here. So all this walling that he had done is going to be useless, because like a single knight could kill all the vultures here. And in fact, if you're Vivi, you send your first knight to this wood line, and the vultures have nowhere to go. There's absolutely nowhere to go for those vultures. If they run back to the base, they get killed by the crossbows. If they do not run back, they will get killed by the knights. And also past that, foundations are weaker, so Vivi could actually get through it. Now DauT wants to make a run for it. Vivi should just focus down the wheels. He's gonna lose 4 crossbows, but he should just focus down the wheels over here, and he's gonna be a happy person. I think he actually kills the knight first, and there is more crossbows coming in. Vivi is gonna take game number 5. It seems like indeed DauT taps out, and a somewhat disappointing game number 5 for us over here. But it looks like Vivi's aggressive play worked out against DauT's greed. He wanted to go for First Crusade, I believe, but First Crusade isn't always the solution. Anyways, we have one more game to go, which is going to be mega random, and we're going to see a melee mirror on it. So I'm going to grab a drink before we jump in there. It's probably going to take a couple of moments for DauT and Vivi to set up the game as well. So I advise you to bring in something to drink yourself. And we will be into the final game of this one. And DauT started 3-0, and many people said, oh yeah, it's going to be a 10-0 here. And at the end of the day, Vivi is leading 5-4. And this one, game number 10, will be on Mega Random. Okay, so with that, the final game is going to be Mega Random. There is no restarts, so we're going to play the generation that is going to be given to us. Sometimes Mega Random tournaments do have restarts, but I feel like it's better if there is no restart for Mega Random tournament. And the reason why is because Mega Random is all about being able to adapt what you are given. That is one of the maps where really you have to have a very good scouting and you have to be able to adapt. That is the map where like if you, I don't know, play Arabia, you can get away with just knowing how to play certain build orders, but when you actually go to Mega Random, you really have to be able to adapt to your surroundings, in not just in late game but also early game. Like adjust your food eco so you have a satisfactory food income. Be able to evaluate if a certain position is worth docking, for example, and whatnot. So these are the factors that always need to be considered when it comes to Mega Random, and that kind of requires a little bit different skill than just normal gameplay skills. It really requires you to be able to evaluate a certain situation very well, to have very efficient scouting as well. And yeah, that is what makes Mega Random very, very distinct from any other tournament maps. I would love to see a Mega Random tournament at some time in the future. That would be so, so cool. Alright, so we're waiting for Vivi to get going, and then we will be jumping into the next game. Vivi is leading 5-4. The final $60 could fall into the hands of DauT if he wins this one. It's hard to say who has the edge in this Mega Random game. I would say that Vivi probably has a little bit more experience when it comes to Mega Random. Like, the Chinese players usually play a lot of crazy settings and whatnot, so I would think that Vivi may have a little bit more experience in Mega Random in recent memory than DauT does. However, DauT has very, very good decision making, and that could also translate into a win here as we go into game number 10 over here. DauT has lost the previous one. We have the final game of this 10-game show match over here between DauT and Vivi. DauT is going to be playing Malay in blue on the right side. Left side is going to be Malay for Vivi as well. They're playing mirror civs, and the map is Mega Random. So let's see how this looks like. We have pawns on the north and the south, a little bit close to like cross. The middle has a stone scattered all around it. There is very, very little gold on the map, and it looks like this is a somewhat asymmetrical map if you look at it. So, in fact, this is a rather somewhat unfair map. We're going to talk about that in a second, but stone in the middle, that's fine. You have very little starting gold, which is one of the things that is pretty common on Mega Random. Starting sheep seems relatively reasonable, and you do start with a scout, which is helpful. Sometimes you don't start with a scout, and you have to use your villagers to scout, for example. There is a reasonable amount of hunt available, 1 boar as I see it, a little bit more sheep than normal. And the other thing that I want to point out is that there is pond on the north, pond on the south. However, left side is wood. There is a lot of wood on the left side apparently. And the right side is a corner where you have 4 tiles of gold twice. I would think that the way that this script was generated is that one of these are supposed to belong to DauT and one of these are supposed to belong to Vivi. However, in reality, this is actually favoring DauT because he's much closer to both of those. So I'm not necessarily a fan of this map generation. I would borderline say this is very, very unfair in the favor of DauT, but it is what it is. This is Mega Random. You have to be able to adapt to everything that you're given. And there's absolutely no guarantees that DauT is going to scout this corner though. So these 2 gold spots, which is actually the majority of the gold on the map, may remain completely untouched. It's 8 tiles. This is 6,500 gold over here. As a comparison, the players start with 4 tiles themselves. So this gold in the right side is as much as the 2 players have combined on their starting bases. Anyways, let's keep an eye out on scouting. DauT is going to decide that he wants to mill the huntables instead of the berries. Makes sense, you have 6 deer over here, which is worth milling in my perspective. As Vivi runs into a TC Fire of DauT, that is so bad for him if he loses that scout. Oh my lord. That hurts awfully. Because on Mega Random, scouting is just so important. If you look at Vivi's vision, Vivi barely knows anything. He's got no idea that there is spawns on the map. He knows about the stones, he knows that there is very little gold left on the map. He will never find this corner with gold, most likely. He will never find the corners with the fish. Whereas for DauT, he's gonna have all the freedom in the world to run around with his scout and just, keep scouting. He doesn't know about the ponds either. But eventually, I think he may find that. He probably knows that, okay, there is a lot of stone in the middle, and this is one of those maps where we're probably going to see a lot of stone selling game. Vivi, I think my capture rate just died. That's unfortunate. But no worries, we'll actually restart it and it should be good. Boom. Back we are. So, no worries, you missed absolutely nothing. So, a Drush coming in here from Vivi. He has a Voyager on gold, so he is gonna be playing potentially Drush FC over here. Oftentimes on Mega Random you play FC because by the time you scout what's up, or where your opponent possibly is, it could be well past Fuel Age. So fast casters are relatively common in a Mega Random scenarios. DauT adding some farms early on over here. It seems like he doesn't know about the ponds either, and Vivi is just gonna wall himself up in a relatively wallable position. As much as it is a benefit for DauT that he has all the gold here on the right side, on the other hand, Vivi's map is a lot more wallable if you think a look at it. It's actually very easily wallable. DauT may actually get a villager pick over here, and so he will. But DauT's map is way less wallable. It's wide open, in fact, and militias run past the TC over here. DauT has Loom coming in, though, so I don't think that Vivi is going to be able to do a lot of damage with this. But this map is so weird from that aspect that Vivi's base is very wallable, but he's very far from this gold. DauT is close to the gold, but he's insanely hard to wall. I kind of feel like this map script would be interesting if you had one player over here and one player over here. Because then you would have one pond each, and then you would have a wood region on the left side and a goldy region on the right side. This map feels a little bit unbalanced. It remains to be seen who is actually benefiting from that, because you can't deny that Vivi is going to be benefiting from the fact that he can do a very easy Drush FC over here with all the vulnerability of his map. Whereas, if DauT scouts this, DauT is going to massively benefit from those gold mines. So, Vivi, just going for the Drush FC here. He did not find his Huntables, I believe, which is also something that's worth monitoring. So, without the Huntables, he's not gonna be able to have a very, very clean Drush FC. It's 26 Voyagers. There's no way that this is enough for him. Yeah, he's getting more. Like, this has to be, especially with Malay, Suri 2+2 or so. Anyways, it looks like DauT is making barracks over here. Militias will find these Voyagers and they may take this engagement. Let's see what DauT is thinking about. Vivi sending in more militias, like actual 2 more added. I would love to see at least one of the militias that are low HP being used to scout the map though for Vivi. It seems like neither of the players are aware of the pawns in the corners. And now DauT is going for the archer range. I don't know how much DauT knows about Vivi's base here, but there is so much stone in the map that I could see DauT trying to play with archers and towers. In this case, DauT is still taking his hunt, which is going to give him nice low food eco, whereas for Vivi, he's gonna have to settle with all these farms, which is far from ideal. But his plan is to go for a Drush FC over here, and for now, and that's gonna work out. A Drush FC can also be pretty strong in this one because it's gonna give you a nice power spike in early Castle Age. And on maps where there is very little gold, you could actually make an argument for going for a strategy like that. Parasite Wall Foundations have been nerfed, so that could have been an opportunity for Vivi to get inside, but now there is an archer, so these guys are gonna get cleaned up. Melee infantry spam on this map, nice since low gold. I would massively doubt that we would get to a stage in this map where we are going to look at forced levy. It could be, like, in very, very late games, it could be reasonable, as apparently there is an overchop over there. Yeah, like, one of these militias should be scouting, like one of the low HP ones. Because Vivi needs information, above all. So, it seemed like this is gonna be a cleanup. If Vivi sees this mill, he might be tempted to believe that there was some hunt over here. So, obviously that's not gonna help him at all, and now he's splitting up the militias and just scouting with them, but that may make him believe that he also has a hunt somewhere available. Also, if Vivi is lucky, he's gonna bump into the gold mine in the corner, and that's gonna be a very important piece of information for him. He's gonna encounter a wolf, and I think this militia is going to barely survive. And Vivi could kill that, yeah. Vivi is gonna be supposed to kill that, but he's not going to see the gold in the corner either. That might remain hidden for the majority of the game. Blacksmith Market, or what is that? Blacksmith Archer range, with the Drush FC, 2 Voyagers being added, but you see how low Vivi is in food count? That is because he's getting Horsecore and double Birax, so this was a 34 Voyagers, Drush into pretty much Archers now. I'm not sure why he got Horsecore and double Birax. Without that, he could have clicked up, but it looks like he's gonna spend an extended amount of time in Feudal Age over here, knowing that DauT is gonna have Archers. So yes, he's gonna make a couple of skirms, even getting a market. Stone selling could be a theory here for Vivi when it comes to getting up to Castle Age. Because there's so much stone on the map that it's not really a big deal that you sell it, and there's way less gold on the map, so it could really be justified that you sell some gold, or sell some stone, and buy your food instead. But right now, it seems like DauT is actually reacting to this map a little bit better than Vivi does. The archers will actually be pretty annoying over here for Vivi to deal with. There is going to be a couple of skirms defending for now, but Vivi's Drush FC here has been halted, and DauT was up to Feudal Age much faster, and he got Horse Color earlier, and that is actually important. All the farms that Vivi is having, these are without Horse Color. DauT's farms are mostly Horse Color farms. And that is going to give a nice low advantage overall economically for DauT. Plus he had double Birax for a longer amount of time as well, which once again is a nice added benefit to this one. DauT buying quite a lot of food here, and he's intending to go up indeed his earlier feudal age seems like it's paying off much, much better. At this point, DauT is just going to wait until he gets up to cast stage, and that's going to be a very, very fast uptime. Remember, he's melee, so that's actually a huge thing for melee, because your power spike in early cast stage comes much, much faster. So whenever you click up to the next stage, you invest a lot of resources into that, and that's basically resources that could also go into units, and if your opponent is making units from that, suddenly you could get overrun before you reach the next stage. However, for melee, because the uptime is much, much shorter, it is much easier to really capitalize on clicking up to the next stage early, because you are exposed for a way smaller amount of time. You will get the benefit from reaching the next stage much, much faster. And at this point, it would be 11 archers against 5 archers and 4 skirms. Skirms will be without armor, though. Actually, they do have armor, so that's more than satisfactory. That padded archer armor is going to delay the botkin arrow upgrade a tiny bit. DauT wouldn't be able to afford crossbow and botkin at the same time anyways, so that's not really a massive issue right now. Indeed, crossbow is coming in, and DauT is gonna be able to squeeze in botkin as well. Did he cancel the armor? Yes, he canceled the armor in the final second to prioritize botkin arrow over here. I think he could have waited for it, but I feel like he needs that extra range. I think that's the main reason why he's grabbing botkin here, because he wants that extra range for the crossbows, which is so important. He's using his scout as a meat shield to bait some arrow shots so that he can actually land some crossbow hits. One villager goes down, but for now, Vivi just wants to keep his crossbow or arch numbers up high, and he's gonna try getting crossbow and botkin for himself. He can't afford crossbow and only botkin arrow, which is a bit of a concern for him. Now goes for crossbows, but DauT is going to take the hill. This is a good fight for DauT. This is an excellent fight for DauT, just before Vivi would upgrade to crossbows. That's an excellent fight for DauT. Fighting down hills, he's focusing down the skirms in this case, but I think if he focused the archers, he could have actually gotten a better value out of this one, because the archers are the more valuable unit in this case. That being said, there's already a forward siege workshop buff from DauT, and now the armor is coming in as well. Double ranges for Vivi, only a single range for DauT. One of the reasons why I think he's gonna get overrun in the long run if he's not getting a second range out. Mangonel gets a nice connection. Let's see the archer dance. We will have +1 defense in for DauT in a matter of seconds as well. He's trying to focus down the skirmishers so that guy is less annoying, and then go for the crossbows. So Boso is on the way for Vivi, and eco-wise, we do have a 2 eco lead right now for DauT. No wheelbarrow for either side, kind of the same TCI at all times. Anyways, it looks like Vivi is just gonna try looping around and drag away for crossbows from here. Nice micro from Vivi picking these guys off. I think DauT wants to fight over here, but Vivi is kind of forcing him to fight here. And those crossbows could be annoying if they get into DauT's eco. But there is double mangonels already, and this siege workshop could actually be denied. If the siege workshop is denied, that's a disaster for Vivi. DauT realizes that. DauT realizes that, and that's a huge thing. 96%. I think Vivi could potentially force that up, but that siege workshop being late is enormous, and this is gonna force Vivi to make a stable immediately, because with a stable, you would be able to get a knight out and deal with the mangonels. Vivi, the crossbows are still denying the siege workshop, but it actually does go up. It did take quite a lot of beating while it was a foundation though, so it's not super high in HP. The mangonels could already start knocking down on, and it takes quite a lot of time to get a mangonel out, so if DauT is actually just focus firing this siege workshop, yeah, he's gonna be able to at least force the villagers to repair. Mangonel almost out. By the way, DauT would have the hill advantage firing down hills over here. There is a knight. Vivi is gonna take a 1-for-1 over there, but the knight should be able to deal with these guys because there isn't really a lot of crossbows or monks supporting. Another batch of crossbows coming around for Vivi, and as I said, this is a massive problem for DauT that he has no support for those mangonels. That is an enormous loss to lose a mangonel like that, even if it comes at the price of trading knight to it. And here is Vivi. I don't know if DauT actually reacted to this one yet. I think he's too focused on microing his units in the middle, and that is going to cause a lot of disaster at DauT's base. DauT had a 4 villagers lead, but that is going to be gone in a matter of seconds, because these woodline villagers are going to die. And there was a Was that a hole the whole time? I don't know. But DauT's eco is gonna get pushed pretty hard over here. The Siege Workshop is still up and the Mangonel is gonna be able to defend for now. DauT is not having a new Mangonel coming in here though. And now Vivi takes over in terms of Voyager count. Once again, DauT took the first 3 games of this set. And it seemed like it's gonna be a stomp because he was very convincing. But it looks like we do have another desync. Yay! Just what we needed for the final game of this one. So I am going to have to switch to DauT's POV in here because by the time we would catch up with this, we would probably have the game ending. So apologies for that. We're going to be casting from DauT's POV. Hopefully they fix this bug here because that's an enormous problem for casting the... Anyways, DauT is right now at 51 villagers, but Vivi is getting up a TC on that gold mine, which is worth monitoring. So, well, DauT does clean that up. However, we also have to consider that DauT is running out of gold himself. I would think in Brain that they are hoping that... I have no confirmation on this, but my hope is that they will get this out before Hidden Cup qualifiers, because Hidden Cup is going to be one of the biggest events of the year, and it would be a disaster if things like these happened. And unlike recorded games for the main event, the qualifiers will be live games as far as I know, which means that we could actually have these desyncs happening. DauT wants a castle. DauT wants a castle, but I somewhat question if he has the number of military that he needs to drop a castle in the face of Vivi. That's just what I think here. He has something garrisoned inside that Siege Workshop, but I think that that's a little bit of a ballsy castle. I see Elite Skirms for Vivi, so he's transitioning into Trash. And this castle is going to decide the outcome of the game. DauT pops out a Mangonel. Quite a lot of crossbows, Mangonels. There is a Knight out there. Knight seems to be dying pretty fast to crossbow, so that is +1 defense at maximum. There is a Mangonel on the way as well. Another Mangonel comes out. That's a 1-for-0, and oh boy, this is getting close. This is getting close. Oh my lord, I don't think this castle is going up for DauT. I don't think it does. Dave Fallon, thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Or is this castle going up? Where did the Mangonels go? I looked away for a second to do the sellout, and DauT actually out-microed those Mangonels. Those guys are going up. And that's gonna be pretty annoying for Vivi, because that castle is more than annoying, to be honest. So, what now? I'm tempted to say, how do we do this? You are good. You are good over there. So, I'm just gonna, by the way, try to reconnect to the game and catch up with it. So in case this game goes long, we're able to reconnect. That's basically what we're gonna do. Because last time we actually did this, we were able to reconnect, but it takes some time. Until then, you are more than welcome to, just look at DauT's POV. Vivi still has the TC and he still has access to gold. It's worth looking at DauT's scouting that he does not know about the golds on the far right side of the map. Neither does he know about the extra pawns to work with. That being said, he is taking down that TC over there, and Vivi is cut off from most accessible stone, which is also worth considering. Those resources are looking like it's very far from him to going into Imperial, but he's heavy on stone, so he's probably going to be selling quite a lot of stone, and potentially wants to drop another castle when he has the opportunity to do so. He's at 400 stone right now with 16 on stone for him. They are 32 minutes in the game. Okay. Apparently, DauT's Mangonel miraculously survived, and he's going to be flanking with a couple of crossbows. And now he's going to start looking across the map with outposts. And he will soon find that, hey, there is spawns over here. Not like it mattered, but maybe he's going to find a cold in the far right corner, and that could be a decider thing between these two. Vivi's gold mine is under heavy pressure. I wouldn't be surprised to see him dropping a castle, and DauT is going to spot the detachment of crossbows and skirms coming up on the north. You could see it perfectly from his POV that he did spot the crossbows and skirms on the north. So that counterattack from Vivi shouldn't really do much. Or at least that's the theory. Mangano, Vivi splits away, nice one from him. Quite a lot of skirms in that army, so killing that Mangano is going to be a little bit challenging. And let's see if Vivi is just going to focus down the crossbows. For now, it doesn't seem like it. DauT finds the ponds now. Now those are way less important, even though I want to point out that we have melee here. So technically those ponds could be super important. Because that gives you infinite fishing eco if you are actually playing with melee. DauT is going to tech into elite skirms himself, tries to stop that army from breaking into his base. It's not really about the skirm numbers anymore over there. So DauT should be able to clean that one up without any further issues. I would think the real question is what is happening close to Vivi's base. My game has almost caught up, that's the good news. So we'll be able to go back to capture age in a couple of moments from DauT's POV. But anyways, DauT right now, 16 villagers only on food, so his food eco is definitely kind of weak, especially considering that now he's going triple range skirms. So for triple range skirms, you need a way more food eco than that. DauT is also prioritizing the relics, something we didn't talk about. That the relics will be extremely important on such a map where there is like very, very little gold available. You can see that DauT is still missing out on the far right corner of the map, which is the most important for gold. If he finds that, I think he's gonna win the game, because that is going to be an excellent gold extra, something that Vivi is never gonna have. And that's the thing here. So Vivi, on the other hand, he's an imp. That's not something that we could see, obviously, because we are looking at DauT's POV right now. But Vivi went up to Imperial, which means Arbalests could come in, or potentially just, you know, Elite Skirms with the Imperial Age upgrades could also work out. DauT trades 1-for-1, and I would think that now Vivi wants to drop castles and do trebs. If you don't toggle Fog of War in both Capture Age and Game at all, and just stay on Wall Visible, I have had today multiple casters had desyncs with the game. So that's basically the main issue. Like, it wasn't just me desyncing, there was a moment where everybody desynced at the same time, so I think there is more to that. Anyways, this is sort of an arena-like strategy, what you're seeing over here from Vivi. Not a huge amount of army, but it's more about get a castle up and get trebs out. Because your opponent is mostly skirms, so, and maybe arbs, so killing the traps is actually pretty challenging for them. As I said, my game has almost caught up, so we should be able to go back into casting in a matter of moments. So anyways, DauT still doesn't know about the right-hand side gold mine, so we may actually end up in Thresh Wars. And Malay Thresh isn't particularly amazing. DauT still not going up to Imperial though. That is a huge concern right now for Lord. Because as long as he's not up in Imperial, he's not gonna be able to do anything against the traps. And if he cannot do anything against the traps, he's just gonna get pushed back with skirms and traps. If he was a cavalry civ, he would be able to make some cav and try to snipe the traps to buy himself some time. But with melee, that's not really possible because you're not really a cavalry civ here by any means. DauT trying to get those skirms killed. There are some karambits on the field from Vivi, and now DauT finds the gold mine, which could basically mean the difference between life and death. I feel like if he didn't find those gold mines, he would be completely dead. Now we are going to look at a completely different scenario, and my game has caught up, so Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Everybody see everything? Sorry for that. My OBS just completely died. I don't know what exactly happened, but my OBS completely died. So sorry for that. I think that the VOD is still fine, or at least I hope it is fine, because I wanted to export this as one series into YouTube, so that would be a disaster if the VOD would get crippled by this. But we'll figure out something if that's the case. We may do first 9 games and then the final one. But anyways, what did we miss? We missed DauT with a huge amount of skirms over here. DauT is going up to Imperial right now, and as I said, this gold deposit is life-saving for him. You can see that he's jumping on it immediately, and Vivi, on the other hand, doesn't have any gold, but DauT is gonna get absolutely slaughtered here on the other side by skirms. The skirms for Vivi also have just +1 defense and botkin. Like, Vivi is up to Imperial, but he's not getting anything out of that because he isn't even having the Castle Age upgrade for his skirms. That's sort of a disaster for Vivi, I would say, and that is probably heavily contributing to the fact that he's not stomping DauT right now. DauT is gonna have good map awareness in this one, and in terms of relics, we do have 6 relics for DauT, by the way, something that we didn't talk about. Even if he didn't find this gold mine, he would actually benefit from having 6 relics over here. It seems like Vivi didn't prioritize relics at all. Remember, he lost his scout early on, and losing that scout early on pretty much means that, you know, your resource income, or like your gold income from relics is going to be pretty low because you didn't have any scouting to find relics. And this map is actually very, very heavily focused on relics because there is little gold that can be found. That being said, the thing is that DauT is not even remotely close to being able to push Vivi away from the middle, and that means that this is gonna mean that even if DauT has this gold, Vivi might be able to survive long enough to starve DauT out of that gold. The other gold over here, or the relic gold, what am I talking about? The relic gold is not something that Vivi is gonna be able to deny easily, even though the monastery isn't particularly well defended against the traps over here. And it's skirms versus skirms. As I said, I kind of freak out about the fact that Vivi is not getting the extra defense upgrades over here. Like, DauT has Bracer and +4 defense. Vivi has Bracer and +1 defense, now getting +2 in just now. So I'm not a fan that Vivi is missing those upgrades over here, and that's gonna probably cost him a position of a castle over here pretty heavily, which is, as I said, far from ideal. But still, Vivi is the one that is pushing. Military numbers are relatively close. Vivi's eco is not even remotely close to DauT's eco, though, and that's gonna be even worse for Vivi. This TC is gonna go up, but at the price of another 10-15 villagers, and when it comes to Trash Wars, you have to consider that 40 villagers extra for DauT is huge, and also it is huge that he's got all the upgrades on those skirms, whereas his opponent is still missing the 4th armor upgrade, or the 3rd armor upgrade, which is the +4. And that is enormous here in these fights, because this is what decides between, you know, Vivi dominating this fight and Vivi actually barely holding on to this fight, because right now that's basically the difference between the two, and Vivi taps out upon seeing the skirms inside his base, and DauT was pretty much saved by this gold mine over here, but also I think the fact that Vivi actually misplayed his Imperial Age over here. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties at that time, so we weren't able to see that part. But at the end, it's going to be a 5-5 show match over here, so I think that if Vivi actually gets the defense upgrades a little bit earlier, it's could have been completely different, but he wasn't able to even remotely capitalize on the Imperial Age advantage, and also worth noting that losing the scout early on cost him the ability to scout, the ability to see that there is gold in the right side, the ability to see where the relics are, and DauT with 6 relics also getting quite a decent benefit from that. And with that, that was the end of this 10-game show match over here. I certainly hope that the VOD isn't going to get crippled by the disconnect that we has had. We had quite a lot of technical difficulties, which I hope will be resolved from AoE's side, because it would be quite disappointing to continue casting in the future with all these unstable casting conditions. But anyways, with that, I think I'm gonna say thank you everybody for watching this show match over here, either here or YouTube. Hopefully you have enjoyed